Sure.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show, and welcome back to another Saturday night sci-fi Shadow Chat. Today, we're going to be talking about war in your sci-fi RPGs. This topic was actually a little bit different, as it was recommended by Mac Thompson. I hope he's going to join us tonight. He wants to talk about different historical aspects, like earthly equivalents, war. Trying to kind of like what Brian from Weird World War II does, but use different aspects, kind of like Weird War, anything on Earth, any era, from ancient historical, to I guess he really wanted to focus on like the 1930s to the 1950s, which is cool.
Justin's favorite era.
It was a very interesting era of war, as we really haven't changed a whole lot since then.
It's not.
In
There's
comparison
a lot
to
changed.
compared to
Going from to not guns to guns, a lot changed.
Yeah,
because it was still guns and more guns.
Right, but I mean, using.
Now we have drones and tanks are a lot less useful.
Right.
And
right, but yet we're still using them.
The aircraft carrier is mostly a status symbol for failing empires.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Need to watch
I don't want to touch that.
What?
Principle.
I get this thing. Uncle Adam from Tim.
Yeah. You should cut the bottom half off so it doesn't look like a freaking Star Wars thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a real big fan of Boba Fett, so I kind of actually like it because of that. Plus, it's got these poppet things, whatever.
Yeah, to clean up.
They make really good palettes because I've been using Pringles lids, and I
can't abandon our sacred tradition.
Well, I'm going to try this out and see if it works. But it's also got these deep recesses here. Here you can put your different colors, but these areas I could use, or this main area I could use to put a little bit of water or mixing medium, and actually have some other areas to mix paint.
You don't put your mixing medium in there. Just use it directly from the dropper bottle.
Right. I eat that or water or
water, yes.
But I'm going to give it a try because I spend a lot of time.
One second. Hungar, you fool! Hit the damn link.
Yeah, no shit. Jackie's here. You're here. Justin's here. What the hell? Get in here. How long has it been since you've been on the show, man? Don't make me break out the new special effect device that we got here.
You gotta get a soundboard or something. Learn how to run files through your. You got a little thing from the dollar store.
Basically, yeah. And there he is, the man himself, Hungar, with no image.
I'm actually in bed, you fuckers.
That's okay. Put an image up.
Like I have not seen you in a bed of one sort or another before. Oh, and he just bounces.
Oh.
Speaking of bounce,
you hit the wrong button.
What up? We're gonna have to do something extra special.
Speaking of leaving.
Nice. Just you and me, man.
So you want to have an interview chat? You list out those questions.
Actually, I was thinking about interviewing you, man. There he is. Oh my God, Doesn't that look comfy, dude? I
Yeah.
literally just woke up from a nap 20 minutes ago and put this shindig together. Nice.
Are your glasses broken?
They've been broken.
A piece of the frame is missing. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, they've been like that for a while. I'm just too cheap to buy new ones.
that's okay.
I'm waiting for my parents to switch over to Tennessee. It takes Medicaid and Medicare forever.
Okay. Yeah, just hit it with some super glue. We'll be fine.
Like, yeah, I could buy some glasses and they only cost like $80, but I'd rather not pay for them.
Because you're a
Yeah.
cheap bastard like me.
Yeah, good man. Yeah. There's a difference between like not buying glasses because you're waiting for insurance and not getting that smoke detector repaired because you can't borrow a ladder off a neighbor.
Here, I found Mac Thompson's.
He's right in the chat. Tell him to get in here.
Yeah, no shit. Because I'm going to read your suggestion for tonight. He said, perhaps since it came up a bit in Nerd's interview, general discussion of the different games and systems for Pulp era, Atomic era, Weird War, themed RPGs from Achtung Cthulhu to Crimson Skies. That's a good one I haven't thought of in a long time. To Weird World War II, to zombie, to superhero games, or just gumshoe RPGs in that period, say 1930 to 1950. Conspiracy X set in the period would be fun. Even Werewolf the Apocalypse in war-torn Europe.
I liked not that time period, but I liked the novel series 1630.
Okay.
I like the novel 1984 because we get to relive it now.
But shittier. we get to live it, but shittier.
Yeah. This is not, in fact, a stunning and brave new world, if you ask me.
But it will be soon.
Yeah, not on my watch, man.
In I think it's 1630. It takes place during the 30 Years' War, right?
Yeah, you know why? You know how you say "my brother from another mother" when you hanging out with your buddies.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you're hanging out with your Down syndrome buddy, you say "my homie with another chromosome."
Okay.
I got your shit. That's all that matters.
Yeah. This is Shadow Show about talking about game settings, bro. It's not the Hungar Chaotic News Show. Try to keep it with a little bit of regulated chromosome numbers.
Thank you, Justin. You are indeed a true friend.
When Hungar's here, it's always that way.
You know what, Hungar? Your smile brings a smile to so many other faces. But at the same time, I feel like you just
at the same time, for every
gut punch, man.
For every smile, Hungar gives to a person, 3 kids get cancer.
Stabardo pulled out like a 4-inch Hungar, the Starvarian mini today during his game, and a smaller one to fit the game. So it was like a Hungar giant and a little normal size Hungar.
Yeah, that's exactly why I had Brian print me off a 90 mil and a 28 mil. I'm gonna put the 90 mil back here, to so that everybody will always see it when we do the close up of the the beginning of the show when Jackie's here, etc. And the little one I'll be able to put in my my games as represent Hungar's character when he's in my D&D game, and I'm actually getting a couple of extras. Somebody else asked me for one who wants to paint one for the challenge, and I'm pretty sure Jackie's going to want to paint the big one, and just to make him cringe when he's painting that one, Brian's printing me up a 90 mil Vampirella figure, which he'll just be like, I gotta wash my eyes out with holy water. So that'll be a whole lot of fun.
But the rivers of blood run freely.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Okay, go back to sleep.
I only had a 2-hour nap today.
Only wow! I got 45 minutes, and I blinked and it was over. I just did way too much today.
I've
But
been sleeping regular lately, so
I've noticed that. I'm really happy for you, bro.
Fun.
Mac, we expect an after action report when the game is over. That sounds like fun. I got a chance to go to this really cool game shop again today. I've gone to it twice now. I finally got to meet the owners, and they not only actually have a really cool game store, but they also have another shop 4 doors down that's nothing but an empty room with tables to play and your typical you know accoutrements, dice, and stuff like that for sale there, which is the first time I've seen anything like that in 12 freaking years of living in where I live. So it was a pretty good day, and Jackie and I are going to go next week hopefully and bring the camera through the shop and talk to everybody because we need more of those shops, man.
Yeah, I was really pissed when my gaming store closed down. The one I went to in high school. The people that owned the building wanted to turn it into something else, and then the whole area got torn down for condos about a decade ago. Um, but the first third of the store was like retail space, and then the
Mhm.
back 2/3 were three full size Warhammer size gaming tables, um, a painting table, a little couch nook for people to sit at and talk crap, and then a row of tables for card games and whatnot.
That's kind of how I plan on doing my shop.
Yeah,
Uh, until I can expand and get big, bigger shop. And if it
yeah.
gets bigger than that, then I'm going to open up a small, like, not quite a restaurant, but like uh, a place to get like, really good chili fries and nachos, but not like the main course, maybe pizzas, but we'll see. But that's way down the road once I get to Texas. Judd Goswick says, let me bring this up so everybody can read along with me. Good pulp RPGs, Mercenaries, Spies and Private Eyes, Two Fisted Tales, the Total Party Skills game for later pulp era, Gangbusters, Justice Inc., and Capers. How you didn't mention Top Secret just blows my mind because while Top Secret, the original Top Secret was mediocre. The second one called SI, I think Special Investigations, was just perfect. It was one of the best games TSR ever put out, and that's actually how I'm going to be starting out the new year. Is by instead of doing Ravenloft or whatever, I'm just going to go full on Top Secret until I hit.
Jackie, stop skulking and sit in the chair.
Get your ass in here! Come on, what the hell? He's taking after his old man.
Yeah.
Judd also continues with. I skipped what he continued with. Wretched Interbellum just came out from the Red Room. I got to go back and hang out with those guys. I haven't been over there in forever. And covers the period between WW1, WW2. Top Secret was post WW2, but a great game. Well, you could easily use that for WW1 and 2. The Agent 13 modules that they made were some of my favorite of the Top Secret, and believe it or not, the only ones I don't have for some reason. Somehow they got lost in a move or something. Even the Agent 13 Choose Your Own Adventure was a lot of fun. Dog has to leave.
Yeah, you're the guy that knows game systems. I'm here to just spitball ideas for things. But yeah. If you're talking espionage, that's always fun. Cold War era stuff, from what I hear you're saying.
It really was because it's it's not about any superheroics or anything above what's believable, and more or less, you can compare it to real life equivalents, but it really had a really nice system for building a character. It was almost kind of pre-feat or led into the whole feats, stuff in the D20 games, but it was more. It was a little. They had more effects than just like a +1 here and there that would stack. It had really a lot of different things. One of the things you could take with your points or whatever or picks was wealth of various levels that you could increase, and one of them gave you enough money to really kind of jet set around the world.
Yeah, well, if you're a private individual, why are you doing that? And the money should be expensed to the agency you're working for.
Well, I could picture, after a while of being in the secret agent game, so to speak, that you could have made some connections, made some investments, and slowly built up a nice fortune. I mean, I always picture James Bond, if he actually has a home somewhere, which he probably doesn't, still had a crap ton of investments and money. I couldn't really picture the government he worked for footing the bill for the lavish lifestyle he always seemed to live.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes that happens to just be like part of the cover, right? You need to. And also the UK was pretty big in that stuff, right? It was like a fetus classism kind of attitude. We all think of the UK now, and it's sort of post 80s economic crash setting,
Right.
and
That's
we
why
don't.
if I was going to run a spy game, I really would probably run it, in the past as opposed to the present. That would be
Yeah. If you're gonna do it in the present, you got to like look at Alias with Jennifer Garner. Remember that show? That was a good show.
Yeah, I saw a couple episodes, but there was a period of time, including now, still that I just can't find the time to sit in front of a big screen and just while away a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Unless it's something really, really, gets me right here. Like I can't wait to see it, or like with Jackie, I want to rewatch it with him.
Shadbo, we know you have the wrong hairstyle. Your hairstyle is supposed to be a broccoli top. You got the attention span of a Zoomer.
No, I'm actually doing a lot of other things behind the scenes. I'm, working for a couple other companies, and trying to actually read. It's weird. Less than a year ago, I was reading easily a paperback book equivalent a day.
And I know what you mean.
Something happened, and I can't get 10 pages in a day.
Yeah, I tend to listen to a lot of stuff now, but that's for other reasons.
I don't like the idea of paying, to be able to listen to something, and everything that I really want to, listen to instead of read, because like maybe I am like doing chores or something like that. I can't find without having to pay for it. I'm like, well, I want the book, so I'm supposed to buy the book, never read it, and then just buy the audiobook too. No, I don't really want that. And here we go.
Piracy is a thing.
Mr. Bill's dog.
Yeah.
James, how you doing?
Hello, gents. How are you?
Hey, pretty good. Where's Fred? Did you invite him?
I asked Fred. I think it's like 1,000,000 o'clock in Sweden. And I was talking to Kyle, and I think he's going to do some online gaming. So just me.
Is Kyle that tall?
Is Kyle that tall? He is very tall, I think.
Have you seen Kyle?
We do that joke all the time. We do that joke all the time. Fritz can't help himself. It's like, hey, has anyone seen Kyle?
He's this tall.
Yeah.
Shadow, if you don't get it, you put your right arm, your left arm's right at a 45-degree angle.
No,
You know when you see Kyle?
I get it, but no. Yeah, Jackie does stuff like that to me all the time. When he gives
And
me
you're
a
just
hug,
like,
one arm is, not hugging. Let's just put it that way.
you're just like, just remember, you want to be president someday.
Yeah, and I blame you guys for it, but it's hysterical. But it's funnier still when his mom's nearby and she don't get it.
Yeah. She's like,
But
a sore shoulder. Yeah. Well, this is a topic close to my heart. How are we approaching it?
well, I don't know if you caught what I read from Mac, but he wanted to talk about the 1930s, 1950s using that, and I was thinking, any era would be like kind of interesting if you were doing like an Earth game and you were doing time travel, and you could get your players to have to go into different eras and do things, and maybe fix stuff or even just get information, but invariably it's war and crap's exploding and people are running back and forth and trying to kill each other in different new ways.
It's a dynamic setting, right? Like there's a lot of variables. Yeah.
Just I mean, I've been in so many games where there isn't, the only action is combat, and I love those dodge rolls because the room's caving in, or you got to jump over pits of lava, or for those of you who remember, White Plume Mountain had this lava cavern, right? And hanging from the room were these big chains, and on each chain was a round wooden disc that you would try to jump kind of Mario style from platform to platform as a ladder, but the wooden platform is secured right in the middle of a round disc. So as soon as you hit it, it's going to try to tip over. So you're like, here's the platform, and you jump on it, and it's going to do this, and down you would fall into the lava. So you got to try to grab for the chain, and wait for it to, sort of stop.
Oh, that's I fucking hate that stuff. That's freaking a hallway with buzzing saws going across it. Fucking kind of crap.
Yeah, very much so. I like it in the fact that it was, back in the early 80s, and it was pretty new at that time. I mean, at least in the way of RPG modules, as a youngster, it's like, wow, this is freaking amazing. Even the picture was really, done well for black and white art.
So how much of that is shaped by your love of things like Shadows of Brimstone and Pulp and things like that?
I loved it before then. The Pulp stuff, reading like Perry Rodan, Doc Savage, The Shadow, Green Hornet, stuff like that. Even the Adam West Batman, show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. The full
He's my hero.
Tying the girl to the railroad tracks kind of thing. It's not combat. You've got to make a whole bunch of rolls to get Penelope Pureheart off the railroad tracks. Just in time. I mean, it's ridiculous, but it back then it was, people were freaking out listening to the radio or watching it. It was so brand new, and
just like with
well, you were an old man when the radio came out.
Just like with the say sci-fi where the effects aren't that good, like old sci-fi where things are a little bit cheesy and wobbly.
Buck Rogers, Flash Gordon, the serials, sure.
Yeah, like there's something about that I think invites you to suspend your disbelief even more, like you're participating even more because you're using your imagination. I think radio plays and stuff like that have that same effect, right?
It's like when you watch a sitcom and they open the door and the whole wall wobbles.
My boy.
Oh.
Well, yeah.
So
look at him.
You're a legend.
Look at him.
You're a legendary.
Everybody loves him.
Chewie is the best.
Yeah.
He's such a good boy.
Yeah.
And he just he can't like be like more than 5 feet away from me at almost all times. It seems lately.
Yeah,
And that's awesome. That's awesome. I love you, buddy.
Mm.
Yeah, everybody else loves you too. You're a good boy. Oh, you want me to rub your belly? Yes, I'm rubbing your belly. Oh my god. But yeah, hey, I'm done with you. You're dismissed. Hey Raven, how you doing?
Hey, Raven.
You want to go outside? You know the
I
other
mean, I
door's
guess
open.
the other thing is about those kind of pulpy, tied to the railroad type situations is a lot of fantasy games and stuff like that. It's just quiet hamlets and forests, and like you say, the dynamics really come from when like the goblins pop out of their hatch or whatever. Like it's
You know
a
what I'd
chance
love
to
to
have
see? I'd love to see like a log jam kind of thing, where the players had to, maybe, I know it sounds goofy, but that kind of, or avoiding a
Why not?
stampede,
It's
or just
changing
action
it up.
that's not just
You
not
are wearing a double-breasted shirt. I'm just saying.
Just changing
I
it up.
love this shirt, man. I love this shirt. It's freaking
great.
warm as hell. And I had one of these during the 80s, and I used to wear it all the time. And people are like, "Where the hell did you get that great shirt?" And I'm like,
You're like
thrift
the
store.
evil dentist. The evil dentist.
I know, right?
You
Dr.
guys have been going to the
Frankenstein with
good
the white
dentist. I'm going to the evil dentist.
Yep. Why did I just
So
think
who's-
of Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah.
Welcome to the
Yeah.
show, Owen.
Hey,
Hey, Omen.
Oh man.
just came back from swimming,
Ow.
so had to.
Nice.
Swimming.
How much did that suck last night? Ending the game right as we knew combat was about to just flare
That's-
up.
That's exactly the time you do it.
Cliffhanger.
You got to come back next week. You got no.
Dude,
See, this is
I don't
you
think
gotta end on
I'm
cliffhanger.
pretty sure I've never missed a single game with Bo, but I just wanted to roll some dice, man. Just wanted to just one time before I leave, man.
Oh,
No, it was
well,
great,
you can
Jason.
tell he's all in. He's like, everybody's going. We're going to see who makes it out.
Oh, and dude, I called it. I even wrote it down. I knew Josh was going to bite the dust, and I knew somebody else was going to bite the dust, just because of the way it was last week. And I didn't expect the banker. That made my heart, sparkle a little. But the losing both pilots. That's why I was like, how many XP do I have? Do I have enough to buy pilot skill? And just like irritate both.
How are you going to just learn pilot skill in the middle of nowhere?
That's how the XP thing works. It's like, oh
Read
yeah,
the manual.
Well,
back
let's,
home, and
hold on,
I don't know, man.
let's rephrase
If you can
this.
read a
That's how
manual, you
Bo
can
is
do
letting
anything.
the XP works. It's the same thing like training. I always had mixed feelings for that. I said, wait a minute. For first level, it's going to cost you to go up, like it's going to cost you 11.
Nice.
It's going to cost you 1,100 gold to go up a level. I said it took you only 1,200 to go up the level. You have to make twice as much gold as it does to go up every level. I said, well, that's kind of crap.
Well,
Welcome, Woodcrawler.
Shadow. Yeah, welcome, Woodcrawler. It's good to see you.
Welcome.
Hello.
Right.
I was gonna ask you, Shadow. What about your love of moving trains? Some great opportunity for action there. Running a lot. I mean, none of us are capable of doing this in real life. Maybe Woodcrawler is, but I like the idea of jumping across the coal cart to get to the bad guy.
I've actually jumped from a train car once.
Really?
Wasn't moving fast.
Were you a hobo in a boxcar? Were you drinking wine out of a jug?
No. I was in Sault Ste. Marie, and they have a train that just goes right through the town. So it moves at a crawl when it does that.
Oh, I was thinking he just was like, yeah, but it was stopped. It was,
No, it was like a light walking pace that it moved at, but you'd have to stand there and wait for a half hour for it to get by. So I just grabbed the ladder and
One of the
my foot on
greatest things.
mid-thigh, jumped
One of the
off
greatest
other side.
things used to be catching the old kinds of trains in Sydney across the harbour bridge, because you could ride between the carriages in the little coupling platform
Yeah.
in the open air. That was such a great feeling. I mean, I don't think they have those trains anymore, but
I was just thinking that
see the ocean
James L,
beneath your feet.
James L was doing the whole thing like in India where you ride to the top, and just enjoy fresh air from there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a
Right,
bit
right.
like that because you've just got this little, almost like a chain either side of you, and if you cross the bridge, you can see the sea underneath your feet. It's great.
Oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm. You've done that?
Yeah. On New Year's Eve as well, throwing up over the side.
I will say this much: what Justin did is how one of my friends got his legs cut off.
Yeah. Be careful.
He did have a bit. Well, he had a bit too much to drink. He's like, I don't want to go around this, because rail car is like a mile. The whole train is like a mile long. He's like, I'm not gonna walk around this, and he started going in between, and then the train started up and took off both of his legs from the knee down. So.
Stay strong. Trains is hard job.
Yeah. Nothing with alcohol involving anything dangerous usually ends well.
The train was moving when I jumped on it, but it was
I know, but you probably weren't drinking too much.
I've had a few beers, but not enough.
I remember New Year's Eve when I was about 18.
2 pints maybe.
My girlfriend at the time and I had gone to some party and we drank way too much. And I helped her outside to have a yak over the side of the train. And then when we came back in, everybody cheered. Everybody on the train was like, "Hooray!"
James, you won't get this, and Jackie might, but and maybe not you, Justin. But I was on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disneyland, and if you've ever been on it, it's these little boats that go sort of.
I've been on it.
Okay.
Oh, are they the ones that do like this?
No, it's Pirates of the Caribbean with the waterfalls.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, my friends and I, we were teens, and we were at Disneyland, and we were kind of screwing around, and there's this one part where the boats go into are about ready to go like under this bridge, and I was in the front of the boat. It was just me and my friends. We had the whole boat, and I jumped from one boat to the next because the next boat just happened to have a whole back row of empty seats. And I jumped and landed in it and scared the ever-loving, out of the family that was in the boat, just minding their own business. And suddenly this skinny white guy lands in it. And they're just like, oh, my God, screaming because they either have been on it before or weren't expecting that. And
scariest part must have been the beard.
No, because I didn't have a beard back then, but I did have the long hair and everything. And
what do you mean?
It's a ghost.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a haint. Sorry, that was awful.
You were like 85 when that happened.
You either got into a lot of trouble or they offered you a job.
No, but then I was able. There was this part of the ride that was coming up with the bridge, and there was the boat's here, and there's like this walkway sort of under the bridge, so I was able to jump onto that and then boogie back into my own boat, but that was the closest thing I ever got to doing anything really crazy like that without other things being involved and
like drugs.
He was referring to swimming with sharks. That was
yeah because I just I'm such a great swimmer. And I'm not afraid of sharks. Like
I thought you used to go surfing all the time.
I did, but that quickly ended after the movie Jaws came out. I had no desire to do that anymore.
Okay,
I'm not even kidding. I knew there was like no chance, and I also knew that the shark attacks, because I did actually start reading shark magazines at the time because they were available. Because of all that. And, I read that how rare it was, and it still did not help one bit. I'm like, done. No more.
But
done.
The sharks don't care about you.
No. Or my feelings.
Yeah, exactly. They're not. They do not care about you.
Look,
don't care about
did we already have this discussion about the giant flying shark through the air? The
air sharks from Arduin? Absolutely.
And what was the other one that we had? It was the Sharknado versus what was the other one that we had that was kind of flying?
There's maybe 5 Sharknado movies.
Only?
The last one's about time travel.
Of course it is. Because what better? I mean, if anybody's going to jump the shark, it should be.
Time travel isn't always a jumping the shark moment. You guys really should watch the movie Predestination, though.
I think we have. We don't.
No,
Did we
you
watch
haven't.
it with Connell, or am I thinking something else?
Probably something else.
No, I need to go still watch MASH for tomorrow.
So do I.
See, you guys are such a good influence on me. Got my brush handy.
Oh, that's good.
Me too.
Oh, are you can do your shoes?
No, I'm gonna do this little guy.
Wrong type of brush. Sorry.
Oh.
I'm not even touching that one. Not even touching that
I
one,
used
man.
I used to shine my shoes until they were almost like glass.
I've
Yeah,
never
I used to-
shined a shoe in my life, but I'm going to keep it that way.
The shining
I don't know
shoes is
why.
nice,
I'm just
though.
lazy, maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly
Well,
why.
I used to when I
Like-
wore boots all the time. Now I'm like barefoot 90% of the time.
Ditto,
Yeah.
bro. Ditto.
You're getting that from Fritz, man. Hanging out with that filthy pagan. That'll do it to you, man.
Hey,
Yeah, I
I
think
hate
so.
wearing shoes. I do. I hate
Yeah.
wearing shoes.
Really, I
Lucky-
cannot stand. Not even. I don't like going barefoot, and at the bare minimum, it's got to be socks, man. I don't care if I'm walking across the wet lawn. I better have some freaking socks on at least.
No.
People are-
See, you're the people that we always made fun of in Florida. Look, he's got socks on with
With the
sandals.
sandals.
Well, no,
That's
I
a
don't wear
German-
sandals.
That's a German tourist thing. Like that's
Oh
what
no,
I
no,
don't
it
wear
also
sandals,
applies to
but-
Canadians, people from New York, all those people.
But I have worn, and I probably usually do. If I go to the beach, I'll be wearing shorts. I'll have socks and my combat boots on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, perfect.
He's definitely
Nice.
afraid of the sea turtles attacking him.
Yeah,
No, that's not
It's
that.
got a
that's
long
honestly
hair.
the biggest threat.
Have
I
you
don't
ever
Not a
like
long-haired
things
Nice
metal
turtle.
dude thing. Every long-haired metal dude I've known would show up to the beach dressed for winter. It must be an
Oh, no, I mean,
archetypal thing.
no shirt, just shorts. But it's just my feet, man. I don't want anything between my toes. I just
Uh,
Oh,
I
see,
wanna-
Well, I take my shirt off at the beach, but the problem is Greenpeace keep trying to push me back into the water.
oh. well, see, the good thing
That's
with
a good one.
Tell is that when he does that, they're all blinded as they're just trying to fumble around.
That's right.
yeah.
That's right.
great white whale. A lot of
Uh,
people.
Well, his real problem is when Ahab keeps coming in, and
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
take over there.
Man the harpoon.
I'm not
Nice
that
James.
whale.
That was nice, James.
Uh,
If you can't make fun of yourself,
Damn right.
how are we
Damn
friends?
right.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
mean, I hate saying this, and maybe he'll maybe James will unfriend me for this whole thing, but I somehow see him as a giant manatee because he's just so lovable. There's nothing offensive about him.
Oh, I'm sure if he tried, but
I'm not saying that he couldn't, but I mean, you never hear about man dies from manatee attack.
Mm. I don't know. Let's look that up.
I will.
Man dies from manatee attack.
he looks up.
there's like just page
What?
after page.
Yeah, it's like manatees are not as safe as you thought.
Florida manatee dies. Okay, no.
Yeah,
that's
it's always
fine.
Florida, man. Florida
Florida
man is internationally famous.
Well,
Oh.
the whole reason that it's famous is because there's an open records. They don't try hiding it, so it's all out there
Yeah,
for people
yeah.
to peruse.
There's a lot of places with open records. It's just things get slightly weirder in Florida, man.
Well, that
Yeah,
well,
there's no way it's-
Australia's a country that was settled by Florida men, I think.
I think so. I think the majority of the
Yeah.
prisoners sent there came from Florida.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
Redirected. Like FedEx.
Yeah, it's just Florida as a continent. That's all it is.
Mm.
no,
And drier, and drier.
It's the one place in the United States where there's no doubt whether it's male or female. So
That is true.
Well,
Hey, I
Honestly,
was at-
Florida might
well, I
be
was at
the
two
most
Walmarts
sane
today.
state.
That's
I
not
wouldn't.
always. Yeah.
What does Walmart have to do with this?
no. We were talking about the shape of
Well, you
Florida.
haven't been to a Walmart in forever.
Oh,
We were talking about the shape of Florida. There's no doubt of whether it's an innie or an outie. You know?
Oh, haha.
It's the long limp
Hey, Max,
dong of
welcome to the show.
America.
Hey, Max, you want to pop in? There's the link up above. I can put it in. We're just
I haven't
goofing off.
spoken to
We're
Max
supposed
in
to-
ages.
It's not
I-
like there's a some purpose to this show. There never is.
I thought it was going to be, about
in the
war.
old days there was, but
Yeah.
as I get older, wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, there really is no.
Oh, wait, you just need the monocle so you can be the full blown,
Penguin.
Yeah, that's right, because you made the sound for it.
And he had the brush there.
We should
Yeah.
buy a monocle.
Monocle.
Should buy two.
It's funny when I was a kid. There was this gas station that used to, give out little toy trinket, like Cracker Jack stuff, and that's where I got my first monocle. And
First?
yeah, my first. But
He
yeah,
has a whole secret collection of them.
yeah,
Yeah, he
I
collects
know if
monocles.
you know what? I'm gonna get you one for Christmas. I'm gonna go on eBay and find like an antique monocle just to make your day.
I'm
Can you
just-
picture
just-
that would
with
be very
monocle?
epic,
I
actually.
totally- I see that. I knew you would love it, and you
I
think
know.
I'm kidding. He thinks I'm kidding. I'll find him one, an antique monocle.
Do you have a top hat? Do you have a top
He's a
hat?
wild man. He dresses like a
I have a
crusader.
lot of top hats. None
Oh,
high. None.
You're always welcome here, Max.
So when we talk about Jack there, Jack has the fashion sense of Roger Stone, so
Yeah, he kind of does, doesn't he?
he does. Don't get me wrong, Roger Stone dresses very nicely, and so does Jack. So it's not a
He
slurring insult. It's just
He does. Just don't pick up some of his other habits.
no,
Yeah.
no Nixon tattoos. That's all we're asking from you.
Yeah. If you can just do me that one favor, no tats
Not
really.
gonna-
Not that I regret any of mine, but
I think
I
the
know how-
cocaine would be a worse habit to pick up, though.
definitely don't. No, cocaine's a terrible drug. All drugs are terrible drugs.
Yeah,
It was
meth is
abused.
clearly better.
Yeah. Meth is clearly better.
Hey,
We've established that.
well, the good news is you don't have to worry about brushing your teeth if you do it for a couple of years.
Yep, Judge
It's
right.
true.
Yeah.
That's
Monocle,
actually a
top
very
hat,
good sales
spat.
pitch.
Man, has anybody worn a spat in the last 50 years other than the penguin?
A spat. I have a pair somewhere.
You're kidding.
No.
Yeah, I need to see a picture, or I'm calling BS.
Yeah. I don't have any pictures with them on. But I think I
So
still
just have your girlfriend put them on.
have
Come on, tell me that wouldn't be hysterical. She'd be like, "Why are you? Why do you want me to do this?" No, it's. Don't worry. And then she'll be like, "Oh, weirded out."
I have a fetish for wealthy industrialists.
Oh. Well. I was thinking. Yeah, but he left off the last part. Widowed, wealthy industrialist.
Yeah. Burgess Meredith was such a great penguin. I just.
I've actually I pretty much have liked the penguin no matter who's played it. I think they've all done pretty good jobs because it's a character you just can go over the top with, and it's so much fun.
I like Danny DeVito on the role.
Yeah.
Well, there was Danny DeVito. I like the one from Gotham. I like the one from the newest Batman.
The newest one was really good, but nobody will ever beat Danny DeVito at anything.
Wow.
Especially when it comes to the
Are
penguin.
you like head of his fan club now, or what? What's the deal?
Yes.
Well, wait a minute.
We got to start going to.
Danny
We got to
DeVito.
start shopping at Jersey Mike's now, just because.
Well,
He
I
works there.
mean, you look at Danny
works
DeVito
there.
and you go.
Well,
Wait a
he's the
minute.
spokesman or whatever.
Is he actually Danny DeVito? There was no acting involved for him.
That is true. I don't think he's ever actually acted as anyone but himself. But that's a good thing because if you see Danny DeVito, you want to see Danny DeVito because anything else would be a crime against nature.
I will say this much: as I enjoyed also the penguin from was it Arkham City, the video game.
I don't know. Well,
I don't think I played the one with him in it, and if I did,
Well, I gotta
it
say
wasn't-
that
we didn't- they didn't get there.
Michelle Pfeiffer in Batman Returns. That was one of my early moments of
Ditto.
recognition. You know?
I'm not gay. I'm not
Really,
gay.
I couldn't stand her. I could not stand her. I'm such a Julie Newmar fan when it comes to Catwoman. She was
Oh.
just
Oh.
it.
Between the two, I definitely think Julie Newmar was more attractive.
No offense to Eartha Kitt, but there was no chemistry between the two. She couldn't fake it if her life depended on it. She was a phenomenal actress and singer and all that, but she was just
great singer. Great
She
singer.
just wasn't Catwoman in my eyes. And Justin's back. I don't know where you went. Didn't even notice you were gone. No offense. No, I was painting, so I didn't see anything.
I hit the wrong button.
Or maybe you hit the right button. Danny
that's a war crime here.
Oh.
Speaking of war crimes.
MASH? No, just go ahead.
Yeah.
I never expected you guys to go to war over Danny DeVito.
We didn't go to war over Danny DeVito. We all agree we love Danny DeVito.
Go to war.
Yeah, we all agree on that. If somebody dislikes Danny DeVito, they are banned from this show. I don't care what anybody says.
Oh, you know what? It's that time of the year. I have to go buy some more Pennsylvania Dutch eggnog.
Ooh,
I do like limoncello.
I don't know what that is, but I'll take your word for it.
It's like an Italian liqueur, and it'll knock you on your ass.
Okay.
It goes great with eggnog.
and Judd, you are always welcome. Any fan of Julie Newmar is a man of exceptional taste. She is just so gorgeous. I could see
Danny
building a
DeVito,
time machine.
I preferred Yvonne Craig, but you know.
I
prefer Danny DeVito.
Yeah, you know you swing that way, bro.
No, if you're gonna come out,
Hey,
dude,
Batman.
that is not
Hey, Batman, do you like my costume?
nice.
If you're gonna
That was
come
good.
out,
That was good.
Oh, that's
Get a load of
I
me.
mean, if you're gonna come out, at least have a crush on like anybody.
DeVito?
Oh, come on. If we're gonna do a man crush, it has to be on Mr. Freeze.
yeah.
Which one?
Any of them.
Well, any of the ones ever since the Batman the Animated Series, where they rewrote his background with his wife Nora.
Yeah, I compare. Yeah, those were good. Those were absolutely really good.
Yeah.
But I can't remember who played him in Adam West.
Well, I don't remember. Well, there was. I don't remember the old Batman. I know that, of course, Arnold Schwarzenegger. We're like, oh God, that was
awful.
Yeah, that was awful.
Is this nostalgia talking? But I remember, like in the '90s, there was a really good Batman cartoon.
Yeah, Batman.
Yeah, that's what it was. Animated.
They rewrote his background.
Yeah.
They rewrote his background. So instead of making him a complete villain, they made him a multi-dimensional villain that both had good and bad. Where he was trying to save his wife, and they killed the project, and there was an explosion, and now he can't stay in there. Yeah, it was. And they actually took that into the video game as well. So I thought that was pretty good.
I thought it's been basically adapted into every Mr. Freeze media because it was so good.
Yeah, exactly. That was it. That's
Yvonne
why.
Craig, not only did she do incredibly well as Batgirl, but she was also who did she play in Star Trek? Green makeup.
Orion Slave Girl.
Yeah. I couldn't think of the planet, but yeah.
Oh yes. Yeah. You know what? I did feel cheated with the. We went to the board game thing with Brian from World War II Gaming.
Yeah,
and we were playing. He has a card game. It's basically take the most stereotypical bad 1950s movies and make them into a card game where you can start doing things. So the one we were playing is like Cannibals from the Jungle, and so it was like, oh, you've got the Jungle Princess, and of course they show her bending over a little bit, and it's like she can be a native or non-native. Then you have to fight off like giant ants and all the other stuff out there. It was fun, but it was really politically incorrect. And we were playing with some. Well, this is what I find funny is Brian's sitting down with these. I guess they were these teenage girls playing with it, and you'd think that they would be like super leftist, and they were laughing their heads off at all of the political incorrectness.
Hey,
that was
Derek, how you doing? Hope everything's better for you, man.
And that just tells you people want to laugh, even if it's inappropriate. These sucking killjoys that live on Twitter.
I think it wouldn't even take much for most people that have gone way over into the deep end, so to speak. If we could just invite them one at a time to hang out with guys like us and like-minded women and whatnot, and just not brainwash them at all. Not even. I don't think it would even
radicalize them.
Well, de-radicalize them, I think is what we would say.
But de-radicalize them and then re-radicalize them into the truth.
Well, I think they just need someone to help them pull the stick out. It's really what it is.
The people are afraid to laugh. People are afraid to laugh, and once you start laughing, they're like, "Come over here. We have pie and cookies as well."
Pie? I was told it would be punch and pie.
It's not so much that the laughing is the issue; it's the systems of power, right? They can get into political or financial trouble if they're not going along with the narrative. And
that's why we got to start with them, I guess. Show them a good time,
I don't think we can convince
Bernie's kind of thing, and just
No,
it's okay. Really, you can laugh.
I don't think that we can convince the corporate elite to actually see anything rational.
Look. Well, that's only because the corporate elite have to go to have to have every so often have to be reimplanted with their with the chip.
Their adrenochrome.
Yeah, it's like look, we have to. It's just like whenever you get your replicants. After a couple of years, they start getting feelings and emotions, and they have to pull that out and just rewipe them and bring them back. Oh yeah. Oh wow.
What was that movie? Wife Like. You should watch that movie. Wife Like.
I don't.
That sounds like a bad idea.
I'm just thinking it's you have to realize that our corporate elite are just they're Westworld. And they're afraid.
Yeah. Our corporate elite only care about two things: debauchery and money. Both of those things lead to leftism nowadays.
Power.
You leave debauchery alone.
You have me at debauchery. The money's just extra. No.
Oh well, yeah. One of those things is above the other.
You take debauchery out of your mouth.
Well, I'm pretty sure he wants to put it in his mouth. As long as it's from Danny DeVito.
Oh no!
Hey, Batman! I got something for you.
I don't want. Oh man!
I'm gonna give you.
I wish I could have stayed away for just another 30 seconds. I went to go watch this Mandalorian, silicon thing that everybody hates.
Cool.
And I used it to, with some silver paint.
A pot holder?
No, it's just those little toys that the kids pop.
He's gonna figure out how to use it in his meth.
Okay.
Yeah.
They just pop the little circle things and then they pop them back.
Oh yeah.
And that's doing something, whatever. I don't get it.
Therapeutic along with fidget spinners.
The young need
Okay, fidget spinners were actually cool. Those things are just evil. Like they are. Hell is made out of those.
Fidget spinners were cool, were they, Jack?
I really like it.
Exactly. They were much cooler.
You know the history of the fidget spinner, right?
Not the slightest clue, but they were cooler.
Kroll?
No. I don't want to get Shadow's channel banned.
Okay.
Come on, Justin. 5 minutes without talking about Uncle H. Jesus.
No.
Well, they work.
You're too into Uncle. You need to get over Uncle. Let Uncle go.
Well, yeah. It's all about get smart. He has to get the get smart thing,
It was the Israeli government. They decided to try and deprogram the Palestinians.
Yeah, that's why. That's how they existed.
Yeah, well, I'm
so glad we waited for that punchline, Justin.
Yeah, I'm so glad.
Well, they work like a charm.
No, not those things. The fidget spinners.
When the paint dried, I just popped it out and it's clean. I don't need to use any water. It just popped out a little piece of dried paint that I could throw in the trash can instead of soak it in water and scrubbing
that's
it
good.
and all that crap.
Oh no,
I mean,
no, man.
I used a fidget spinner paint and it just went everywhere.
The trick
Nice.
Hey, wait a minute, James L. Then why aren't you a multimillionaire? I remember.
Yeah,
I was 10 years old.
The Jackson Pollock machine.
Yes.
Have you
Point it at
seen
the canvas
James's
and
place?
spin it.
I'm certain he is a multimillionaire.
Yeah,
well,
that's
No
Australia.
worries, Mac. You can come back and watch the show later. Oh, it's a tactile toy. Yeah. I thought it was a. Well, no, it is made out of silicone, but the paint just pops off when it dries. Because it won't stick, and I don't have to waste so much time cleaning. My pallets that came from Pringles can. Don't get me wrong. I like those for a different reason, and I will still continue to use them. Don't worry, Jack.
Good.
But when I'm
put S in chat if you have a wet palette, but you still use lids from like various things around the house. Because I think that's all of us. I think that's everybody who ever bought a wet palette.
I have the palette from the dollar store, and whenever it gets gunked up, I just spray it down with some spray paint.
Okay.
Don't have to wash that crap.
It's just a cube now.
That works.
Yeah.
That doesn't. Okay.
Well, I just remember being 10 years old. We went to a modern art museum when I was in
Why would you ever want to go to a modern art museum?
Well, you know what? Here's
when
the
you go
great
through
thing that I learned
puberty,
about
Pick
modern
up
art
chicks in
museums.
berets.
Wait.
Yeah.
Here's the great thing I learned about modern art museums. As a 10-year-old, I went, I can do a better job than that. This is complete crap. And then I walked out.
Hey,
So
Batman, I'm an expressionist now.
Nice, James. Nice.
This one thing I did like is I think on certain days when I was up in Chicago, the art museum up there was free, and so I used to go to the arms and armor part of it, and so you got to see the weapons and things, and that was pretty cool.
No, yeah, that does actually sound cool.
Now back on Batman, I want the next movie to feature Egghead as a villain.
Oh,
and
you
he
know
should
what?
be played by Danny DeVito.
I'm still saying Lego Batman,
Ah.
along with the Condiment King and everybody else in there. It's like they're real villains, and I'm looking at them like, oh my god, they are.
Condiment King.
I love Lego Batman.
Did they have the Penny Plunderer in that movie?
I think they might have. I don't remember.
He deserves to be in that movie.
Well, they're struggling to list through all of like the D list.
Wasn't that a Kim Possible villain?
No.
Hmm.
Was a
What's
Batman
Kim
villain?
Possible?
It's a Disney show.
Oh,
Jeez,
okay.
Justin.
Hey, look, Justin.
Are you watching anything Disney made?
Actually, the only thing I enjoy with
Well, it
Disney
was
was the
the
first two
early
seasons
90s.
of Gargoyles.
Late 90s.
Oh.
You know, that was
Yeah, we know.
peak Disney.
Peak? I don't know about that.
Oh no, I'm sorry for Gargoyles. Yeah, as far as what they were doing for Disney, I thought that was the peak. Because the G-rated stuff, I wasn't that interested in as a child. So,
Yeah.
but I did like the old, like the Steamboat Captain, which they don't show anymore. How can you not show the old black and white
Steamboat Willie?
Mickey Mouse?
Honestly, that was the peak.
Well, those were great. I love that one. What was the other one? And I've seen it only like once or twice. Was where he has to go fight the giant.
What about Sleepy Hollow?
I never saw the Sleepy Hollow version.
Oh, the Headless Horseman. Oh, that cartoon was pretty decent. I that was one of my favorites, as well as there were parts of Fantasia and other things. I was a big fan of. Was it Davy Crockett or Daniel Boone?
I remember Davy Crockett. I remember Robin Hood.
James, are you trying to keep the space rays out? Because you're supposed to use aluminum foil for that.
Oh, speaking of which, did you guys see that Alex Jones has his new video game out?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I'm like, well,
it looks pretty good. I think we should review it.
Oh, that would actually be pretty funny.
It
Jack,
would.
You can just review that.
You can do speed runs.
What platform is it on, Jack?
I think he just made a website for it.
Isn't Alex Jones going out with Blair White now?
I bet they'll have beautiful children.
They'll try.
Well. See,
Why?
the problem is, and this is what gets everyone so mad, was the princess kept kissing the frog, and Knox Jones is like turning them to gay.
I mean, they're actually doing that.
Gay.
The frogs are gay now.
It's paint water.
Oh,
You know what, Judd? I was just thinking about that. Kurt Russell did a crap ton of old Disney movies, and I couldn't think of the name of a single one.
What about Tron? What was that? Wasn't Kurt Russell, but that was...
that was Bruce Boxleiter and
was it really Bruce?
Oh,
yeah. Bruce Boxleitner was Tron.
Bridges.
Jeff Bridges.
Really, Bruce Boxleitner was Tron.
Yeah.
I saw it a few years ago again, and I went over and I understand some of the references, but I was just going, okay. And then I also remember seeing the new version of Tron or something. But that was a Disney film. Oh, what was the other Disney film, which I didn't like that much, but it's still a cool idea, was the Black Hole.
Honestly, I actually never saw Tron.
Black Hole. Flight of the Navigators wasn't bad. I think that was Disney.
Yeah, okay. I don't remember seeing it. I know what you're talking about, but
yeah, I think I saw that one.
If we're gonna, Shadow said, "Well, we're gonna talk about war. What is it good for?" And I went, "How can we forget the Last Starfighter?" Which I don't think was Disney, but we need to review that next year at some point.
Yeah, that's a great film.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it great, but it's good schlocky fun.
You know what we should review?
It's good sci-fi.
We should review the SpongeBob movie.
Starfighter.
What's that?
We should review the SpongeBob movie.
You're not allowed to make picks anymore, right?
That's a terrible Zoomer pick right there.
Yeah.
How is it bad? Explain why it's bad.
They gave me your picking rights.
Because this is why children have ADHD, is they've been watching SpongeBob where it's flying around instead of waiting for like 6 hours for them to actually get to the point. Oh, sorry. That's just my anger.
No, that show is made for weed
heresy.
Smokers. Well, you know what? The other one I couldn't take was the Pee-wee's Playhouse show. I was like, oh, that's so great. Could you just tell me a story instead of trying to flash, trying to make sure that the kids get epilepsy while watching it?
Wasn't that like the majority of shows before?
No. Those are just the... No, because when they came out with the animated series for like Batman and Superman and the Justice League, those were really good. They
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the DC actually put out a lot of really decent cartoons. I actually watched Killing Joke a while back, and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
They're really gonna go there, huh?
Oh, I heard about that. I haven't. You know what is? I have the
Wow.
HBO Max, but I haven't sat down to watch this. But superheroes usually aren't my thing, so that's why I'm just like, though I do like Batman because he's technically not a superhero; he's just a hero.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not really.
He's just hero with good.
I like
equipment,
the Phantom a lot. I really like the Phantom.
The Phantom was one of like the original actual superheroes.
Well, I think a lot of what happened with DC is that DC did a good job on the small screen, and then of course Marvel's taken over on the large screen. But now everything's just kind of crap. So it's like, well, thanks.
Oh yeah, everything that comes out of Disney is garbage. I don't think they'll ever make a good thing ever again.
Well, they don't want to. Is what gets me. It's like they hear. I mean, why in the world are you suing people over South Park? How thin-skinned can you be? You just
Are they
take
actually
the L and
suing
move
them?
on. They're suing. They're talking about suing. They're boy. Whatever
well,
DC's doing is they are flipping out over the Panderverse. And I went.
I think everybody has threatened to sue South Park before.
Yeah,
I don't think they're actually going to do it.
It's really sad because I just watched Loki season 2, and if you mentally replace the name Loki with any other fucking name, it's a good show.
Well,
I thought he was gay in that show.
Yeah.
So it's not a good show then.
There's no gay people in that show, I think.
Oh, really? I heard from someone that he was gay.
No.
Or something.
Well,
he's infatuated with a female duplicate of himself.
Oh, great!
That's
That's weird.
A Heinlein
Yeah,
moment.
it's weird. It's weird.
That's really, really weird.
It is, but they don't really go into it too much. It's kind of like put to a side in season 2.
Well, here's the thing: superhero, kind of boring. Don't care. that's
Yeah,
why I feel.
they also really don't like. He does some of his magic sometimes, but most of the time it's just trying to figure shit out.
Okay, I wanna challenge Max on this. It's not morally right over just having fun because that would actually have some sort of value. What they're doing is morally wrong. Every value that they asperse is objectively wrong, and it was known to be such for thousands of years. But these elite degenerates want to push this objective, horrible lifestyles on the masses. It's not. They're trying to spread a good. They know that they're spreading a bad message. Maybe the people who are actually doing it and on the streets doing all that, they think it's good, but it really isn't. If it was, they wouldn't need to do that. They wouldn't be doing it.
What's Camilla Paglia? She literally said, where we are is where the ends of civilizations go when they've reached their peak and they're on their major decline. Doesn't matter which. This has been going on for thousands of years, and she's a lesbian. She even says we're at the end, kind of thing.
She can say that all she wants. She helped build the fucking world we live in. So.
I'm right there with you, Dean. I need to see more Pirates of Dark Water.
Yes, that would be
and
cool.
Since I can't see it, I'm going to make it as much part of my AD&D campaign this coming year as I can.
Unfortunately, Jack, I used to be straight, but then I saw a Disney movie and it really got me thinking.
Yeah. I have sworn off cartoons from now on, except when Jessica Rabbit comes on.
Mm-hmm.
Then I know where I lie.
I put up a picture of Jessica Biel whenever I'm watching something like that.
It's Roger Rabbit.
Jessica Biel was hot.
Jessica Rabbit, you furry bastard.
Yeah, she's technically a rabbit, bro. And as we all know, the only
Treasure Planet was another good one.
Furry animals.
I mean, you think a sexy rabbit lady is good until you find little pellets all over the house.
I'll just get a Roomba.
You do not want a Roomba. They are demons.
They're programmed.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I have to laugh at everyone because going through this, I'm like, look, the U.S. government had.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
That was awesome.
Yeah. So, I mean, they've been tracking me for the entire time. Yeah, well, U.S.
Yeah, they got you all right, dude. They got you.
They did. Now, do not finish what you were saying. I don't want the shit, man.
Okay, that's fine.
Shadow's looking for monetization.
Also, I just think it's funnier if you never finish that sentence.
And I agree. It's annoying doing that, but everyone finds it hilarious. It's like, it always cuts it out in the best times. Like,
it kind of does. It's amazing how that works out.
So I'm gonna have to ask James L. We have weird World War II gaming with Cthulhu, but are you gonna do that with Napoleonics?
Well, it's been done.
Why wouldn't you?
It's been done in Silver Bayonet. If you've ever seen that game,
isn't Turnip a little like that as well?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Turnip is like a really full-on version of that. Yeah, like it's crazy. Yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about Turnip, to be honest. I kind of think, ask me again when I have a really big bits box left over from everything else, and then maybe I'll.
Yeah.
Right.
So the premise of Turnip 28 is sometime during the Napoleonic Wars, a fungus began turning everything into root vegetables, and when I say everything, I mean like you and your dog and your horse, and because of that, technology became stagnant, and 1,000 years went by. So now the world is just.
That sounds
I've seen
pretty
people do
mushrooms.
So here's my question.
Creative things with it. I've seen people do really cool stuff with it, but I don't know.
You really.
I think I'd rather just do Napoleonic, to be honest.
Creative thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to do this much. Is I'm going to say that I was a potato if I was going to be playing that game.
Yeah, you can do that.
So What vegetables would you be? Would you all be?
Well, usually they focus around turnips, but yeah, you could do like carrots.
Yeah, I think carrots is
There's
a lot more funny, a lot funnier. Excuse me. Sorry, Max.
there are rules for doing people with carrot heads. Beets,
Potato mines?
fruits, potatoes. You can do potatoes.
You know, that's exactly. Well, see, I just like having all the eyes.
Yeah, you could do that. There's also like rules for
Hang on.
giant.
Oh, come on! If you're
Plug.
gonna be doing it, you got to go for the puns. Come on.
Yeah, I know. That was just really clever.
It was good.
That was really good.
Well, here's the good news: is Carrot Top doesn't have to play anything, you know. So,
including Vegas. No, I actually like Carrot Top, to be honest.
I
know he's a mutant, but
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
I'm gonna mention this much. You know, we're talking about Christmas movies for next month, and I'm not sure if I want to subject you all to mixed nuts. So,
Die Hard. That's a Christmas
Hard.
movie.
yes, there was that. But I'm trying
Sorry,
to watch
man. Scrooged is the best Christmas movie of all time.
The one with Bill Murray.
Yep, best one ever.
Yeah. I will second that.
I still get choked up at the end.
But no, I was trying to watch Mixed Nuts, and I was going.
Okay, our good friend Max from Legion of Myth has an announcement. If anyone is a fan of Palladium books, which I am, I have a contest for a $75 Palladium books gift certificate for a 2023 Xmas surprise package on my Discord. 2 winners drawn on 26th November with Kevin and Sean. Count me in. I'll be there.
Well, no. I've already signed up. Just so.
What do you got to do to sign up? Is it like last year?
No, you go in the Discord. It'll take you over to ask you to go to a Google account, and then he asks you to put in your username, both on YouTube and on the Discord. So I did that. And actually, you know what? To be fair, is I can rag on Palladium for it. It's really Rifts that I don't like. I wouldn't mind trying out some of the Palladium Fantasy stuff.
Palladium Fantasies is it's not bad, but I mean, it's just D&D with a better skill system and a more evolved, more in-depth combat melee round.
Well, yeah, but see, I mean, to be fair, is I played Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles way back in the day in Robotech, and those were the two that I played. And when Rifts came, I said, "Oh, okay, this will be pretty cool." And I went,
Beyond the Supernatural is really good, but you got to actually play the original second edition. Doesn't have magic for player characters. It's all psionics, and the way they did magic was really good. I know Max isn't a big fan of Ninjas and Super Spies, but if you take out the one thing that he doesn't like about it, which is like 45 different freaking forms of martial arts, if you just pick one and stick with it, you know, especially like through the whole campaign, everybody just has this one. It's really good for gadgets and gizmos and cybernetics and actual just spy characters. And you know, most everybody here is not a big fan of superhero games, but it's also got a really good superhero set of books. And they're if they get, you know, off their asses and finish their like space opera sort of thing or Robotech, it's a solid game. It's just it's a little bit more.
Wait, Max doesn't like ninjas?
Well, come on. If you lived in the 80s, you had to love ninja.
I don't think it's that. It's the way they did them.
But
Max can clarify.
No. Part of the thing I did is it was the overuse of mega damage, and I said Rifts just turned me off from that. So that was the reason.
I know you're not a big fan of that, but I actually, and mind you, this was my 14, not 14, but you know, teenage brain going, "Oh, this is awesome." You know,
no. I said it was the overuse of mega damage, not the fact that mega damage was used. It's the fact that it was overused for like everything instead of you know, because I don't mind if you have two giant titanic creatures fighting with each other, but when it's like, oh, if you're just extra dimensional, everything's mega damage.
Oh,
really?
Judd, we are friends for life. Not only this comment I'm highlighting, but this one right here gets you into the inner circle, dude. Amber is just, I mean, mind you, you've got to be a fan of Amber to play Amber. You can't try to like play it without having a clue. I mean, I suppose you could, but you got to love Amber. If you love Amber, it is, especially if you're like one of those people who actually likes to really get into the role play aspect of being in character and really, trying to do that minute to minute sort of, living as your character. It is the absolute height of role playing.
So part of it is why isn't Max Liao coming on?
I just popped the link in there. I think
he's doing something else. He mentioned it in comments.
Yeah, he mentioned it a while ago.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go till about 8:30. I got to go check on Nathan at the Quantum Show because he had gone to the hospital earlier this week and he's doing better. But I can only imagine if he's feeling the need to drink apple cider vinegar. I have a really good idea what's going on, and I did that for a year, and it worked. It helped me out. But then I found these things called capsules, and I no longer have to, burp up apple cider vinegar.
What time is it there for you right now?
Pardon?
What time is it there for you right now?
7:15, 7:16.
Okay.
So there's another hour. If Max wants to join in, I would love to have him. Yeah. Jackie would love to see you, Max.
I mean, what gets me on this is, and this is why I really got into people just to kind of troll them. It's like, it's the best system ever. And I'm like, look, every system has flaws, and what I wanted is to do things well at what it's intended to do. But
it does what Palladium does that.
It does. Again, it's not bad for certain things. I don't like, which is some of it is like, okay, tone back the skills, stop having all these weird different skills. Well, you have land navigation, then you have regular navigation, then you have this, and then, like, really? Why don't you just simply So
because some people realize that in the real world that may be exactly the way it is. You might have this, but you don't have that.
Again, my point's in a game. It's when you start overdoing it.
Driving a car does not mean you can fly a plane.
Yeah. So
right, or a motorcycle. And I get that. But they, having tried to make games of my own, you can easily get into that trap where you want to like make sure there's a rule for every skill, and it's in some, for whatever reason, they're gonna be different, but you don't have to really go into all that much.
No, that's what I'm saying. Some of the problems that I have with it is, to me, a skill is something that has a mechanical advantage somewhere in the game. Otherwise, it's just flavor, and don't make them waste actual skills on it. That's one thing that comes into it. That's why again, different
of this
games,
stuff is
cooking in Forbidden Lands is a necessity and almost. But the cooking in Palladium is kind of like, why did you take that skill?
We really haven't touched the topic.
All this stuff is really.
I was just kind of hoping that Brian would show up before I get in too much into what Mac had suggested. Otherwise, Well,
Brian, like I said, I saw him about 4:00, and he was running errands. So
okay. Well, you could have said that like 2 hours ago or an hour ago.
No. I mean, well, no. Brian and I, we met at the library, and they were giving away just specifically for a Shadow here. If you show up, they were giving away free dice today. Like a pack of 7 dice.
Really?
Yeah, they do that, and you'd sign up for they did a raffle, and so they were giving away like Cthulhu Must Die, something like Vampire the Masquerade, and there was another one in there which Texerac or something, I can't remember. And you just sign up for the raffle. It was completely free. You didn't have to pay anything. Here's what amazed me is I saw some guys that were probably in their 60s, and they're saying, hey, for D&D, we're going to do it from 1:30 to 5:30, which I thought was cool. But I said, so which edition? And they're like, any edition, whatever session 0 says. And I said, well, how long have you been playing? He says, about 1.5 years. So
that's
even
awesome.
people in their 60s are now getting into role playing.
That is freaking awesome. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it. I found a new game shop in our area that's not even far. I mean, it's too far to ride a bike, but it was a good day. I can't wait to go back.
So I mean, like my library now, Millie, I live not that far, but it's like a 4 miles, which I still drive. I mean, but it's close. It was easy to go to. They and Brian was like, I gave some games, and they don't have them out. And like, yeah, they have hundreds of games at our library, and all you have to do is check them out to go play in a room. And
that's freaking awesome, dude. That is awesome.
Our library is really good for that, and I think some of it is because our librarian, he's like, yeah, Mutant Crawl Classics is my favorite game. You know, they had 2 sessions of D&D going, which admittedly was 5e, but they had one from like noon to it was like 11 to 2, and the other one was from 3 to 6. Today, yeah, they were going all out. They had paint miniatures, paint and take. So you paint, they give you a miniature and you paint it and you take it home with you. They were doing also map making today, and yeah, it was. I don't know how many people showed up entirely, but yeah, it was. David,
you better be careful, man. I was talking to someone about the shop I want to open. I'm like, yeah, I don't know how close I actually want it to Temple, because I want it actually closer to Denton, because that's where Reaper is. But I'm like, you make a good argument for bugging you and Brian on a regular basis, man.
Now, well, look, here's the thing, though, is I'm going to say this much. It doesn't take me very long to drive. Like, I can get to pretty much downtown Austin about an hour and 15, hour and 20. I can get to downtown Fort Worth, depending on traffic, in about 2 hours. Boy, you go to Denton, you're adding another half an hour or more, depending on traffic. So yeah, and traffic's just getting so much worse up there. But the other part is, how often do you need to go up into certain areas? But I know that Brian was saying next year, so 2024, they're going to be bringing down the miniature war game here. So yeah, part of it just comes down to I like smaller towns, and so that's kind of what Temple is right here. But yeah, it's
welcome to the show.
Uh-oh.
No, I just heard Omenel crying about Palladium again, so I wanted to correct his nonsense.
I didn't cry about. I only said two negative things: was too much MDC and riffs, and too many skills.
The second one is absolutely asinine. the first one, that's fine. The second one, no, there aren't too many skills. You're supposed to round out your character. If you don't want to take the nuanced skills, don't take the nuanced skills. I haven't found a Palladium game yet that has quote unquote too many skills. Yes, there are some that aren't as useful as others, but they're meant to round out your character. That's the game master's responsibility to fix. I mean, if the game master can't figure out how to let the player use the skill, or if the player just took a skill that wasn't appropriate to the campaign, that's on them.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with that, but part of it is with new players. Like, look, if you want to do certain things,
So I don't know if you saw when Sean was on for the 24-hour stream. I loved his reaction when I said what one of the complaints was from some of the people. One of the people, and that was, speed. Speed doesn't make any sense. Like, how are you supposed to use speed? That tells how many yards you can run in a round. Like what's the problem? Yeah, but how do you break it up?
Your tongue, it dissolves.
Actually, I don't mind speed. The only time I really mind speed is sometimes I felt that characters should be going faster than what the number is. That was my only real complaint. I never.
That is way pedantic, dude. That is crazy pedantic.
Well. I mean, if you're starting to do it like a superhero and they're only going 50 miles per hour. Like, well, you know what? I can outrun you in my car. That kind of feels, that's why I was coming into some of it.
I got to be honest with you. I don't have it in me to write an RPG, so like, I'm just blown away by almost anything that comes across my desk that's complete and that people want to play. Like,
well, one of the issues with Palladium is that the rules are loosey-goosey, and some people, especially modern gamers, and this is why when he said that about modern gamers, go incensed over it. Where are the vehicle rules? I don't understand how to do vehicle rules. How do you not understand? You roll a driving skill and then make an attack roll. Yeah, but what's the modifier? Whatever the F you want it to be.
Oh,
that's the game master's job. No, I need a specific rule so I know if it's better for me to hang out with my back to the opponent or if I need to hang out the top of the vehicle. Just add a dumb modifier. Nobody cares. It's your table. And it was funny because that was basically Sean's response too.
No, I mean that's that. But a lot of it though is, we've been playing for almost 40 plus years. A lot of us, we understand this, but man, if you're too many people used to like board games and they're used to like Magic the Gathering. Like,
but if somebody like Sean can learn this when he's 10 years old, and I can learn it when I was 14, I think is when I ran my first game of TMNT. Sure. I'm not gonna dumb down society even more. It's like, okay, little Billy, now here, this is where you should give it a +2 and not a +3. Figure it out. That's what we all did.
Oh, I know. We were also taught to think and try to be independent, and our parents let us actually like leave the house without having electronic tethers and everything else and helicopter.
Well, now it's child abuse to not have it.
Oh, I heard that one time. It's like,
I know, right?
Kids will walk into the store, and I said, the kid was walking with the store with his sister, and the police pulled it over, and CPS. Oh, I agree. That's the ridiculous part.
You're serious?
Absolutely.
That happened in Virginia probably 10 years ago or more. I mean, it's just getting worse and worse.
Wow, they really want to implant those chips, don't they? Wow.
But that was the thing. It's like, what do you mean? And they're just like, well, just like, to be fair, a lot of it is coming down to, and I'm hearing this from a lot of people talking about for college students, is they don't know how to do anything independently. Well, what am I supposed to do?
Not be a loser.
Figure it out. And they're like, just do it. And if you mess up, you mess up. Just do something.
Max says he lost audio. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah, you just pop back in.
You need to send me a private chat.
Okay.
We're still going to be on for a while.
Yeah. No, I mean, a lot of it just comes down to, like I said, it's from a game design point, is for rounding it out. Then to me, I would say, okay, you have to take X number of skills to round your character out that don't have any normal mechanical advantage. It's like, oh, okay, you can pick either cooking, musical instrument, right? Poetry, something that's
those exist in the what are they called? Not secondary, but something like that.
Well, what I mean is that I don't like giving mechanical.
I don't think so, Al.
Well, no, I don't like giving mechanical advantages for certain things. Is if I want someone that's actually, if I want them to get that, then I'll say you have to pick a social skill or something, and that's
I can look it up, but there's you've got like 2 categories of skills. One are your main, and then you got these other ones that are I've
played it. But you're missing my point, which is then just put its own little separate one and say you have to pick one skill in this area, and then just do it that way. That's what I'm referring to. No, I remember doing it. I remember looking at it and min-maxing to the nth degree, because of course you always took bodybuilding, gymnastics, boxing.
I know.
1 minute. No, the cat shot his microphone cable.
Oh, and wrestling was the other one.
And Al, real quick, Al, I know you left me a bunch of comments, but they were so long that I just haven't got to them. I'm not ignoring you. I will answer, to the best of my ability. The skills are retarded.
I don't know.
That doesn't make any sense. Dude.
Well, actually, again, I like doing the simple stuff from, the old basic first edition AD&D. I thought
there are so many games you literally could not play without skills. Traveler.
Traveler is a skill-based game. It's not a level-based game. Those are 2 different things. That's what I'm saying.
So he wasn't differentiating between skill and level. And if that's what he meant, then cool.
See, here's the thing. L likes BX.
He says no skill system works because it doesn't mesh with common sense. I disagree. I can play any skill-based system and have fun. That's all that matters.
Yeah, as long as the game doesn't prevent you from telling the story.
Well, the thing is, like everything else,
as long as it doesn't
if the game design is intended for certain things, as long as you have whatever system you're using, that the game design encourages that aspect. It's just like experience determines on how you're going to play the game. If you go and play first edition D&D, you're really going to go grabbing treasure. That's what the game is intended for. If you're going to go in someone like Numenera, exploration. Second edition said play your character's role more. That was the intention for it, to get experience to go up.
Welcome back, Max. Jack, you wanted to say something?
No.
Sorry, I missed most of Omenel's answer as soon as he started talking because I lost audio. So
it doesn't matter. It was just
but as far as the skill system in Palladium goes, I do think that there's skill bloat, and we even asked Kevin about that. And ultimately, it comes down to his answer is like, well, if you think there's skill bloat, take out the skills you don't want to use. And of course, we all joke about the mime skill. Who the hell needs that? But the mime skill is important in some land. I don't play. I mean, I have played Palladium Fantasy. It isn't something I know a lot about, though. That it's important in one of those lands. So that's something that you would actually take as a character there. And if the game master doesn't provide the importance of that, well, again, that's that game master's setting. Kevin doesn't get mad about that. He's just like, well, then apparently it's not useful to you. But if you're playing in the setting as intended, you would use it for these purposes.
Well, I agree with you. I wish that mime skill would just be like sign language, include anything that's nonverbal communication.
That's what actually I've done in my homage game. I call it analog communication. It's everything from flags to mime to interpretive dance, if you want it to be. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, that's some of it is I kind of like broader skills, so characters don't feel as limited. That sometimes it's the feel of the game more than anything.
But you do know that comes from a time where Kevin's running like 20-some people too. Yeah. One of the things I love about Palladium and Kevin is he doesn't design the game around 4 people, even though Sean's perfect group is like 4 people plus him. I'm still one of those people that I want 6 players. 6 players is my sweet spot. I can run up to 8 before after 8 players, then it gets a little chaotic or too chaotic for me. I've done 10.
6, 7. I gotta agree with that. So real quick. This is bugging me. L, he says skill systems don't allow organic growth of new skills. What's going on? Why he doesn't like skill games?
I don't
Chaosium does a perfect job of that.
Every skill system I've seen allows you to pick from the list when you have the opportunity to.
Well, no, I mean, I think he's talking about skill, skills getting better. One, I would need to know what games you've played and how many different groups you've tried said game with. Because if you play one game with one group and you base your judgment on that, I can't buy it. You got to play the same game with a couple of different groups because the first group may be doing everything wrong. You might find that playing the same game that you're like, and then you play it with another group, and suddenly, it all makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about. Call of Cthulhu allows organic growth of new or existing skills. Exactly.
So does Traveler.
All the Chaosium system is the best skill system out there for that organic growth.
I'm going to mention one other thing, which is number of players. I wish I could get 6 to 8 players, but almost all the times we did 3 to 5, unfortunately. And
then I could see you taking some of those skills and combining them and making it, so let's put it this way. I get it, but I remember talking with Kevin and his general response, I don't remember the exact words, was, well, this is to allow people to play different characters of the same OCC. This is to allow players to have similar themes, but also nuanced differences. That's why you have your OCC skills, which are, this is what everybody does. Your OCC related, like, we're going to be similar here. And then your secondary, which is, hey, almost whatever you want.
No, I actually, to be honest, going from D&D to Palladium, I actually enjoyed it for Robotech. I did. And I think you missed the part where I said I'd actually like to see the Palladium Fantasy. It was just it's mostly riffs and everyone loving riffs. I just didn't like riffs. The riffs just rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah, I'm slowly getting sold on riffs a little bit more. I'm still not a big riffs fanatic, but I mean, I prefer the SDC games to the MDC, but I also understand and like MDC. Now, your question, I tried to ask it to Sean, I think, about how to make a game with less MDC. Like, how do you make SDC meaningful in riffs? And I'm not sure. I don't think I did answer it or ask it. It's 24 hours, man. I don't remember anything from that stream. But
it's okay. I watched it.
Kevin and Sean are coming back on the 26th. might be a good question to ask then, even though most of the time is going to be spent on closing out the TMNT Kickstarter. That's a good question there, because that's something that I agree with you on, but I think the answer is going to be like, well, then don't have so many robots in a city.
No. See, I don't mind the robots. This is why I didn't like Rifts. Is it was every interdimensional thing had it, and that's why I said this. I like the idea of MDC. I do like the idea that if you can't hit a tank and hurt it with a pistol or stuff like that. I do. What I don't like is, you're fighting an orc that's extra dimensional or whatever came through. You can't hurt it, so you have to use MDC weapons, which to me discourages using a lot of the small arms that are in there. And then we also later on, it also got into the what I want to call the bloat, which was the small firearms weapons damage, where it starts exceeding a lot of the vehicle weapon damage. That also bugged me. It's like, I don't mind using a D4 for like a laser pistol and then a 2D4 for a laser rifle. To me, it's like, look, this is why you don't use small arms against your giant robots.
It's funny you say that, because I was dead serious when I told you that my game is, and personal weapons is 100% D4s. It goes from 1 to 9 D4 damage. And it is working, is absolutely working perfectly. I was explaining it to Crafty, and he was trying to grill me on it, and he's like, that's actually working. I'm like, I know, isn't it weird?
Well, I was doing it tongue in cheek because to be honest, I don't like the D4 dice on the way that they roll. They don't roll like so. Like, to be honest, D4 to me would work really well if you have if you're using a D12 dice, but it's only numbered 1 through 4 on there. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I personally wouldn't care if you use that. My D4 system is D4 exploding dice. That's how it's working. Low hit points, and a tank. Effectively a tank, I don't have MDC in the same regard, but like an M1 Abrams does a 9D4 hit. And guess how many of those dice tend to explode? And if you're running around with 20 hit points, I don't care who you are, that depleted uranium round is going to end you right then and there. On the flip side, if I'm trying to smack you in the face with a mug, I'm holding my coffee cup, that's 1D4 damage, and maybe I get lucky and it explodes, but chances are no. I'm actually out, yes.
Well, that was my other joke. That was my other joke about that. No, like I said, it's the fantasy. When you guys were going over fantasy for Palladium, well, it's like, okay, that sounds a lot better. And then again, sometimes it felt like OCC bloat. And I agree with you. Is what I always want, and this is why I really do like Forbidden Lands. It makes every one of those skills valuable, up to the point that when you go in there, and this was my joke, is foraging. You're like, do I want to take foraging or do I want to take the sword skill? You're like,
it's funny. So I'm adding that aspect to my Palladium homage game. By the way, so that Kevin and Sean don't sue me, it's going to be a lot different than Palladium, but you're going to see a lot of Palladium in there, but you're also going to see a lot of Free League in there as well. And I am incorporating a lot of the journeying rules that Elle loves so much into that, because I think that those rules actually work really well.
How far along are you on that, Max?
Well, I'm supposed to be working on it now, but instead I had a 2.5-day Twitter war with RPG Pundit. So
Oh, you know what?
Congratulations. You want some?
I'm sure you kicked his ass.
Well, I mean,
I don't know the guy.
Here's what it really comes down to.
He's a pencil neck. He's a spiteful pencil neck.
Well, part of me goes through is why even fight with those? All you're doing is wasting time when you could actually be doing something productive.
Because what he was accusing me of is something that could have cost me. I mean, it could cost me people like Kevin and Sean coming on the show.
Oh yeah.
So this wasn't some little thing like when he was angry with me, and when I covered like the AD&D second edition or whatever. Which, if he had actually watched the video, he'd realize I don't think I yelled about him a single time, but maybe I did. I don't know.
I think he's suffering from a bad case of one-gina, or maybe even no gina.
Okay, probably. But no, I'm not where I want to be. I'm actually on 2 weeks of leave right now, and the whole goal was to write. And while I have written a little bit, mostly charts. Oh my God, charts take forever. It's I'm not where I want to be, and I got a live stream to do tomorrow, and then next week I'm hopefully going to catch up, even with Thanksgiving, everything going on.
So I mean to catch up with your Forbidden Lands, because a lot of times I'm doing stuff with Connell at 4.
After the 24-hour live stream, I had to wake right back up and go to do the Forbidden Lands thing. Yeah. I was a little snippy.
No, I mean, I've watched a little bit of it, but one is the stuff that you did on that 24-hour stream with Sean was fantastic. That was great. The fact that he stayed for so long. Amazing.
Yes. Heathen Dog's angry about that, like legitimately angry about that, because he told Heathen Dog he couldn't be in his Call of Cthulhu game because he only had an hour or two to hang out. So honestly, when he came in, I was like, okay, we only got an hour or two with Sean. Let's see if we can talk about some stuff. And then he's like, no, I'm here for the ride. I'm like, wow, okay. I'm not going to say no, that's for sure.
Well, the other point is, and you guys have a really good rapport with Sean, and I mean, they're just fun to watch, and I do listen to them because I like to hear about game design and hearing how they do things.
I was going to say, isn't it great when you finally get to, I'm going to call it work with the designers of your favorite game, so to speak. Jackie and I actually have that honor as well.
Well, I'd have to talk to Lou Prosperi for that, but no, your point is very well taken. No, Kevin is, a lot of you guys know, I don't follow creators of games. Like when people mention names like Zeb Cook and Tim Kask, I'm like, who? And they freak out there. How do you not know? Because I don't pay attention to it. But Kevin Simbita, because of a quote that a friend of mine made back when I was in the Air Force, so this is late 90s when we were playing one of the Rifts games, and he says, if I ever meet Kevin Simbita, I'm going to give him a hug and then I'm going to punch him in the face. Like, what? It's like he's like, he makes some of the greatest worlds and I love Palladium and everything about it, but man, his rules suck and I want to punch him.
This is the other thing I like that Sean has taken from some of the criticism, which is just reorganizing the rules. Yeah. And for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, now I'm not going to back it, just to be fair on that, is because it's not quite for Palladium's not quite for me, but I'm glad to see that. One is that they're redoing it, and number two is, man, if you can make it streamlined. Again, some of it is, while I joke about, because every system has its flaws and its weaknesses,
right.
And for people to pretend that there's one perfect system, L in particular, but it's one of those that it's like, look, if I want to play one game, I want to feel from like the Alien one. I think does a good job for the original Alien.
Dude, that cinematic mode is one of the best things that I've come across, and it works so perfectly with that game.
But I don't want it in all of my games. I want to do it for that game, and then Forbidden Lands, I want it for this game. It depends on what this is why whenever I hear people like, oh, I only love this one. This is the only game I play, and I went, I don't want to do that. That's like saying, guess what? I'm only going to eat French fries because I only like French fries, and I don't like any other side dishes.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with you on that one. I mean, now I will flip the script just for a moment because I like playing devil's advocate, just to say that you can do it. You can use D&D to run every type of game out there with some tweaks. You could add a what do you call it? A fear system, or what's it called in Alien? The
panic. The panic.
Yeah, exactly that. Stress. There you go. Thank you. You could add a stress mechanic, or you could add insanity if you want to do a Call of Cthulhu thing. It is possible to do absolutely with those cores. But I agree with you. I mean, maybe it's because of how we played games in the 80s and 90s, where it's like, okay, we're done playing D&D. Now we're going to play this game called Cinnabar, which is really horrible. But we didn't want to play space D&D. We wanted to play a completely different game, and it exposed me to so many games. And this is why I told Kevin and Sean both, I won't ever run Palladium Fantasy. It's not that I don't like it. I'll play it. I just won't run it because I already have 3 fantasy systems that I completely enjoy. High Fantasy's Earth Dawn, Low Fantasy's Forbidden Lands, and everything else, I guess, is kind of low fantasy. Nostalgic fantasy, if you want to call it that, is D&D. I don't need anything else, but I'll gladly play it.
Well, I mean, like I was playing, okay, I don't anything really against except Steve Jackson. Well, I don't like the character.
You cut out halfway through your sentence.
But he mentioned Steve Jackson, so that just went south from there, right?
well, that was right. I said
pretty much.
My only complaint really about, I don't enjoy the character creation in GURPS. It's not fun. And I said, look, part of the fun for me is I enjoy creating characters and thinking what they could do and their possibilities.
So explain this to me, because I haven't played GURPS since the 90s, and I know it's a point-buy system. What's not fun about it? And let me finish here, though, because while I get annoyed by some of the pedantry of it, especially when people start doing the whole nose wiping. Well, actually, if you spend the points like this, you can get one more. Shut the hell up.
I know.
But I actually love games like Hero System in terms of the point buy, because you can literally make what you want. Big Eye, Small Mouth, or GURPS. So what is it that you don't like about the character creation there? Because I don't know enough about GURPS because I haven't played it in 30 years.
Well, it's One is it was kind of complicated because that's part of it. Is you're going through. There's always the analysis paralysis, and especially whenever I do it, it's like, okay, but after doing like the Conan system or the Traveler system, which was very easy, it's like, oh, follow this. Especially get new characters into it.
So do you prefer life path systems?
I much prefer life path
systems. Oh, so you and I agree on that. I love life path systems.
Mutant Chronicles, Traveler, phenomenal game.
Well, part of it is with life path is, and I'm not saying optimal, is, and I'm using Conan for particular, I never felt like I got a useless character out of it, for number one. It did give me, you can select it, but the other thing I really liked about it, especially for new players, is they didn't get the analysis paralysis that occurs. It's like, look, here's your choice of what you want. Like, oh, okay, I want to play a nomad. Okay, that's good. What about this one? And then if they weren't sure, it's like, hey, let's just roll and see what you get. And it's so much fun. Or the same thing with Traveler or Twilight 2000, the old Twilight 2000. You know, like
that was my favorite one ever. I don't know why. Again, I don't have the experience with the Traveler one. I don't have as much experience or any experience with GURPS or what were you just about? What was the other one you were mentioning?
Well, I was mentioning Conan as like
Conan. So I only did that one on my stream, but I loved the old Twilight 2000 life path because it was risk reward. You're sitting there, all right. Do I want to do one more tour in the military to get some more rank and some more skills, but also possibly lose an eye? We can do this. Let's do this. I love that.
Same way. And what's good about Mutant Chronicles, it's only a 2-year, 2-year increments. Yeah. And I'm talking the original Mutant Chronicles, not the Modifius version. I haven't been able to dive deep enough into that one. It's quick, and there's none of that nonsense of dying and character generation. I'm so sick of hearing that, because that was only a thing for like one iteration of Traveler, and people still.
But to be fair, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're taking the risk, that's something that can come out of it. On the flip side of it, you could come out with a couple of skill points.
Right. Well, what they did in later versions.
Character creation in Traveler is a mini game, isn't it? Really,
it is.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But it's a fun mini game. So players.
What they did instead of you wasting 30 minutes or more making a character, you'd get wounded and maybe you got a cybernetic arm or an eye or something like that, instead of crumple up the sheet and start all over again.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you have a background instead of a 30-page background story that gives you your first level assassin that somehow killed the emperor of the land and now you're on the run. Tell me how that much sense that makes. Right. You actually have something that you can build a background around. Like, so I was in the Battlelords does something somewhat similar. It's not quite a life path system, but it's got some charts that you roll on the fickle finger of fate, which can be kind of fun. Where you said that you get the cybernetic. Well, how did you get the cybernetic eye? Well, it's just one of those bad engagements. The armor wore out. I got hit in the head. Luckily, there's a Zen Rigel in there that put my head in a box, resurrected me, but my eye wouldn't come back, and here we go.
or like in The Simpsons, when the guy who owns the gun shop and they ask him how he lost his arm, when the bus driver tells you, "Don't stick your arm out the window on the school bus."
But I mean, now I'll be honest. If you're going to create your own system, if you do a life path, especially if you let it branch, and one is it allows it, if you ever want to sell supplements, you can do some cool stuff with that. But man, it's just so fun because it is its own little mini game, and you'll sit there and you'll watch players. If players are creating characters for like 3 or 4 hours and they get like 12 different characters, they love that aspect for it. And then it depends on what's going on. And I think that's part of it. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed Palladium. Again, like I said, it was as things get too big over time, and I do this all the time. Man, I like this simple system. It's great. And let me buy this supplement. And after 10 supplements, I've just complicated just as much as the game I left previously. And then you have to go back.
But there's supplements. You can always just put them aside, right?
Yeah,
I know. But
let's use Palladium as an example. Now, I'm saying this as a 50-year-old man, not as a 15-year-old person who's got the game. If I've got to go, let's say all 6 of us here are playing, and you're in my game, and one person is taking a combat-oriented character. We got 2 support. One is informational, the other one's doctoral, and then we got a mage and a psychic, right? Yeah. Well, I'm going to be a little loose with those skills. Like, well, it doesn't actually say here that this skill would have any crossover with this other one. And no, you didn't take that. What's a good one? You know what? Everybody's got first aid. Well, you got a doctor in the group. Well, you probably learned a little more than just putting a Band-Aid on. Okay.
Sure.
So you know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you do a little bit more with that. Now, if we have 16 people in the group, I'm like, no, it says the skill, this one thing here. Those 2 people over there have the skill you need. So maybe grab one of them and bring them over here. You can make those kind of nuanced
Sure.
rulings at your table. Yeah.
Well, and you know, I know that we all talk about niche protection, but in certain cases, it's nice that everyone has a skill or what I'm going to say is a
unique skill,
a unique ability that sets them apart from the rest of the group. But they usually have a secondary that's not quite as good, but can fill in that role if that person is missing.
I agree with that.
Yeah. And that's why I do like the cross training aspect of certain things without overshadowing all the others. And that's part of the times that I've looked at some games. I'm going to mention, which I've enjoyed kind of with it, but Hordes and Iron Kingdoms, if you were a warcaster or whatever, and you got the Jack, you kind of dominated a lot of the game versus the other players, which is unfair. I don't, to me, when we talk about balance, a lot of times it's you have the ability to shine regularly instead of kind of sitting there twiddling your thumbs, because I remember playing a Dark Sun campaign and my stats were quote normal, like 14s with my highest rating of 15, and everyone else had 18s and 19s, and I kind of sat around and wasn't able to do very much compared to everybody else. I was kind of the dead weight. And no player wants to feel that way.
I agree. We call, you've heard it on our streams, we call it a viable character. I don't believe that characters have to be min-max, and I don't believe that characters have to conform to really anything other than the rules of the game, but they do have to be viable. And sometimes playing against type automatically makes your character non-viable. And the flip side...
That's broken.
What's that?
That's broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, but they do it intentionally, expecting like, well, this is my character. I did this because I don't want to be like everybody else.
I don't mean it's broken in the sense of the player. I mean it's broken in the sense of the game. If you've got to conform to a narrow archetype to play the game,
that's what class-based games are, though.
Yeah. That's exactly what class-based, which is okay. To be honest, I've been playing OSE on Saturday mornings, and I've been having a lot of fun with it, and it's made me appreciate those games for what they were. But it kind of forces you by doing those little narrow aspects is that everyone has a chance to shine. And even the Vancian system is if you have 2 magic users generally, or one's a multi-class or something, one of them takes utility spells, the other one takes attack spells. And so you kind of break that apart. It's the Cure Light Wounds. I know that you hate talking about just being the healer. That is the most boring aspect of having to play.
I didn't do it when I played clerics. I only memorized 1 Cure Light Wounds, and if people got mad, I'd be like, well, how about this? Don't get in every fight, or let's use some of these other spells I've got, like I don't know, protection from evil, or bless, or whatever, to fuel something. Or maybe I'm doing attack healing, or what they call it, the DPS healing, where it's like I shillelagh, or was it the hammer? I forget what it's called, but
Spiritual hammer.
Spiritual hammer, thanks. But so the benefit of a class-based game is the fact that you get those roles, and ROLE roles. Like, so you're the fighter, you're going to fight. Now, maybe you have some nuance in there, but you're still the fighter, and you're going to have the things that make you a fighter. The flip side is a skill-based game is more open, but what you run into with the skill-based games are the people find the perfect synergy of skills, and that's the only right way to make a character, and I can't stand that, which is why, believe it or not, even though I think skill-based games should be inherently better than class-based games, I tend to lean towards class-based games because they have the proper feel, and yes, I use that word a lot, but, spirit of the law over the letter of the law. That feel is more important to me than building the perfect computer generated AI construct for Baldur's Gate 3.
Ubermensch.
Yeah.
Well, and this is one of the things I like about Forbidden Lands is that one is you get to pick your different path for even your fighters kind of well, this one gets this one, so you take this path with shield, you take this one with the dual weapon. That's nice. But then I also like the fact that, hey, guess what? I got forage. Oh, cool. Oh, you got cooking and forage? Oh, you got cooking, and I like the fact that it says, okay, who's going to be your scout? Who's going to be this? Who's going to be that? And that really allows it to develop, which, I mean, Forbidden Lands is kind of a skill-based class game. But I
mean, it's not realistic in terms of some of the stuff. Like, why is every crafting skill based on strength? Like, if I want to make a shirt that's based on strength, but it's meant to be simplistic in that regard, and I don't have a problem with that. If I know going in that, hey, it's essentially, I don't want to call it a rules light game because there's lots of options, but in terms of character sheet, it is a rules light game. You know what you're going to do, and you know when you're going to do it. Now, the options around that are a lot. I end up saying, you know what, I don't have a problem. That's why I have Earth Dawn as my really high crazy drink, magic, over the top setting. I have Forbidden Lands as my gritty, you're going to die with dysentery Oregon Trail setting, and then I have D&D as the one kind of in the middle. I love, for me, that's a great balance for me.
Yeah.
Your mileage may vary.
I like a lot of it is I think that you and I actually have a lot of similar tastes as far as I like low fantasy games for the most part, because I want people to have to think more than rely on magic to just get them out of everything.
It's magic.
Well, I don't mind, again, if you have a limited number. The other part is resource management, which always helps. It's something in there. The only thing I don't like about certain ones, and this is my feeling about D&D, is I wish that read magic had been a skill, detect magic had been a skill, read language, that they've given some, like how they give the thief a bunch of abilities.
But did you ever house rule it that way? Because I played with some DMs that they didn't do detect magic, but they did read magic like that, and they made identify effectively a skill as well.
Right.
What was that? Shadow? It's your stream. Sorry for interrupting, dude.
No worries. What I do for AD&D, because I'm very much in line with that. I have no problem. Just what I do is just give the players a few more spells, especially read magic, detect magic, write, and identify. Right off the bat, you're going to get those, and then you're going to get like 3 other spells, one from each of the 3 categories in the DMG, and that solves all those problems.
Well, no. I mean,
but take a break, and because it only takes 15 minutes to rememorize that spell with a certain amount of rest. Okay, you found a room, you want to kick back and go over these things you found, whether it's text or whatever, and okay, the magic user is going to now read magic, and you guys are all going to watch the doors while he does that sort of thing, so that you can get that done, as opposed to I blew my one and only spell for the day, and
well, and that's why I wish that they had done like they did with read languages for the thief. Is I wish they had done that with the magic user and said, hey, look, roll your percentage, and then this is what you can do, like identify. It's like, look, it will take 1 day.
Why have none of you guys played Earth Dawn?
You know what? Well, no, actually, I'll be honest with you. I bought the book years ago. One is and only by a lot of times I'll buy books based on recommendations of other people. And so you're giving a lot of these recommendations. Said I wouldn't mind. I actually met a guy here, and this is one of the reasons I was mentioning it. He said, "Oh yeah, I learned this in Okinawa, and I was in the Air Force." And I said, "Do you know this guy by so and so?" And he went, "No."
Max, real quick. I've never played it or read it because I've never seen it in the shop.
That's fair. I'm saying that tongue in cheek, to be honest with you. But
what version would you recommend? I'm going to write it down on my list, and I'll look into getting it.
I'm going to give you the same answer I give everybody. Either play first edition with second edition skills, or play fourth edition but use the first edition combat chart or success chart for combat only. That sounds confusing, but I plan on doing a how-to video on that at some point.
Well, you are the Earth Dawn guy, so you kind of should.
What's Earth Dawn?
Earth Dawn was the prequel to Shadowrun. Is what the way
I thought it was called Earth Dong. It sounds like you're saying Earth Dong, and I was like,
no, that's DAWN. But no,
I thought it was DONG.
Yeah, well, James, we know your mind is. But no, no. I actually bought the first edition core rulebook, and I might have bought one other supplement with it. To be fair, we lost him again. Oh, okay, he'll be back. but yeah, I it's not that I'm against a lot of stuff. A lot of times, though, is do I feel that I could run the game? And that's one. The other part is this the kind of game I would want to run? And if the answer is no to either one of those, or especially if it's both, then I'm never going to play that game. and some of them I just mine for ideas. I do love the Earth Dawn threads. The
Well,
threads.
you
are
guys
awesome.
know me. I'm a settings guy. If the world and the perceived, whole scope of the game sounds interesting, I'll give it a try.
So here's the premise of it: is basically imagine like Dragon Riders are Pern almost, and every like hundreds of years, all of a sudden things come in, and they basically all these civilizations lock themselves inside with the magic repelling for that repels these horrors for like hundreds of years. And finally, the horrors begin to recede, so people start coming out. So it's almost like a Fallout in a fantasy realm. Is kind of what I would describe.
That's Earth Dawn.
What's that? Yeah,
That's Earth Dawn.
yes, exactly.
Oh.
But it's hopefully Max will come into it. But the thread,
He's back. He was back. What
yeah,
happened?
I guess he said his
He
still had problems.
says.
But yeah, there's a lot in there that I like a lot of the ideas. I'm not sure I like the implementation of them. And if a rule set really doesn't grab me, especially, and I know I think where a lot of us are very similar, is when you have 20 or 30 games, if the rule setting really doesn't grab you, or not the setting, but if the rules don't really grab you, I will mine a little bit for the rules. I'll mine for the setting, and then go, okay, I'm just not going to play the game, but I will take some of the ideas that come from it. And that's one of the reasons
I can do that, but to be honest, a lot of that I can do without buying the book. I can just go online and read about it. You know what I mean? And get some ideas from looking at the online artwork and things like that. If I'm gonna shell out money, I want to know that I'm getting quite a bit in the way of lore and hopefully good game mechanics.
But again, a lot of times you have to kind of look at things as how do I say this? If you're looking at, you have to look at it holistically as the entire aspect for the game. And but I still mine stuff for ideas. I read the rules, I look at it, and then I hear people advocate, which we can do now. It was a lot different in the 90s. Unless you went to some like chat boards, you had a lot of big groups. It's like, hey, there's this game. Let me go look it up. And then usually you had one person that be the advocate for whatever game it is. This is the greatest game ever. Let's try it. And you're like, all right, fine.
Yeah, and that person can put you off more than they can.
Well, they can, but I'm saying, but usually we had to have an advocate for it, and then you go through it and say, okay,
if you love a game, if you love a game, you've got to champion it, and you've got to put it together for people.
And that's what I think was the big difference nowadays. Nowadays, a lot of people come in, they want to sit down, not have to do any work. I show up, which is fine. I'm not actually knocking it. If you have to work a 12-hour day, the last thing you want to do is have to suddenly think, oh, what am I going to do about this? And you're like, all right, look, I just want to come in. Maybe just I want to beat some things with a hammer and not have to overthink the game. Okay. And part of it, as I've been getting older, especially for rules, I'm just going to follow what makes sense rather than what's optimal, and say, this is what I'm going to attack with. And that's that's something I've heard some people complain about with Pathfinder. Yes, but you could get, if you did this combination with this combination with that combination, you could do an extra, 50% of damage. Like, yeah, but you're gaming the system rather than trying to just role play.
That's one of the reasons why I like the aforementioned Morkborg, is there's no way to do that. You can choose your weapons, you can have the magic spells, but there's no way to break the game by over optimizing.
By the way, so if I disappear, it's battery related.
Oh, okay.
Your camera doesn't allow you to leave it plugged in?
I'm nowhere near such an outlet, my friend.
So here's a quick question, James. How many miniatures have you completed over the stream?
Well, I've done I'm doing double chop. That's to say black, dry brush white, or off-white, and then a black wash, and then dry brushed again. And that's going to be a much smoother undercoat,
transition.
I'm hoping.
And Shadow, how much have you had completed today?
Today, I do this crazy assembly line process. Right now, I'm just there's Max again. I'm just throwing some sand on my bases. Let me get Max in here. But like normally I'll put like a drop of brown in my palette and look and see what needs that color, and hit every miniature that needs that color, and then I'll go to another color. And I tested out this silicon thing. It works like a freaking charm.
Oops, so Max, here's what it really comes down to. How we have played Earthdawn is we have never had a big advocate for it. I did meet someone who was advocating for playing it. I gave him my number and my email address, and he hasn't contacted me since. It's like, okay.
No, that's cool. And I've had people ask me to run it. I'm so jaded against the original creators of 4th edition, but I have to be honest and tell you that 4th edition is the best one. Here's the issue with 4th edition, and I don't mean the creators' nonsense. The combat is a horrible slog. And the reason for that is if you know the step system, you know that every step you're changing dice. Oh. So which is no problem in the original versions of the game because you knew what you were rolling. You might have a bonus or something that you rolled. So that's fine because you knew what your attack was, but you knew what your damage was going to be. Well, the thing is for every 5 you get over the target number in 4th edition increases your damage by 2 steps. Which means you're like, wait a minute, what dice am I rolling for damage? So you're not seamlessly going from there's my attack roll to there's my damage roll. You're going, there's my attack roll. Now what the hell am I rolling? And 50% of the time, people got it wrong. Like, no, that's not the right one. You're actually rolling those two. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd edition, you rolled versus a chart. So if you rolled your attack roll, the only thing you had to worry about is did you get an excellent success or better by looking at the chart. For example, if somebody's physical defense is a 10 and you roll a 19, that's an excellent hit, which means it's armor defeating. You didn't have to do all this weird extra math after that. You just look. Yeah. Now, the benefit to that is, some people like charts. I have no problem with charts. So you can easily refer to the chart. You know what the damage is. Boom, you go on. And you know where armor defeating hit. And by the way, people love armor defeating hits because it just feels so epic when something's got like 10 armor and you're rolling 2d6 damage. You're like, yeah, screw you, buddy.
I don't mind a chart if I can keep it like in my game folder, like my
it's an easy chart. There's a DM screen for it. The problem in 4th what the benefit of the 4th edition method is, and this is why I say you only use the 1st edition chart for combat, is because instead of just having a poor, normal, whatever the hell it's called, good, excellent, extraordinary, success, now you can have even more levels on top of that. And if you're doing an investigative type game, you have room for however many levels of investigation that you want. Or if you're doing a lot of diplomacy, you can have lots of different levels that are added in there. Just for every 5 you roll higher, you get more information or more success or so forth. So
Don, I would like you to go at some point for Earthdawn, because I know you mentioned it just briefly with a lot of other stuff, is to really going over threading with magic items, because I thought that was the coolest aspect.
Oh, we already have a video on that. Heathen Dog covered it. I don't know how good it is.
When was it? The problem is I only go back a bit. So that's sorry about that.
I have such a love-hate relationship. Remember, Earthdawn is the game that made me start looking up this whole pronoun, this whole singular they nonsense. So, I mean, it's a love-hate relationship with the game. There is at least one person that works for FASA that is an awesome individual, and I've been contacted by this person a few times saying, I understand why you feel the way you do. Sometimes it bothers me as well. And I'm just thinking, well, then shut them up. But apparently the original 2 creators, Josh Harrison and now Morgan Weeks, which if you guys know what I'm about to say, what it is, you'll understand why I don't like them. They signed the October Surprise. So, and if you don't know what that is, I can explain what that is in a little bit.
Just for the audience.
So the October Surprise is when people came out and said that they're anti-Trump. They put their politics before the game, that they're going to make sure that Trump can't win. And a whole bunch of creators, designers signed it, and Morgan Weeks and Josh Harrison were 2 that did. And once you put your politics out there, Again, Josh was the same one that said, hey, I changed pronouns in the game, even though it doesn't make sense for me to do so, because I have 3 core books, and the first 2 core books uses normal language, but I decided in the third one just to flip a script for some reason because I wanted to be gender inclusive. And it's like, he has always been
really gay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he has been gender. I have a blog post on this. I'm not gonna take over your stream for this.
But I was saying,
I'm on this show. It's okay.
But when I read Earth Dawn probably 30 years ago, because I think it was in the late 80s.
That's so no. It came out in 93.
Oh no, it couldn't have come out in 93 because I bought it.
Nope, it came out. It came out in 93, dude. I was one of the first buyers of the game. I was playing it when it was still just a pamphlet before it was a game.
Are you sure? Because I bought it in high school, and I graduated high school in 91. I mean, we're the same age. I think we're off by by 20 days or something.
No, I bought it in right when it first came out in 93.
Because it could have been because I was in Germany at that time, and I remember.
I'll grab my book.
Well, are you sure? Well, go look at it again because I could have sworn that it was like 89 or something. I remember it was maybe it was something because I remember buying it at the Barnes and Noble, and I was flipping through it. It was about the same time that Steve Jackson did.
Are you confusing it with a different game?
No, it was Earth Dawn because it had the horror.
So Earth Dawn came out after Shadowrun, first of all.
Yeah.
And Earth Dawn, this is copyright 1993, and I know it's the first printing because it doesn't have any of the printing marks on it.
Huh. Then where did I buy it? Because I remember buying it Earth Dawn, but I don't remember it being 93 unless maybe it was when I was on leave or something. But no, I was in Germany in 93.
So first edition Earth Dawn, if I would actually, you can get first edition Earth Dawn for free. And I'm not even saying illegal. You can get the first edition Earth Dawn for free. If you don't play high circle characters, basically anything after circle 8, you'll have a great game. I don't believe that the game was properly play tested for high circle characters. And this is again where a 4th edition does such a better job. 4th edition really, really, really cleaned up so many things. As much as I want to hate it, I can't, except for that combat, which actually has driven people away from the game.
So, okay. But I was just saying, but the threading, man, I just love the idea of the threading because all too often, especially coming from D&D, man, it's like, well, you got your +3 sword. And I love the idea of like, look, your weapon becomes more powerful as you become more powerful, and it's less about the sword, and it's more about your connection to the sword.
Exactly
what you build over
time. That's actually what Bloodworth is doing in the game we're in, or we just finished up. I didn't. I came into the game a year after they had started, and we played another year, so I never actually got a weapon that did that for my wizard, which kind of bummed me out, but. That's exactly what they were doing, and I'm wondering if you've talked to Bloodworth, you could ask him about that. He's going to do
well, the other thing I loved about it because in D&D you had to have a magic user to enchant it. In Earth Dawn you don't. It's kind of it's
well,
like
you can. There are enchanters in Earth Dawn that can bind elementals to weapons and things like that. If first edition again got really weird about that, like I said, I don't think they play tested, but it's really cleaned up in the 4th edition of the game. By the way, the one edition I say stay away from, and I know a lot of people it's their favorite edition, but it's the one that ruined Earth Dawn, is 3rd edition. Just stay. 2nd edition was god awful also, but at least it fixed spells. 2nd edition tried to get Gonzo, and it was dumb.
No. But my point was, a lot of times whenever you read stuff, is like, so and so, this is the sword of the great warrior, blah blah blah. And you're like, well, and that allowed you to do that aspect. Don't get me wrong, you still have the enchantments and all the other stuff, which makes it even more powerful stuff. But
remember, it is an incredibly high magic world. Everything in this game is magical. Unlike 5th edition, which doesn't say that, Earth Dawn comes flat out. Your talents.
Oh man,
you're muted, bro.
Is he muted, or did he just lose his audio again?
Yeah,
audio again. No. What's funny is we're not arguing against what he's saying there. It's just like Robotech. I like BattleTech. I really do enjoy reading about the world. When 3025 and stuff. I have a couple of problems with the weapon range because it just bugged me coming from the U.S. military. But then the other one that is. But the RPG was not that good. For Fast 6 really should have been redone that one.
Yeah.
James L. I guess we lost power.
What happened to James L?
I think he
He was
lost
talking
power.
about his, I guess
He-
his phone he's on.
Yeah,
his battery was dying.
basically, yeah, his battery was dying.
Yeah, like I understand like the ranges are designed to fit on the game board.
But you have to realize, whenever I was playing, I don't like this one-to-one or true scale. I like having the abstract, and it's like that point. Again, if I was going to change BattleTech, I would just make all ranges 10 times longer, and then just you still play with the same hex and everything else, just so it makes me feel better. That's the real reason it would come down. Just like, look, guess what? Your weapon now shoots out to, instead of going out to 270 meters, it goes out to 2,700 meters. Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah. So basically, everything just shoots off the board.
No. The board would still be the hex would be 300 meter hexes, not 30 meter hexes. That's my point. Is it would just make me feel better. I just hated the way they were doing it. But it wouldn't change the game any. It would just change like how far you're shooting out. It would say, okay, your range is now of your AC 20 is 2.7 kilometers, and then some of the others would be like 10 or 11 kilometers. Well, it wouldn't go out that far. It goes out to what 18 hexes or something. But when you're doing that, it's like, okay, now you're shooting out 5 kilometers. You're getting out to like real world ranges. Is what my point. And I wouldn't feel so bad. But it wouldn't.
Yeah,
change the
I
game
had
at
the
all.
same problem with Epic Space Marines. It's a 6 mil game, but your bolters could shoot 10 centimeters, and I'm like,
well, that's why I don't like the true scale. I don't like true scale. I like representative kind of aspect, and I think that's the problem that we get with a lot of the miniature war.
Well, you
games.
played a lot of chit games, so
yeah,
that comes part and parcel with that whole thing. As a matter of fact, I was just looking at Chitin from Metagaming. Probably nobody here remembers that. It was one of the old little pocket games that came out in the 70s and 80s. From I think Steve Jackson did a bunch of stuff with them as well. And Jackie's such a bug fanatic. I thought he would get a kick out of it, but no worries. Hey, Max, I was hoping you would come in and have a chat with Jackie for a moment. I forgot what you said about the particular airbase that he will invariably spend a crap ton of time with or time at. Did Chitin come with plastic bugs? I thought it was just all cardboard counters and a little book and a little map that you could fit in your back pocket, and hang out, and play during lunch at school like Ogre originally was, and Car Wars and those games.
So Jack, if you're going to are you going to try becoming a pilot? And if so, which plane do you want to fly? Because my recommendation is the AC 130. So anyway, and I can tell you where you'll end up if you have an AC 130. You'll end up at Hurlburt.
Jack?
I mean, I'm not too sure.
Your volume's real low.
Oh, no, I'm just not close enough to the microphone.
Okay.
I need to get really close to it.
But like my parents live right next to Eglin Air Force Base, and my father worked at Hobart for years. So, I can tell you what a lot of that is there. But yeah, it's a beautiful area. It's
What plane are you gonna fly, Jack?
Well, I mean, by the time I get there's probably gonna be different things, so I'm not sure, but
Ideally, like right now, if you could fly right now, what would it be?
Oh well,
I think it's like 2% of the Air Force actually fly anything.
So. Oh yeah, well it's a pilot thing. Yeah, it's a super small. But I'm saying, but if he goes over there and he's looking at
his grades and qualifications should make him. He's already, the
eyesight is the big killer for getting into flight school.
What is
eyesight?
Your vision.
Yeah, eyesight.
Your eyesight.
He's pretty good. This kid's a hell of a shot.
No. But is your eyesight 20/20?
Yeah,
it
is.
If it's 20/20, that's one thing. But generally, like fighter pilots, a lot of them have 2015 or so. It's you'll look at a lot of it, but that's the real thing that cuts off a lot of people from getting into flight school is they just don't have the vision aspect. And then after that, it gets very competitive anyway. But that's the biggest one. It's like, oh, if your eyesight isn't very good, you're not going to become a pilot. And then I said, okay, you're just so. That's what I was asking. But I will say this much: having been overseas, the C-130 pilots, oh yeah, when they go in, if you want to fly helicopters, then my recommendation is generally go Army, and if you're going to, so there's always different aspects for that, but yeah, but the C-130's got to go all over the place. They got to do all sorts of different missions. The AC-130 that's probably my favorite gunship. I like that better than any of the fighter planes. And then if you get an MC-130, those are the special forces ones. And then you get the KC-130 if you want to refuel. The C-130 it's the most modifiable aircraft in all of the Air Force.
I think he said he wanted to drop the big ones.
If you want to drop the big ones, then you go. Well, no, you're talking about the B-52s, which are still in existence, supposed to go to like 2050. So a 100-year-old airplane, but no, having done the flying around there, man, I always thought everyone talks about the fighter jets. I said, well, that sounds nice, but the C-130s are the workhorses of the Air Force, and they go all over the place. You can do all sorts of different missions.
Yeah. Yeah, drop the big ones for Russia or China.
Well, Moab, the mother of all bombs, that was dropped out of I think it was an MC-130. The 20,000-pound bomb, they rolled it out the back. So you also get to drop off paratroopers. You can do all sorts of stuff. And then what was it? It's not the C-130. It's the C-17. The C-17 is a nice plane too, but it's limited in where it can go for a lot of stuff.
Well, if he keeps at it, he's got it all wide open for him.
Well, I was talking to Matt Thompson, and the military is desperate for a lot of people. Like he said that his son was kicked out of the Marines for not taking the vaccine, and now they're asking him back and offering him a promotion. That's
Tell him no.
That's how stupid this is getting. It's like I just saw that the infantry, which in talking to DM James, they gave almost no money for an infantry in the early 90s. Now it's a $50,000 enlistment bonus.
Don't take it. It's not worth it.
So, well, I can say that having been around there, but but no, it's the but again, if you're going for money, what they're offering for MOSs, it's outrageous for the MOSs that used to never get any money. Like I said, infantrymen is getting more than a lot of other stuff, and it's because no one wants to join the infantry. And I don't blame them. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I don't blame. Well, I saw doctors were getting $250,000 bonus or $400,000 bonus to join the military. So, yeah. Mac Thompson has a lot more information on that. I can only tell you.
Cooties.
Yeah.
And cooties.
Sorry, we were having a little side conversation. I still remember that game as just a little kid, man. God, that was just
which game?
Cooties.
Oh, yeah.
You don't remember that?
Not really. I just remember, playing Smear the Queer and
No, it was like a Milton Bradley game.
No, never played it.
You built these ant-like bugs called cooties, and they had 6 legs, I think, and 2 or 3 body parts, and their eyes and their antenna, and this little tongue-looking thing that sort of stuck out, and you had to like roll a die to see which piece you would get, and whoever built their cootie first could then like shove it in people's face and go, yeah, you got cooties. It was a really, really young sort of kid game, but it was just ridiculous. It was like, Don't Break the Ice and Mousetrap, or Barrel of Monkeys, that sort of thing.
Barrel of Monkeys.
Well, I remember, we've talked about miniature rules and everything else. I remember being a kid, and we just we would get all of the little army soldiers, which were in 25 millimeter, or the 1 inch, the 1 in 72, and we've been doing the World War II. Oh yeah, and then
I used to have a Broadside. I want to say Midway and Stratego, and you can't even find those games, anywhere or games like that anymore. It's
You
It's
can,
really
but
sad.
no, you can find those games, but you have to go to GMT. I don't know if you've looked at the GMT website.
No.
So GMT basically is remember all the games that used to be part of Avalon Hill?
Mhm.
They do that, and what you do is you put an order in, and they'll once it hits a certain number, they will print it out. So like you say, hey, I would like to buy this game, and they'll put you on a list. And once they hit, like if they said, well, we need a minimum print run of 1,000, as soon as 1,000 people have decided to buy that game, then they'll do a print run on it, and that's when you get it. But GMT, like I said, it's my library. They decided to give like a couple of, I don't know if it was like a dozen games, and they're really cool looking and everything else. But you know, the rule books are what 40 to 60 pages long. You know, the old Avalon Hill style.
Yeah,
and they
like
take
what do
2
I
to
have
4
for
hours to
Avalon
play.
Hill? Yeah. I think I have Freedom of the Galaxy. Is that Avalon Hill?
I don't know. I'm just saying, but you remember the 1970s Avalon Hill, which were
Totally.
really,
I've got at least half a dozen Avalon Hill, SPI, GDW,
Starship Troopers. Yeah, it was.
Got it. Yeah.
But no, I mean,
John Carter is SPI.
okay. So what I'm saying is,
Avalon Hill's Gunslinger I got right here. Is that Avalon Hill?
So anyway,
Yeah, it is.
If you want those type of games, GMT is the one printing them out, and you can go to their website.
Well, that's just it. Stratego, Broadside, and Midway were more plastic.
Yeah, well, Stratego is still being produced. You can find it at Walmart, I believe.
Okay.
Now Stratego is the super simple one, which is why.
I saw that, Judd. I just recently.
Oh, I remember Feudal. Do you remember Feudal?
No, I've got Shogun though. Well,
Okay.
actually, my version is called Samurai Swords.
Well, Feudal was an interesting one because, and I used to play against my father and some other people. What you would do is you would put a the almost like the DM screen, which was really cheap, super thin cardboard. You do that in between, and you would set up 2 boards, and then you would set up all of your knights and your king and stuff like that. You would set them up on the board, and then you would on your side of the board, and then you would lift it up, and then you would take turns moving back and forth, and you had to kill the king or whatever. Feudal was actually a pretty innovative game for like the 1960s in my view for something like that. But
Broadside I liked it because it was really simple, but at the same time, the maneuvering was very. I know that the people who made Man of War had to have played it. Each ship had, X number of white plastic sails. Those were your hit points of your ship. When you lost all your sails, your ship was gone. Which also, I guarantee, also influenced the Whiz Kids Pirates little card pack game. The what were they called? Pocket models. They were these
Hero Clicks, or was it a different thing?
Pardon?
Hero Clicks? I can't remember. I remember Whiz Kids doing.
No. This was you'd buy it was like a pack of cards, right? And then you open it up, and there were these plastic coated cards that you'd pop out the pieces and literally build these little sailing ship models. They were pretty nice, nicely printed. All you had to do was just put them together. Insert tab A into slot B type of thing, and the card that you popped them out of was the measuring stick, short and long sides. Would your ships would have a card that had a little bit of stats on it. And Pirates of the Spanish Main, Jackie and I absolutely loved it. It had sea monsters and special characters and crew cards, and it was just a fun game. But it had the same mechanic where your sails were your hit points of your ship. When you lost all your sails, your ship was toast, and you could play the game in a half hour. But no worries, Mac at all. There's always
nice.
There's a lot of games out there, but I have to admit, it's the GMT stuff is cool. It reminds me of the old Avalon Hill stuff, But the board games, to be fair, are like $75 to $90 with all of the cardboard and the chits and the heavy rules.
Yeah, that's why I'm such a big fan of like the micro games and the heritage games and even the TSR had those little games that would fit, about this less than a paperback book, if not like an envelope, and you could take it with you. and play it at your lunch counter. And you know,
I sent you an Amazon link to Stratego. It's
okay.
$27.99 right now on Amazon.
Really, I used to have a lot of fun with that game in my old band.
I think
it was a good, solid game.
My father bought it just a few months ago to play with my son. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there, but what did they have with the Command and Colors for the Napoleonics? You know, now that
Right. You know, even I used to watch my friends play Battle Cry. I hated the mechanics of it, but you know, it was those simple. You know, there were a lot of actual board games that would lead you right into wargaming at some point if you know liked them. And for me, that's exactly what happened. I played a lot of those kinds of, you know, war board games that you know, for a younger mind will get you there. And then if you really enjoy it, it's like, you know, the gateway drug of the game world.
So one of the worst games I ever played, and I don't mean worse as in bad, just the one that I never want to play again, was called Labyrinth, the War and Terror. It was actually a pretty good game, but it matched my experience too closely to Afghanistan. And I just went, you know what? No, not playing that one.
Who put it out?
It's GMT. It's the one that brings it out.
Oh, okay. Because there's a lot of those little micro games I guarantee Justin would like.
Sure.
Because there were a lot of historical ones.
I'm looking at GMT's website right now.
Yeah, no. I mean, if you're a big war gamer, GMT is the way to go. Which is the old Avalon Hill stuff. It's not the easy things.
And the other cool thing about them is since they were so small, the map was literally a regular 8.5 by 11 sheet of you know, construction paper-ish kind of paper, folded 4 ways. And you know, if you got it brand new, you could photocopy the counters real quick, make more, and you know, make duplicate maps. Ogre originally came out in that format, and you know, you could literally take a half a dozen to a dozen of those games, and it would be like this thick. You know, it would be like carrying a large paperback book. And if you wanted to, you know, travel and play a bunch of games somewhere, and you didn't want to carry a bunch of suitcases full of stuff, you could literally, you know, spend a whole weekend with a couple of bros, just, you know, okay, we're gonna play Ogre, then we're gonna play Warp War or Trailblazer or Hitler's War, or just there were a ton. I want to say there's about 40 to 50 of them, and you can still pick them up. Mind you, they're 30, 40-ish years old now, usually less than $20. And you know, if you like it, you can easily photocopy it and hand it off to a buddy. And you know,
I know. Well, there's like you said, is a lot of those games are small. I never got really into those small games. I mean, I did a little bit, but you know, even when I was playing as a little kid, I used to try getting armies of 200 men on each side, which we'd play with. And what was funny was we didn't roll dice. We just said, okay, you shoot with your finger, and if you knock the little army man down, he's dead. And that's how we would do it back and forth.
There's an elastic band.
Yeah. I know there was a Star Wars game from Whiz Kids like that. I don't know about a fantasy car version. If you could give me some info, I would love to see that. And if it was a different spaceship game that wasn't Star Wars, even better. I definitely want to know about that.
Because I think they had some spaceship games. I know I played a fuck ton.
Pocket model? They were a pocket model game though.
What? Oh! I thought you were talking WizKids.
So
yeah, WizKids put out Pirates of the Spanish Main, which was a pocket model game, and they also put out Star Wars, which was also a pocket model game. And
I didn't know that.
You built, you know, your ships or your infantry or your tanks or whatever by just punching out the pieces out of a card. Yeah. It's genius, absolutely genius games. And believe it or not, we found them at the dollar store, 99-cent store, and we grabbed every one we could. And it was cool because the whoever opened the box wouldn't realize that there were on the top of the box there was a clear plastic pack that was like the free to the dealer sort of promo ships and things like that. And I would get there and nobody would grab it, and I'd be like, those are free, no price, no barcode, those are free.
this is the thing that gets, and I don't know about Warcry and stuff. This is the thing that whether it was, and I know Milton Bradley did this in the association with the Games Workshop, was there was Hero Quest, Space Crusade, I still love which is the Space Hulk with the additions where it was Gene Stealer and the other one. I'm like, you know what? If
I wish Space Crusade would come back.
Well, what gets me about it is that they had these rule sets that would speed up the game so much faster than their current rules that they have, and then the player play. Like I said, I'm a war gamer more than a miniature. I don't mind paying miniatures, but like I tell Brian, I said, look, I'm happy with them being pewter colored, and let's just put it on the board and let's move. Let's go kill crap, because I enjoy the tactical aspect of it more than just the visual aspect. But I appreciate the visual. Don't get me wrong. So
yeah, if you can have both, have both.
Yeah,
but if you've just gotten them out of the box, and they're 2 colors plastic, yeah, I'll definitely sit down and play that. To decide, if I actually, want to get a copy of that, and then we picked up Hero Quest, we played it a bunch. We might play it again this week, and the models, the miniatures, they look great out of the box, but I painted up the heroes for it, and they look pretty sharp. So
even better.
Well, that's what I mean is, but like with the good old Space Hulk, is like, look, you've got a system where you can just roll a single die. You don't have to roll twice. You don't slow everything down. You just count out by hexes, which is or by squares. It's like, look, this is a perfect game to get people sucked into it. And then if you get, then you say
Space Hulk, was one of those games I had a long time ago. I cut loose with it, and I regret every day. Does that be a great game, to get youngsters into, not just GW or whatever.
I think that's
the whole idea.
The big problem with people like Simon or whatever they're calling themselves now, or even Games Workshop, is they make those games, but then they price them out of the consumer range of children.
Yep.
It's like,
well, I've heard
like Hero Quest cost me like $1, $100 for that.
Well,
and I'm
like,
no way that's gonna drop that unless he played it himself as a kid.
Yeah, when I first got into wargaming, it was Mage Knight, and if I wanted to pick up a box of that, I didn't have to buy the starter box, but it was $7.50 for a fucking box of those, and the store clerk would trade or do exchanges if there were things in, because there were gotcha boxes, right? Random figures in them.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the things that really killed WizKids, is because you never knew what you're getting in the box, and if your store wasn't trading or selling individuals,
most stores don't make money off of the initial sale. They make money off of the trading aspect in there.
The same with Magic. That's the way it was in the beginning.
Yep.
We made a fortune off that, off the rare, buying and selling the rares and even the commons to a lesser extent. It wasn't the $3 a pack that was bringing in the money. It was everything after the fact.
Well, the other thing that gets me about it is, and this is what's probably going to hurt WotC, is once you start removing the collectors, which is probably a good thing overall for a game aspect, is when you start removing the collectors, the price will drastically drop, and then the people that are going to be there are just the ones that love the game, and that's but the artificial scarcity. And I understand their business model. That's fine. I don't have any problems with it. People buy into it. I just as I get older, I'm like, look, I want to buy a complete game. Let's just go. That's part of the reason I like the role playing games. Is you're giving me supplements I can put in if I want, but I don't feel that I'm in the constant escalation game.
Boom, we won. Okay, what are we talking about tonight? Mac, we're getting ready to wrap it up, actually. I might stick around till the full top of the hour, which like 20 minutes, but we're just talking about whatever.
Just board games and miniatures is what we're on to now.
Yeah, we totally bypassed the actual topic. I was really counting on Brian to show up because I wanted to give him a chance to talk about your topic there, Mac. About maybe I'll just do part 2, and then the week after that, will be the free for all, and then Omen, I do want to talk about your topic because that just sounds fun, especially it would have been better, I think, last month.
No, it's just all meant to be silly and fun. Sometimes that I guess this is the problem.
Ooh,
sometimes
okay, thank you, Judd. I'm writing that down.
With the more modern games, everyone wants to be angsty and edgy and cool, and sometimes you just kind of want to play Paranoia meets Amazon Women from the Moon and Buck Rogers with with Queen Amidala and Wilma Deering. We're like, okay,
you know what? Star Schlock is that game.
Yep.
You know what? We'll definitely do that next week, Mac. Provided we can get Brian in here. I don't know what the hell happened, because he would definitely. No. Max had to leave. It was great to have him here, Mac.
We weren't piling on it. We were actually probably singing some of its virtues.
Yeah. I wish Jackie and Max could have talked because Jackie's gone through and done so much lately over this last year. Hey, bummer, missed a lot of the show. Just got home from Pee Wee. Yeah, we're gonna end it in 20 minutes. You know what? I'll throw in the link if somebody wants to pop in just at the end, and whatnot. But then I've got to go over to the Quantum Show with Nathan. I need to check up on my bro. He had a hospital visit, and I want to make sure he's doing okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm probably gonna miss it because I'm exhausted. So tell him
hey,
doing better.
Back. Oh, what? Yeah, I will definitely do that. What is that, Jackson?
Jared.
What? Isn't that a bowling ball? I mean, it's the 3 finger holes.
It's the bowling ball from hell.
Yeah, that's right. It's the bowling ball from The Fifth Element.
No, you don't remember Jared?
Oh, okay. Go ahead and explain, Jackson.
What do I need to explain? It's Jared.
Jared from Subway?
Because they're thinking the guy from Subway, and that's not the same guy.
It's not the same guy, no. Different guy.
Keep your kids away from Jared from Subway.
Yeah, it's not Jared from Subway. That guy is not good.
He's got AIDS.
It doesn't surprise me.
Oh, great South Park reference there, man.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. Money keeps it away.
Yeah.
No, I like I said, I'd love to try more games, especially at my Brian and I tried a role system a few weeks ago, and we probably played about 10 minutes. We said, I'm not sure we really like this. He's like, yeah, I think we're about done. And so we spent all this time doing this rule system, and then we just packed up and left.
What system?
Oh, I can't remember what it was. It was like a D6. It was something about it where we had jump troopers and stuff, and certain things made sense. Certain ones we weren't quite sure about. My Germans were trying to kill Patton.
Whoa!
So
He's the only good guy on the LS side.
And so, that was MacArthur. No, no, it was. But no, we were trying to do that, and I know that Brian likes his system a little bit more. I think he could simplify his system a lot more. That would make sense, because he has way too many charts and tables. And
Brian?
Yeah, Brian. Like I said, I've been playing his home system. It's not that I have anything against it. It's just that, to be fair,
you ever play A Fistful of Toes?
No.
That's a system that is overly complex.
Well, there's a lot of systems that are.
That sounds like it would literally be just the opposite.
No, it's referring to tow missile systems.
I was thinking of Fistful of Toes was just referring to when a baby puts its feet in its mouth. But no, the things that he was doing is, I think he could go over and try kind of condensing it into one chart.
Take care, Mac. We'll see you real soon.
But no, but you know what? A lot of times we're doing it because we enjoy doing something differently. He has he does all the painting. He didn't bring me the miniature, the Hungar miniature, so I felt cheated. But no, it was. He said, "I got to print it out." I said, "Yeah, I'm just giving him hell."
Yeah, but
No, one of his friends was doing it. It was like a 300-page rule book. We were flipping through it several times. It just well, what about these troopers versus these troopers? We're going back and forth, and it didn't seem to quite click with me. That doesn't mean that's a bad system. It just a lot of times this applies to role-playing games and everything else. Sometimes the setting is super cool and the system just doesn't click with you. In certain systems, even if people love them, like the Cypher system, I dealt with people that just said they love the Cypher system. The Cypher system just doesn't click with me. I just doesn't. It's not a bad system for a lot of it, but it doesn't click with me. Same thing with GURPS. I know Bo loves GURPS.
Are you still playing in that game with him though?
Oh,
we are.
yeah.
Yeah, we're playing it. We were getting the big battle on Friday, and it turned midnight. I talked to Brian too. He's like, "Yeah, I was zoning out at midnight." So, yeah, me too. I was shaking my son to sleep because I wanted to go over and do the board game day at the library too. And I have an OSC game usually at 8 in the morning, so I also like to get up for that.
Yeah.
So but I think the other part is you have to play a system to really appreciate its nuances and things like that. Like, I enjoy OSC. Is it my favorite system? No, but I do enjoy it. It's getting to second level is a real achievement for us. So, and the casualty rates vary somewhere between 20 to 50% a game.
That's the game Brian's in, right? Where he's playing the
GURPS.
Cindy Smallberries.
Cindy Smallberries. I'll be honest.
Died yet?
No. Actually, to be honest about that, he is probably the highlight of the game. Is when he goes over and does it. Though we want to probably strangle Cindy all the time. But my son was listening to it. My son was laughing his head off as he goes over. Like,
yeah, my family was watching it or listening to it as well, and they were like, "What the actual is going on here?" And I'm like, I mean, Jackie understood.
Yes.
Jackie understood, but his mom was like, "What the hell? Is this what you do? Is this what you're doing? Really? Is this what we're doing?" And I'm like, "Yeah, this is Friday."
What was that? Your wife that was combing your beard last night?
Yes, yeah, that was her.
I was like, okay. I just thought it was funny. It's like, you have to look presentable in front of the boys.
I don't have to do shit.
And then I really loved it when my son was able to do Jabberwock, and everyone and several people started joining in on that poem.
Okay, thanks again, Judd. I'm writing that one down too.
Which one?
The first one was Rocket Man, Axis of Evil, Pocket Models, and then the next one was Racer Knight of Falcones from Arathis. I don't know. I'm going to look them up. I love the whole pocket model game concept. Was just a lot of fun. You got everything. I mean, literally one pack of the cards, and you had everything you needed to play the game. So like $3 and you're in.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes packs right before the end.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm using this kind of as a test because I have to know if I fix this because I have my own live stream tomorrow.
Oh, sure.
You don't, as long as you tell me what tell Jackie what you told me about when he gets into the Air Force, because I forgot what you said.
I don't know what I said. What are we talking about?
about the Air Force base.
Well, I mean, it was partially joking because he doesn't get to control that. He can do something what's called a dream sheet and then try to go somewhere. But no, I work for LeMay Wargaming, so I literally work with people who design and write war games for the government. Now, I'm on the IT side of the house. I don't do the wargaming aspects of it myself.
IT?
Yes, information technology.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an inside joke.
Oh, okay. I missed
Can't
it.
help myself.
Sorry, no problem. So yeah, I mean, I actually had a moment where I thought I was going to be getting in on the actual wargaming side, but they decided that no, I have a real job and they want me to start doing it. So
no. Are you in Gunter or Maxwell?
Maxwell.
Okay. Because my father went to staff college there, so that's what's just.
Yeah, I mean, I'm if you could Google search it and Google Maps and figure out they have this thing called the Air University Circle, which the back side of it is where I work in the LeMay Center. LeMay Center is actually 3 buildings. I work in the Wargaming building. But you got Air War College, you got Air Staff and Command School, Squadron Officer School, all right in that same circle. So.
Yeah, no, I was.
Jackie, does that seem like something you'd be interested in?
I mean, maybe, perhaps.
Here's the thing. If he actually joins the Air Force and becomes an officer, he will spend a lot of his career in this circle. That's just the way it is. He's going to have Squadron Officer School when he's a captain. He's going to have, what is it, ACSC, I think, when he's a lieutenant colonel, maybe a major. I forget which one it is. He's going to have Air War College.
Yeah. Well, Air War College is, War College, whichever one you go to, is what, for colonels?
Well, I know lieutenant colonels go to it, so it's probably a requirement to make colonel. And then where I work in LeMay, people of all ranks come through because they use it for wargaming, and you wargame with all ranks. I mean, usually officers, but all ranks. So we have GOs, we have colonels, lieutenant colonels, majors, et cetera, et cetera. So
sure. I will say this much: my father did some stuff with University of Central Florida when he was part of AGOS, which used to be at Hurlburt. And he was the Army representative there. But they did some cool, like, how we do Call of Duty. They were doing that with real world, like the destructible buildings and stuff like that in the mid 90s.
If you want to see one of the games that we use out here, it's you can actually look it up because there is a civilian version of it. It's called JTLS Go, and it's got a 6,000-page manual.
Oof, jeez.
Wow. That's...
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Oh, and how much does that cost?
I don't know what the government's paying for it. I don't even know how much we've licensed out of that, but it's I had to go to I didn't go to all the classes. I went to 2 of them for that, and look, way over my head. This is one of those things that even the lady is like, yeah, you need a good 3 to 5 years before you understand the basics of it. Like, oh, really? Okay. And she's like, yeah, I've been playing it since, it's all of its iterations since 1983. And there's still things that I forget about it. I'm like, you think a 6,000-page user manual? You probably do. Yeah.
I like a 6-page user manual. Thank you very much.
But I mean, it's made to simulate so many aspects that you wouldn't even think about. It is absolutely crazy. But and that's just one of the tools. I mean, there are tools that we have here in terms of like, how do you handle recruitment? Well, you're not going to play a board game for that. You're going to war game it in a different methodology. We have medical units that come through, like, how are we going to handle triage, in such and such. And, they play their little war games. So.
Yeah.
Jackie does a lot of wargaming on the computer and things like that. And, he's already got a kind of an early start, if you know what I mean, in that sort of thought process.
I don't think what I do is even remotely close to that level of.
Well, it gets you started. Seriously, though, it gets you started. You'd be surprised how much, if you play like Warhammer Fantasy, how much you can start translating to some of this stuff here. One of the things that I thought was hilarious is like a year or so ago, they're like, hey, we need to start teaching everybody how to play Dungeons and Dragons. I was like, wait, what? And the reason is because the people were playing to the numbers of the game. So like when you're doing these war games, you're supposed to simulate, Israel or China or Russia or America or whatever. You're supposed to simulate those, but they weren't simulating the doctrine of those nations. They were simulating, well, what do the numbers say we should do? So so they're playing to the game and not to the spirit of the game, so to speak. So like, yeah, we're gonna actually play some Dungeons and Dragons so people can learn how to role play.
Well, maybe you should pick a different game than that.
So when I was when I was in Cambodia, they were doing some of the stuff with the local Cambodians. And one of the guys decided to play full Hilton and like my country of Utah stand, which they always pick. They always pick a state, because then it doesn't match the real world that would defend someone. So it's like Colorado stand versus Utah stand, and they're fighting over the border. He was going off, and the guy I was talking to suddenly perks up. He's like, "Oh, there's a fight." I said, No, they're role playing. Don't worry about it.
But we used to use last names of general officers and then reverse the order of it, so it made some really weird country sounds.
Because all the ones I have seen, and maybe it's just an Army Navy thing, was they would pick some place in the United States, treat it as countries, and then they would just put a stand at the end of each of the states' names, and then they would fight over whatever was there, and then they would get and they were doing that. They do it with the Mongolians, the Koreans, the Filipinos. They do it with all the ones, and they don't want anyone to, get hurt if they use like real countries. So
yeah, right. And no, we do the same thing here at, especially because some of the war games are thought experiments. I mean, that's really what they are. I mean, now to be fair, a lot of them are more than that. And in 100% honesty, I'm not even allowed in those areas. So, and I have a pretty high clearance, but we'll have people from all nations come in, and we had an international one recently, and I can't remember all the countries were involved, but you just think of your typical allies plus Japan. Well, it basically is like NATO countries plus Japan and a couple others, but they were here doing their thing to see how it would work in a joint environment. And it's pretty cool because wargaming is starting to get a bit more of a look. And I like that. Apparently for like the last 10 years or so, the budget and everything for wargaming has been But now in the last 2 or so years, it's been like, whoa, what happened? No, we need wargaming. We need to understand doctrine, et cetera, et cetera.
But see, the 70s and the 80s, and my father used to grab all of these different war games, but he never had time to play them. So I would pop the seal on him, which always surprised me. He never got mad at that. I would pop the seal and then I would read it, and then I would try playing it. I would try to get my friends to play it. And it was like, the Fulda Gap and everything else. And, war games were a huge thing in the 70s, at least into the 1980s. They're trying to do all that. Plus, they had.
I'm not going to lie. Some of the stuff that they pull out here looks like an old Avalon Hill game. I mean.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's because those guys used to all do that because they wanted to replicate what it would actually be like.
Yeah.
But no, I thought it was really fun. But that was also the time that they also had the massive maneuverings. When they did Reforger in Germany, it was not like a minor thing. It was,
So one of the big deals with wargaming here is they're like, we're not making entertainment. So when they look at the war game, it's like what we're trying to do is not solve a problem, because you can't solve a problem with wargaming. We're trying to identify problems and work our way through them. So something might be, let's just pick, I don't know Avalon Hill games, but just pick like Warhammer Fantasy. They're not going to worry about, I beat you, my orcs beat your elves or anything like that. What they're going to look at is like, what happened every time we moved troops over mountains? Okay, what happened when we tried to get information, from under the sea or whatever? They're looking at something specific, so they'll narrow in on something specific. It's not about winning the game. It's about getting some information and saying, okay, how do we handle this? And then running through the paces. Okay, round 1, let's go left. Okay, let's reverse that. Round 1, let's go right now. Oh, and they'll. Go ahead.
Did you ever play Harpoon?
Name sounds familiar, but
so Harpoon was one of those that they was used by the Navy to simulate a North Atlantic battle in many cases and things like that. And then, of course, it was popular enough that they decided to make a commercial version. But it was interesting because if one side was losing too much, they would go to nuclear weapons. So you had to we want to destroy some of the Navy, but not destroy enough that they start launching off nukes.
So what they would do here in a situation like that is they'd pause the game and say, okay, what just happened? Yeah. Why are we elevating it? What doctrine are you following that says we get to start launching nukes? And so, I mean, they do that though. They intentionally say, hey, we're going to put a card out here, and when this card's activated, we want you to launch nukes. And people be like, what? That's not part of it. No, we want you to launch nukes because we want to see how the other side reacts. Yeah. Or we want to ask the question, what now? Things like that. Because, of course, publicly, and they run it like this in the games as well. Our modus operandi is to not launch nukes, but you still have to plan for the eventuality. So let's inject it with this crazy card, and let's just say Japan, for whatever reason, or Brazil, a country with nukes. Brazil launched a nuke. Where'd that come from? Well, how do we react to that?
Oh no. But Harpoon was used like that, and I think that of course, when you're playing on a board game, or it was a board game initially, but they put it in the computer, you could speed up to 1 to 64 times speed, which was kind of cool. Mm-hmm. But I think like in real life, they start doing it like 1-to-1 time for mostly, because then people start getting the sleep deprivation and stuff like that, which are things that you don't usually model very well. But I said like in the 1980s,
JTLS Go does.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, but you also get to, the same thing happened in because my father used to have all these books that I'd read like for war college and stuff. But like when you go to NTC, they said you really start realizing what happens when you don't have enough sleep for your officer, and they start calling artillery, you know, or stuff like that. And he said, okay, things that you don't expect people to do, boy, when they're sleep deprived, you're like, oh yeah, I better let my commander sleep 4 or 5 hours straight.
I'm hoping one of these times I actually get to be part of the actual wargaming process, I guess we'll call it, where it's, so we have, generally speaking, the way it's done is there's red team, blue teamers are like the adversarial sides, and then the white team is the team that it does all the adjudication and so forth. And they've literally done adjudication through D10s.
Yeah.
Or through cards, or through mega charts that take computer AI to run. I mean, it's everything. It's funny. Well, when I see somebody pull out a D10, I'm like, are you kidding me? But it still meets the intent of the goal that they're doing. So yeah, oh, there he goes. Hey, my audio's working. I hope I didn't just jinx it, but I think I finally fixed the problem.
Oh, awesome!
What was it?
I don't know. That's the unfortunate thing. I had this problem. So I replaced my video card today. And I'm wondering if there's a conflict going on there. And since I'm streaming tomorrow, I need to know I can get through a live stream.
So, well, yeah. But no, I mean,
do you use a soundboard?
I go XLR, yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, that's a lot of the things that I think that are, like you said, we're missing for years. The other problem is that I don't know in how much I'm seeing some of it is, we don't have the massive maneuvers we used to, because like for a forger, you were talking like 2 divisions, you know, actually doing.
Well, that's one of the things that war games are supposed to alleviate. We don't want to spend the money on the fuel. We don't want to spend the money on actually, you know, you have to do it at some point, but we would rather theory craft it first and then spend the money on the fuel and the maintenance and the personnel to start doing some maneuvers and see what happens. I mean, real exercises are never going to go away. I mean, because part of that's just political posturing anyway. But instead of spending a lot more money on that, as you know, we're trying to downsize, and most of us think that the economy is going to go certain directions and so forth. Wargaming is definitely the, you know.
No. What I was saying is that wargame was super popular in the 70s and 80s, but it was always backed up with actual, you know, real world data. Whereas sometimes I felt like when I was at NTC, they got away from it, especially when I was there in 2012. No, it was 2011. They had gotten away from a lot of the big maneuvers on that. So, I mean, to me, the games are great. Games are great. You know, people just want to poo-poo them. But it's like, oh, that's what you do if you're children. Like, no, you should be doing this anyway.
It's used for theory crafting. It really is. And then the thing is I can't explain it because, well, I got to be careful what's classified and what's not. But also, I'm not fully integrated in that aspect of it as an IT guy. My job is video conferencing. So, you know, but
No, it's cool to do that stuff. That's what I'm trying to say.
I get you, but what they do is so weird. It's not like, again, it's not like playing Warhammer. I mean, even though it might look like that, though, like, okay, well, how do we get mail from this side of the road to that side of the road without actually crossing the road? All right, we need to develop a war game for that. And you're like, what? What are you talking about? You know, I made that up, but that's how weird it seems sometimes. Like, we're going to war game recruitment. That was the one that blew my mind. Like, what are you talking about? War game and recruitment? Yeah, we're going to war game. We're going to war game how to do recruitment and you know, get more people to join the military. So, and they went down this list of like how they did a lot of it with cards, and reactions. I'm like, you're literally wargaming, because wargame doesn't necessarily mean shooting guns. Here it has a different definition. I forget exactly what it is, but it's really to solve a problem is what it is. So wargaming is solving a problem. And
kind of reminds me of I think it was Cosmic Encounter. Was that the game?
I love that game. It's so crazy.
Right. It does kind of sound like that, doesn't it?
Well, Cosmic Encounter, I mean, that's a whole ball of wax itself. I could see them doing something like Cosmic Encounter. The problem with Cosmic Encounter is literally no balance in the game at all, and you're so beholden to random nonsense that you could start the game and already lose. I mean, like,
yeah.
I haven't played that since the 90s.
The last game I played, I'm pretty sure that's the game we were playing. That my enemy had like nuked the crap out of me, but because of a propaganda card or something I played, all their people came over to me after the nuke landed and wiped me out. So I won because all their people were now my people. It was that kind of crazy.
Yeah, and to answer this, the parties war game, when I say everything can be war gamed, if you just think of it as, I'm not trying to be pedantic here or correct anybody, it's interesting to me. Like if there's a solution that needs to be found or a weakness that needs to be identified, it can be war gamed. How to pop popcorn can be war gamed.
Does anyone remember that old TSR game?
Well, we fast just pop popcorn.
Yeah, the topic is being
it was just all over the map.
We never have topics anymore. They just
we actually do.
Well, no. That's a lie. He just comes up with a topic in his head and is like, I need a title for the live stream. I can't just call it Shadowchat number 476 or whatever. I need a title. So he comes up with a title and then we never talk about it.
Wait, no.
We actually do sometimes.
Normally we do, but I want to bring up one thing. Shadow, do you remember the TSR game that was where they used to have like the units called popcorn, and you played like giant monster mutant, like the giant penguin or stuff like that, and you could put
Smith's Revenge is the only thing that comes to mind, but I don't think that's it.
No, but you could put rockets on like the shoulders, like it would have weapon slots, and you could put different weapons in those weapon slots.
Look, I've got going on now is I've got that dumb song stuck in my head.
Are you talking Gamma Knights?
I don't know. It was, but one of them was like a giant penguin. It was kind of all tongue in cheek with giant kaiju, and but it was anyway. It was only me apparently that had that game. Considering that Shadow has like every other game in the world.
You found the one he doesn't.
That's right. Well, we were talking about GMT, the old Avalon Hill when you were gone. And
what was I talking about? I wanted to finish my Earth Dawn comment. I was really angry that the audio went out on me. What was I talking about with that? Because I thought it was an important point. Oh, I remember now. Because this is what I want to explain. Because we were talking about, and pardon me for twisting this back, but in case my audio goes out, I want a chance here. Is your characters will start off actually feeling weaker than D&D. But through the magic that you get each circle, by the time you get to mid-level game, which is about 8th circle, because 15 is max, you are going to look like an anime character. And by the time you're 15th circle, you're Dragon Ball Z. Like that is the power level of the game.
Now, how high did you get your player characters?
I've the highest campaign I ran got to 8 and 9.
Okay. I was just curious because sometimes
I have some house rules too. So
all games break down at a certain point. The question is where and when.
First edition absolutely breaks down at that point because my opinion is, and I would actually ask Lou this if I ever talked to him, is did you play test the high level stuff? Because it doesn't seem like it. Not that it's necessarily bad, but it's so it makes Rift's power creep look like child's play. Or power creep imbalance is what I guess I should say on that. Looks like child's play. 4th edition did an amazing job of fixing that, but it also kind of made the game a little more boring because of it too,
Well, I also think that, because we're looking at stuff, is you also have 30 years of experience to go back and fix things. And as people play up those high levels, they say, hey, this is what we noticed. Hey, I noticed this. And like, oh yeah, okay, well, we'll look at it and fix it.
That's a game that's on my list, Judd. I absolutely need that in my collection. The Creature That Ate Sheboygan.
That's a little close to home here.
That was
it's you.
Was it Avalon Hill or SPI? It don't matter. It's on my list.
I mean, if it eats Sheboygan, it gets pretty close to my home.
Yes, but that doesn't say whether you want it to or not. That you've left that intentionally vague.
fair. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say. I mean, right now, where does my friend live? No, he lives south of that, but yeah. Most of my Minnesota friends have moved away from Minnesota, and they actually live in Wisconsin now or elsewhere.
Oh, interesting.
Well, Minnesota's a hellhole state now, so.
Yeah.
I used to be really. I had friends when I was in the military. People would come and be like, "You Minnesotans are just as bad as Texans." What do you mean? Like you're the only two states that think that your state is the best in the union. I'm like, well, yeah, because it is, and I can't say that anymore. I just can't. I am happy to not be a Minnesotan anymore, and it makes me sad to feel that way.
Well, I had a couple friends that were from Minnesota.
I was right there with you in California. California used to actually be known for some really good things. You know, it had its weirdness, but now it's heartbreaking.
It's only the coast. Once you get rid of the coast, the rest of California is pretty awesome. No,
yeah.
LA needs to be a crater. Just give me like a week's notice.
All right, boy.
Why LA? San Francisco's much worse.
Oh, I was just about to say, if San Francisco Bay could be made a bit bigger, that would be nice.
Yeah, that's the part we really hate. Los Angeles is bad, but it's nowhere near as bad as that.
No, it's 10 times the size and 10 times as worse.
Well,
you see what happened with what's his name from China came to visit.
Yeah, it's all clean. It's all cleaned up.
You can do
now.
this?
It's just empty. It's just empty.
It was called Gamma Marauders.
Kind of like China.
It was Shadow Gamma Marauders.
Gamma Marauders.
Oh, okay. It's actually a spinoff of what do they call it?
All I see is
Knights. Yeah.
They're monsters.
I used to have the big cat miniature. I've got most of it, but I'm missing parts of it. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about now.
Yeah, that was the game I was referring to, because one of them they had the penguin with like lasers and stuff on it, and
right.
Yeah, so that was but you know, that's the problem I have nowadays is people want to inject all of their issues into stuff instead of saying we play games to just have fun. And that's
remember. So here's an example. No, because you're on my Discord.
Yeah.
There's a guy on my Discord who really goes batshit crazy. Oh, sorry. Who really gets nuts over the fact that we like Shadowrun. That game's woke, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, the funny thing is, if I were to pick that game up today, I would probably say that with the way it talks about the Native American nations, with the way, you know, the corporatism and so forth. But when we picked it up in 1989 or whatever year it was when it first came out, nobody cared. We just looked at it like, oh, okay, that's a different way of showing a post-apocalypse or cyberpunk.
It was like Next Generation. When it came out, we loved it. There was no problems. It was just another thing. Now you go back and watch the entire series now, and you won't make it halfway through. And
it's because these weirdos out there have injected all this nonsense so much that in our defense, you know, they're like, yay, look at that brave woman, whatever. And us, we're like, look, another diversity hire, when we shouldn't care most of the time, but we have to care because they're doing it on purpose.
I was saying this on Bear Stream. Captain Marvel, the first one.
Never watched it, so I don't know.
If it wasn't for all the crap happening around the movie would have been well received. It's all the external politics that ruined that film.
A lot of
Larson can't smile.
Well, I mean, like for Shadowrun, to me, a lot of stuff's like this doesn't make sense. But you know, Shadowrun and Cyberpunk, it was. But you know, this is the other thing that gets me is they're rehashing a lot of stuff. And the more interesting IPs that used to come out, like, you know, if you look at, we could talk about Wizards of the Coast, but look at Wizards of the Coast. They're playing it so safe and afraid to actually do anything. They're just mining the old stuff. And you're like, you understand that the IPs you make today may not make you a lot of money, which, you know, whether it's Dark Sun or anything else. But those IPs carry forward, which allows you to do stuff in 20 years from now.
The problem with Wizards of the Coast is that they're true believers in the nonsense of what they're doing. They're you know, some people are like, oh, they're just doing it for money, or they're just doing it to virtue sake. No, the people inside Wizards of the Coast actually are the true believers, and this is why I hate them so much. Is because
they're not doing it for the money.
Yeah.
It's the love of the game and they're not doing it for the love of the game. They're doing it for like he says, the activism aspect. for a lot of it. Just like I heard, which I thought was so funny. And I know Max, where the girl was like, "This is the first time I get to play someone that looks like me."
Oh God.
No,
yeah, but wait a minute. Which character did she make? Apparently, she made a blonde Amazon in Deck of the Many Things.
Nice, Bo.
Yeah,
I think that's what
Perfect,
happened. No, it's the whole thing in there, which is like, look, we just want to have fun. I do it to get away. Even when I was in the military and I went through A school, part of the thing that we did is my grades were actually improving when I was playing role-playing games because it was a mental escape from what was there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's like, look, same thing with sports. It's like people want to get away from the real world, just forget about their problems, sit down and just have
entertainment's
fun.
existed since humanity has existed.
Yeah.
Whatever form it happens to take. I had a comment and I lost it because I'm old.
That's okay. Well, corporate creatives are sterile. No, they were always sterile.
That's an issue. So back on the WotC thing, I remember I was going to say now is using that comment there. This is what happens when corporations take over hobbies. Hobbies are supposed to be niche. Hobbies are supposed to be people who love whatever it happens to be. What ends up happening is you find out that, if you're good at what you do, you can make money at that. And that's fine. TSR, I would say for the most part, TSR was a hobbyist company, which is why it went bankrupt.
I wouldn't even
there
say
are other
that.
reasons I get, but go ahead.
The primary thing is they stopped, what's her face?
There were a lot of internal problems. Yeah, Williams and all that. No, I get that, but I'm just saying as a core concept, it was a hobbyist company. But when you Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro and whomever else, it's more of a bottom line type thing. And that's when you get things like World of Warcraft, which I don't care what anybody says. I think it's the worst, most god-awful MMO out there. It ruined MMOs, actually. It ruined the genre because it dumbed it down to cater to every penny that they could pinch out of people instead of keeping them interesting for the people who like that style of play.
It destroyed the setting as well. The
Cataclysm or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to mention that, which is one of your favorites for D&D, was Dragonlance. If you look at it and the newer books, just listening to people went, why did you get rid of all of those details and not update it to just being a 5th level? Instead, it's like, oh, guess what? We'll do 20 pages. And it's almost like, you know what, guys, just go buy our 1st edition stuff when we actually had some creative people that did it. And we're not doing, I mean, I know you have some issues with Goodman Games, but like I said, they've always treated me really well for everything. But Goodman Games, when they were doing the OAR stuff, the old, the original Adventures Reincarnated, I was like, why, that they were doing a really good job with it, and they were paying homage. Just like I'm surprised that with WotC, we're gonna have the 50th edition of D&D. Why aren't they bringing out the old white box in wood as a special, gilded edition or whatever,
right?
And doing that in their Hasbro Plus, which they could do, and say, guess what? Here's a $500 or $1,000, and we're going to have this in a gilded, it's going to like the wormwood gilded stuff. Hey, this is what we're going to do. It's going to have the original white box stuff in there with the supplement, and and grab all those nostalgic people. But no, they're like, oh, we don't want them. I'm like, that's kind of sad.
That's money.
That's why I look at it. If you're a company, the goal is to make money. Now
they don't want fans. They want to be morally right. And I know Jackie was saying that they're morally wrong, and I get what he's saying. But in their minds, they are doing activism. They are setting a new precedent. They are changing everything to make it more in line with their philosophy. And look, people get mad at me because I rant so much about D&D. It's like, you just don't have to play it. But it's the 800-pound gorilla. When you see D&D do something, and this is my issue with Goodman Games. Goodman Games is a perfect example. Goodman Games could have made all of its changes that it was talking about doing and just not said anything. Like, look at us. Oh, we are no longer going to have buxom women in our games. And oh, look, we're going to now use pronouns that are more respectful of people. Well, screw you, because the English language doesn't need new pronouns. Just write your damn books. And if that's what happens, people can make assumptions like, are they going woke? I don't know if they're going woke. They might be. They might not be.
Here's the funny part, just so you know, because I have the 9th edition for the soft cover
Mhm.
and the hard cover, and they said, "Oh, we're doing this just like we did over here." All they did was hit Control F and replaced he with they.
It doesn't matter.
And that's good enough for me to never buy their game because
no, but I was, because I have the two versions. I'm looking at it, I'm just laughing because I'm like, you're not really doing anything. That's the laziest virtue signaling.
They're being
nonsense
compliant with hatred of our civilization.
No.
Well, the thing is,
that's it's not a hatred. What my point is, it's a virtue signaling that, because you can tell it's virtue signaling because they aren't actually putting the real effort that's required to do what they said.
I said it was compliance with it, right?
Yeah.
They're being compliant with
like. Well, it's compliance. I'm not disagreeing, but I just thought it was funny for Goodman Games in that aspect when I looked at it and seeing how lazy it was, because the writer goes by he, and it says blah blah. I mean, he does everything in there, and we're talking about his personal biography. He changed his personal biography from he to they, even though he still uses he as his personal. That's what I mean. It was the laziest part, but no one would have ever really noticed if he just kept his mouth shut. I mean, that's what really gets me.
Singular he has always been gender neutral, and anybody who says no to that is either Canadian or retarded.
Hey!
Because the Canadians and Brits literally changed it like a couple of decades ago. America did it in 2018. Anybody who thinks it was done before 2018 is wrong. That's when all that activism nonsense kicked in, and I'm not going to let people change stuff like that overnight and act like everything we did in the past was wrong.
Yeah, because I'm fine with people using they as a gender neutral to describe someone. Like, you don't know what their gender is because you don't know who they are.
You're supposed to say he. No, he is the right way to do it.
I know, but if somebody just says it or writes it without a political purpose, I won't care.
That's fair.
But the reason why they're doing it is retarded.
No. I'll be honest. It's growing up around in Germany. I got a lot of theys, so it doesn't bother me nearly as much. Just for that,
it only bothers me because it was like a switch that was flipped, and then all of a sudden, like, you must do this, or we're not going to buy your book because you're not inclusive, and so on and so forth. It's like, this was never an issue. If it had happened organically over time, I wouldn't even have noticed. I'd probably be saying it myself. But since you tried to kick me in the teeth with it, then no. And it's why I have my blog post on that, legionmyth.tv/pronouns, and you can read the actual history of that.
You mean yes, I don't disagree with Bo saying that. But a lot of it is just looking at stuff is if you look at BlackRock and Vanguard, they're pushing it. So while we're saying one thing, a lot of it's also coming from the top and saying, hey, look, if you don't include this, they're going to knock our DEI rating, and our stock is not going to be
it's funny you say that because they're backing away from DEI right now.
Yeah.
They're probably just going to replace it with something new that's fair.
They're losing billions of dollars because they realize that, especially that South Americans aren't accepting it. The Russians, the Chinese. No, the only place that's doing it is the West, the NATO countries, basically.
BlackRock can back away from it. They've already done the damage.
Yep.
Right? Like they've caused the avalanche. They could just sit back and watch the road.
Well. Here's the thing: is they were assuming it was this unipolar world, and it's becoming more of a multipolar world.
Well, but that was the goal. The goal was to divide and conquer.
The goal is not to have a multipolar world. The goal is to have a unipolar world, because unipolar allows you to control more things. That's the whole reason why you have the EU.
Yeah, and why would they want a country that is ideologically opposed to them to be a world power? They wouldn't want that.
No. No, you do want that because you need the bogeyman. The stability of the world when it was America versus the Soviet Union is there are wars, Vietnam, etc. But
there's always going to be a boogeyman. If not, their own society will implode.
It becomes internal rather than external at a certain
right. Well, here in the U.S.
Yeah,
there was still the boogeyman of Putin's Russia for a while. I mean, it wasn't. No one really cared.
Well, yeah, but so after the wall fell, so I lived in Russia right after the wall fell, and Russia was an interesting place then because it was safe. Let's just put it that way. They still had Soviet mentality, but they wanted to be open. So it was actually a really good time to be there. The mafias kicked in, and the Russian Empire, if you want to call it that, really fell. I mean, just After the fall of the Soviet Union, there was nothing left. And so we were the world's superpower. And that didn't mean that Russia couldn't fight or that China wasn't growing or whatever, but it was just we were the unipower. And then what happened? Effectively, and I'm exaggerating when I say this, but in my mind, effectively, the entire world came against us. We couldn't do anything right. It's like, oh, you're the rich people, and you've got to give money to everybody, and you have to accept everybody, and you have to donate to this, and you have to just, the reason we're all over the world isn't necessarily because America wants to be all over the world. I know that's the military-industrial complex nonsense that people talk about. It's because we were asked to be all over the world.
Well, I'm going to bring this up because we ejected
Okay.
ourselves in a lot of places in the world when we weren't even required to. That was part of it, but the other part that comes into it is. I hate saying this. The stuff that we're going through now is not anything different than what the Soviets did in the 1920s and 1930s. And that's what concerns me for some of it. But like I said, if you look at it, it starts becoming, if you can't find enemies without, you can find enemies within. And that's part of the
exactly
problem.
what's happening here now.
And that's what the Soviets did during that time. Is they were more concerned that people were leaving their country, like they didn't want anyone to escape. I'm like, that's weird.
It's like North Korea right now too. Yeah.
It's like, why would
I want to answer Bo's question here. So, did the woke crap start in 2018? I thought it was 2000. No, it actually started before then. But if you look up things like Times Word of the Year, that's right. It was Word of the Year. If you look at when the what's the Associated Press style guide changed to require that pronoun in the singular, it all happened in 2018. That's when all the style guides changed because they catered to activism. That's when everything became official with that.
I'm gonna bring this up is
the whole purpose of style guides are narrative controlling in the first place.
Well, I'm gonna bring this up.
That's kind of obvious.
I remember hearing this all in the 1990s, and we were laughing at it. And the problem is that these people are now in power. After 20 years, they got into the colleges and stuff like that. And this is part of the reason I'm going, okay, this is
style guides are important for communication, for proper communication on a business level, on an academic level. And so, I get that people don't want to use it on the internet. Although, when you try to read some of these people, the writing of some of these weirdos, maybe y'all need to go to grade school and learn actually how to do, frame some, grammar.
But it's used to limit the way arguments are made in the media, though. Right?
No, it's not. It's meant to put a standardization out there so we're all communicating the same way. Yeah. This concept
that's the idea of it, but it's not used that way, and it's never been.
Oh no! Now it's used to browbeat people into saying that you speak. But here's the thing: they force the change in the style guides to browbeat you. Because now they can say, oh, look, MLA says you can do this. Well, the MLA is an activist style guide. Anybody who says otherwise doesn't know what they're talking about, or they're indoctrinated by the MLA. The APA tries to control things outside of news agencies. Dude, you're the APA. Or not APA, sorry, that's the psychology. The AP style guide is your only job is to talk about how to caption an image and write a headline. Anything else goes outside your scope. The IEEE style guide is only for, hey, I do technology. You're not supposed to tell people how to write a book.
I'm going to bring up this other part, which is, ignoring all the other the culture wars, it's made some things more confusing because when they start using they and they flip between singular and plural within the same paragraph.
Yes.
And that's the real problem that comes into it. And again, like you said, is you can use one instead of he or she. There are certain things you can do to say, the character or whatever.
Oh, but one doesn't sound creative. The universities really, and you were right about the 90s, actually started before then. It started in the 30s and then got pushed again in the 60s, got pushed again in the 90s. And weird how we're in 2020s and look where we are. It's kind of a 30-year cycle when it comes to this. Oh, crap, now I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, damn it. But it's made things more confusing for us to be unable to communicate as well as we used to.
And you reminded me. Thank you. They want more creativity in it. It's like, no, you're not doing creative writing when you're writing a report. But I've got to be me. I've got to express myself as myself. No, you've got to express yourself through the English language so we know what the heck you're talking about. Otherwise, you have things like people who read the Constitution don't know that the word regulate meant to make regular, not to control.
I'm going to bring up the other point, though, which is I'm sorry,
Good
Jennifer,
point.
for this, which is the damn it. But you're talking about the language. Everyone complains about high Gygaxian, but that improved my vocabulary tremendously. And even the stuff that was
Fair.
written, that was pulp fiction, the pulp stuff, was written at a much higher level than what you're reading now.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, nowadays they. It's awful.
So this idea of creativity, it's like learn some goddamn vocabulary, people.
Well, you
It's
said it
not
before.
just-
Learn critical thinking. Using that Palladium argument again. Sorry, Jack. I didn't mean to cut you off. The critical thinking side of it is there's a rule for this. What do I do? Make it up. But no, I got to know how to make a rule. It's just, what do you want it to be? Do you want to be plus 10%, minus 15%? Just make it up. Is it plus 1 or plus 2? I got to make sure it's fair. Just make it up and move on. I mean, a game can't cover every facet, or it turns into Pathfinder 2, where I literally had to drop my shield, even though I said I was completely holding my shield up, never taking it down, because I wasn't allowed to quote unquote use an action because I was holding an action.
Oh, well, the other part that gets
Oh,
me
that-
about this is, and I'm gonna mention this much, is trying to become a reformed rules lawyer. Well, I mean, we used
Good
to
luck
go
on
to-
that.
We used to do well. I'm telling you, we used to get
Take
into.
care, Bo. I'm gonna actually have to
I
cut it
know.
off here myself. I've got another prior engagement. I've
Yeah.
got to jump
Good,
over.
we can
to.
talk to the sun side of Shadow and Sun now. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love nothing more. You guys, like
You
say,
could keep the show running.
Well, yeah.
I
Well,
think.
Yeah, he can drop out. The show will keep running as long as he doesn't hit end stream.
No, he has to
Okay,
let
you know what?
the
I'll
feedback
do that. I'll let you guys. I trust you guys. I'll do just that.
Okay.
I'll pop out and go do what I got to do.
One caveat though. Does Jackie know how to? I mean, can he end the stream? Does he have an account to do that? Does it say end
No,
stream up? You'll have to come back and do that.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
I know
I'm
the other
actually going to
shows.
head out too.
All right.
I
see you
know the
later.
other show.
Hang on.
This isn't going to be very long because my friend's not feeling well. But I got to check up on my little
Sure.
brother.
No, absolutely. Hopefully,
But
that's doing
I'll
well. I
come
saw
back.
you
You
with-
guys hang out here. Everybody else, you guys are all welcome to keep chatting, etc. But I'm gonna pop out. I'll come back and see how you guys are doing. Thanks again, Max, for showing up. Everybody else who showed up.
Yeah, sorry
tonight.
for all the popping in and out. I apologize for that, but it seems to be stable now.
Right?
No, it
you
is
put
stable.
with my audio for
Yeah.
a year, man. No worries, dude. It's the least I can do. But I'm gonna head out. I will see you guys an hour or so. I'm sure you guys will still be here.
Okay, party on, guys.
All right, love
Yeah,
you
see you
guys. I
later.
will talk
Shut
to you. I'll talk to
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
I'm probably not going to be here for another hour. I'm
No,
probably
no,
going
I
to turn
need
into a pumpkin at midnight. It's a half hour for me, but we'll see.
Well, same for me because I want my son to go to bed because he has to go at a certain point. So it's not unusual. No, I mean the
Yeah.
other part that is, but if you look at just the way that they wrote and using just a few words where it takes people now like 3 sentences to do the same thing, just visually.
Milieu, verisimilitude, and
Well, no. I mean, like my favorite line from H.P. Lovecraft was, "It was chewing on his head like a candy cane." I'm like,
Nice.
that's all that you need to say.
it's a visual. Yep.
Yeah, it's a visual, but I'm not describing everything, but it's enough of a visual that I am now horrified. But he didn't really make anything any more horrifying than just, and so we're adding all the details in there.
Mhm.
And a lot, like you said, a lot of these people, and I've been noticing like the first edition D&D spells versus the 5th edition. And you can tell the 5th edition is kind of written in the programming. You can only do X, you can only do Y. You can't go past this. Whereas first edition gave you a lot of broad leeway with the spell. And
Yeah, it was up to the dungeon master to say, I don't want the spell to work that way in my setting, or hey, great imagination, go for it. Let's see what happens, or something in between.
it would give an idea of what a spell could do. That's actually, and I know you mentioned playing with Heathen on. That's one of the reasons I loved Mage the Ascension or the Awakening. I can never remember which one's which, but you know what I'm talking about. The White Wolf.
And the Ascension was the first one, yeah.
Yeah, the Ascension. I have it right around the corner. I'm just too lazy to turn my back.
It's the only. Well, no, I was about to lie. I'm actually when I finally get to the point, because even though it's a science fiction game, it's going to have magic in there. Basically, people manipulating quantum energy, because I love the word quantum, so it's all over the book. It's going to be memed into the book. We're going to say the word quantum so much that it's going to be a meme, but I want that. Anyway, I'm going to have him develop the magic very similar to Mage the Ascension, just based on a 3d6 roll instead of on the d10 rolls.
Sure.
So it's going to be interesting to see what he comes up with there. I got rid of a couple of the spheres and reconfigured. I think I have 4 spheres, like space-time, which is the equivalent of what correspondence and time. Anyway, I don't have to go into all that, but I'm going to have that in the game because I agree with you. I like mage magic a lot. The problem is people that I've talked to aren't interested in that. They're like, they want more constraints on it. I'm like, if I put constraints on it, then
constraints. Some obviously, but why would you want?
It's because a lot of people, and this is what, and I think it is, to be fair, Jack, some of it's a generational thing.
Probably
when I say generational, it's an educational generational aspect. They're not encouraging kids to really go out there and think outside of the box.
No, it's more about doing what you're told to do.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's part of the problem that I think actually that was a big thing in the 1980s, is why a lot of the religious got mad, is because I used to question all sorts of things up to the point when I was going to CCD. They were complaining to my mother that I would ask very specific questions, which was funny because if I talked to the priests, they were happy. They're like, well, we aren't sure about this. This is what the church believes, blah, blah. But the normal teachers within CCD, which is
what's CCD?
Bible school, basically.
Oh, because I went to Lutheran school for 7 years.
Well, Jack knows what I'm talking about because he went to go. But they literally would complain to my mother. He keeps asking all these questions, and I think that was one of the backlashes against a lot of the, what I say, satanic panic. What they didn't like is a lot of kids my age back then were going, why do they do this? What is the reasoning behind this? And what is that? And they were like, well, it just says this. You're like, yeah, but what's the meaning behind this? And
it's funny you say that because
they should know the answers to that.
Well, they or I wouldn't say they should know the answers, because I don't think that people need to be omnipotent, but they should know how to discuss intelligently, critically thinking. Let's just use critically think. When I went to Lutheran school, Omanal, it was very similar to what you said there, where it's like, no, there was no questioning, but it was kind of a it was kind of a children should be seen, not heard thing. I was still, I mean, you're my age, obviously, so I was still raised in that old Germanic. You're a kid. It's not your place to question. You can question when you're an adult, kind of thing. But what was cool is when I left the Lutheran school, and I'm not blaming Lutheran school or church or anything like that. This is not a religious conversation, But when I went to junior high. Mm-hmm. When I saw all these different beliefs and so forth, and I'm not even talking religion, just lifestyles. Like I was like, what the hell? I was in a different world. Like, what the hell just happened? This is weird. And when I tried questioning that, well, my mom was good about it. She was very open to questioning. My grandparents were not. They're like, no, you're a child. You will listen to what we say. God is right. Those people are heathens. I'm exaggerating. My grandparents weren't that ridiculous, but to speed up the conversation. But it was like, okay, so I can't question. Trust in the Bible. Trust in the Bible. Trust in the Bible. Well, I've got questions about the Bible too.
but my whole point was that in school, they said, well, they were, at least I think when we were growing up, they were trying to encourage kids to kind of think outside the box and think differently. And nowadays it is so dogmatic. How
did you have civics or social studies?
That's not.
Go ahead. Sorry.
They called it social studies when I went through.
Okay.
And that could just be a cultural thing, where I was, because they never changed anything.
They did with us.
Yeah.
So civics was a lot of American, who we are, history, Constitution, our place in the world. Social studies added a lot more sociology, a lot more globalism, for the lack of a better word, a lot more humanities. And so I wish I would have had, now civics was part of it, but it was just like half a quarter.
So social studies, when I was going through school, and I'm not talking about college, but social studies in high school and before, was only, basically they would call it, social studies was history and government. That was it. And
we had way more than that. So we actually had history outside of social studies. Social studies was like our place in the world, and geography, and I'm trying to think all the nonsense that we did. But it was all of humanities rolled into one. Yeah,
no. Ours was geography, which geography was included in the world history. because you had to know what the countries were, that kind of thing. But that was, but that was about it. And normally that was one class. Then we had PE. Then we always had like one in reading and writing. We had a lot more.
Did you still have shop and home ec?
Yes.
Yeah, so did I. And I had it twice. I had shop twice and I had home ec twice.
It was an optional one in there. You could take home ec. I said I already know how to cook. I don't need home ec because I don't want to do the stupid baby crap.
No optional. We had to take it both in 8th and 11th grade.
So what I took instead is I took technical theater. So you had to have one of those in there. You had to have some of the other stuff. But yeah, like for me, technical theater. So I sat behind playing with the audio and the lighting and stuff like that and the sets. But I thought it was good to get a lot of that stuff out there. But it was still encouraged for us to question things like, why is this? What's going on? And to be fair, okay, go ahead.
Jackie, what do you guys have for any sort of governmental classes? I mean, I know in the universities it's humanities, but what do you guys have in high school?
Well, in high school, in middle school, and elementary was different. But right now we have just like U.S. history, world history at the beginning, and then it is civics. I think civics and economics are rolled into one, and then AP government is like the AP version of that. I think it's civics one semester, economics the other semester, and then AP government is, I guess, both. I'm not too sure what it is that they do there, like the specifics of it. I know what it is, but I don't know if it's super dumb or if it makes sense.
I'm interested because I see all these videos out there of people not even knowing what the capital of their own state is, or what the Second Amendment is, or whatever. Just things that every single person who's an American citizen, most American students cannot pass the citizenship test.
I'm going to bring up something here. Just I know that wasn't. I remember seeing stuff like that under Jay Leno. Johnny Carson.
Yeah, but he had to go find those people in weird places. This is now the average university student.
Well, university there's no excuse, but I was talking about the average person that got off the street. I remember doing that. A lot of them couldn't remember all the things, but I remember when I grew up. I'm sure the same thing was with you. When it was like 3rd or 4th grade, we had to know all the states and all of their capitals.
Yep.
And then I think that was 3rd grade. By 4th grade, we had to know all the countries and their capitals, which was a lot easier before we started getting, until the fall of the Berlin Wall and all these countries started suddenly like shattered. But yeah, it was
back when there was Yugoslavia.
Yeah, it was just Yugoslavia, and it was only like Soviet Union. It was not Ukraine and Belarus and Kazakhstan.
That is true. Yeah, that's true. Yep.
So it helped a lot. It's like, oh, okay, it's like Moscow, Soviet Union. Like, okay, cool. The only one that we benefited from was Germany. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, yeah, Bonn and Berlin.
That's right. No, it was. And to be fair, I also was steeped in history because my father was the Army. I know that some people argue about the Holocaust, but I'm going. My father has tons of books on it because
I am not equipped to have that argument. That's why I don't address it. I know what I believe, and I believe on what 99% of people believe.
No, I'm just saying that a lot of the people that do argue with it is, I'm like, look, I had the books, I've watched the videos, I have sat there through the. Because I guess it was, and my father, people forget about this. All Army officers in the 70s and 80s, and probably before, had to read Mein Kampf if they were going over to Europe. They were, that was required. And so all officers. So there was Mein Kampf in my father's bookshelf, right along with the Nuremberg trial.
I would love to have somebody like you have a debate with the gentleman we're talking about. And then the reason being is because I'm interested in his facts, but I'm not, or his position, but I'm not equipped to argue with him or debate with him.
I would have to do a lot of research to double check, because that's the problem. A lot of people is I said, well, of course I'm going to win, and they come in unprepared and they get stomped because the other person's heard all the other arguments before.
Well, and because they're on they have to practice defending their positions constantly.
Exactly. And that's why I've noticed that if you ever watch scientists come in, they get stomped by a lot of people. And I said, you should be able to know how to argue this. And this is the problem I think that we're getting is too many people live in echo chambers. And
Yeah.
if you live in the echo chamber, you don't know how to argue about other stuff. But no, I'm just saying, I've been to Dachau. I have been to, the one in Germany. I've been to several of these areas, and you talk. It's like, look, I understand where you may feel like that, but I hate saying this.
The thing is, I know a couple of his talking points. I just don't want to bring him up here because I don't want to be associated with that side. But his talking points to me are I'm not saying I agree in any way, but they're interesting because they're things I hadn't heard of before, and I'm like, where do you get the information for this? Well, there was one guy. Do you know about the Twitter war that happened this week?
Only whatever you've been putting up there.
Okay.
I try to avoid a lot of that.
I've been talking. Yeah, I've been keeping off my Discord. I've been talking most of it on the Gilded. But there is one guy that was just posting link after link after link, and to me, as far as I was concerned, he just kept sending conspiracy sites to me. Like I don't care.
I saw some of that on the Discord. I was like, okay, fine. Yeah.
I didn't put that on the Discord. I did the one post where Pundit came after me, and then the rest was on Gilded.
No, okay. But so many people out there, I said, look, people forget about this, whether it's the Soviets or anything else. The more totalitarian a government is, the more they keep records because they're control freaks. The weird thing is the ones that are kind of, whether you want to call it organic or disorganized, such as the Hutus and the Tutsis. It's like, look, they didn't keep records at all. But even the Khmer Rouge kept tons of records because they were afraid that they might miss someone. And so they had to make sure that they had all of the records.
I would argue that is probably the most vile and evil organization that has ever existed, even over Stalin, the Nazis, and so forth. If you look into the history of the Khmer Rouge, wow. I mean,
that doesn't surprise me.
Pulling everybody out of the cities. If you have glasses, you're murdered. I mean, just the crazy that went on.
So I had a driver because we were doing some exercises and they looked for volunteers. And so for me, they asked me to go look at a bridge because everyone can talk about all the stuff that we're doing. We normally, whenever we go in these places, we also do a humanitarian mission along with the military mission. And part of the humanitarian mission, in this case, they want to build a school. Well, as part of that is they wanted to build this bridge. And so they asked me to go out and review the bridge. Well, we got a driver with us for doing that. And he was describing all of his experiences. So he broke his arm. And he was in the hospital under the Khmer Rouge. His sister came to visit him. The Khmer Rouge killed her because they said she was lazy because she wasn't working. That's one thing. The other part is that they had fruit literally, and this you can also see this on the Gulag Archipelago. He was talking about that there was actual fruit because Cambodia has a lot of fruit. If you pick that off the tree, they said you were stealing from the government, they would kill you. It's insanity. And of course, the other part that comes down to it is, and people don't want to talk about this. It's like, oh no, all societies matter the same. Did you look at the Aztecs? I've read the Bloody Spears. Did you look at the Khmer Rouge? The Khmer Rouge literally would get their soldiers to grab babies by the ankles and smash their heads against the trees. I mean, it's and then they would brainwash children to shoot their parents. It was nuts on this entire thing.
Absolutely. Luckily, it wasn't big, like the communism or Nazis, but within that sect was just it's vile.
So this is what I heard. The Vietnamese went after the Soviet style of communism. The Cambodians had the Chinese style of communism.
That makes sense.
And so there was a power play between the two. And what finally stopped the Khmer Rouge was the Vietnamese invading Cambodia. That's what gets me about it.
It's funny you say that because a lot of people don't understand, because they think, they're both communists, that Russia and China are not friends. So the fact that they're becoming friendly now is something we should actually be worried about.
Well, and that was an intentional split that they did under, Kissinger and Nixon. That was an intentional split. And there's that. Well, now I'm hearing that even India and China, which have had border disputes where people have gotten killed in the last 5 years, are now getting close together because instead of there was a couple of them where they were having border disputes and they actually
I know about that. I know India and China don't like each other's, but so they're actually becoming
They're becoming closer because we're doing this our way or highway mentality instead of doing good diplomacy of, hey, you want to be friends, we want to do this. It's you can tell, and this is the problem of when I said a unipolar world. The whole idea that we tell you and you can do whatever we tell you, that is rubbing on the Indians in a very bad way.
Yeah, but that doesn't even work within our own country.
Oh, I know.
Like, you can't tell somebody in Minnesota how to live like somebody in Florida when we've got 9 months out of the year snow. You can't tell somebody who lives in the desert to live the same way as somebody who lives in on beachfront property because. Okay, a lot of that is on beachfront property, but anyway, but you get what I'm saying. Like, you can't demand somebody who lives on a farm that might have wild animals come to them live the same way as somebody who lives in a mountain, the same as somebody who lives in an urban environment. You can't have these one size fit all rules. Look, we can think of whatever we want about Islam and the Middle East and pushing gays off of bridges or houses or whatever, but if that's the culture that works for them over there for 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 years, let them have it. Stop telling them how to live.
Well, here's the interesting thing, and I don't know if I'm sorry, get a little political. Mika Brzezinski, her father was the one that implemented radical Islam, and they went through because if you look at have you looked at the pictures of the Afghans in Kabul in the 1950s and stuff? So in the 1970s, what they did is all of the moderate clerics. They kind of hunted them down and killed them along with the help of the Saudis to push the Wahhabists, the more extreme version of that. And that they did the same thing in Pakistan and all this other. So people are like, oh, they've been doing this like this. They weren't like that in the 1960s. They got like that.
Well, Pakistan's been pissed off ever since 1947 or whatever it was. Like,
yeah, but I mean, but the
haven't they been pissed off since
the super fun? But I mean, but yes. We're talking about. We're talking that they were fairly modern and they weren't, they didn't have where everyone has to hide their face and everything else like that. For the women, I mean, that's a more recent.
Yeah, this is getting way too deep into history.
Well, no. But some of it is that look, not all cultures are identical. It's
that
just
is
like
right.
The Aztecs. The Aztecs were involved in cannibalism and human sacrifice, and when the Spaniards came in, they were horrified by what they saw. Am I saying the Spaniards were good people? Well, they were better than the Aztecs they replaced, and people ignore the fact that the Aztecs were joined. I'm sorry, the Spaniards that came were joined
by everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the fall of the Aztecs can accurately be described as a revolution against the Aztecs because everybody hated them. They are arguably in the top 5 most evil nations to have ever existed. And now people go and describe their leader. I mean, I'm not saying we Mexicans do have a bit of a sense of pride in the Aztec Empire, but a lot of us, for the majority of our history, acknowledge that it was good that the Spanish came along. There's a reason we're Catholic now.
My wife says the same thing about us nuking Japan, and my wife is Japanese. Like, yeah, you kind of had to do that.
Well,
yeah, it's kind of the same thing.
Well, here's the sad thing, is people look at it from their modern era instead of looking what was back there. And whether people liked it or not, if you actually look at the casualty rates that were assumed of invading Japan in November of 1945.
Those were inflated numbers. It would never happen. Whatever.
Well. Here's my point, though. Is okay, they are inflated. Okay, 200,000 casualties. Well, guess what? That would have been my grandparents.
Yep.
Nuke them. I mean, I hate saying that, and it stopped the war. That's what I look at. The other part that people forget about is the firebombing of Tokyo was worse than either one of the nuclear attacks, if I remember correctly. And I was listening. Not that I liked him, but it was McNamara talking about things. And this was the same calculus that the Japanese did. The Japanese looked at it and said, "Oh, those casualty rates are not really any higher than the fire bombings." And they did not really blink an eye as they were dropping the bomb. It was Hiro that finally said, "Oh, this is nuts."
Look, I don't want to get into all the history of it because nobody's even in chatting with us anymore. But the quick version is this: Hirohito didn't want World War II. There's a big misnomer in there. Now, he was kind of forced to support it, and once they started winning, he was like, "Well, hell yeah, this is great," But he didn't want to start World War II. He was pressured into it. The Emperor of Japan does not have the power that people think that he has. He's a spiritual leader. And basically he's told, hey, you need to agree with what the shoguns are saying, or we'll just have a new emperor next week. You're going to go visit the gods.
Well, no, but again, my point was that the high command.
Yes.
He said, if you look at what
Tojo.
What Hirohito had to do go around him, that's a whole other story of, where he had one officer loyal to him and not to Tojo, and they went around to release, hey, we surrender. And that's a big thing. But people forget about all these things. It's like, look, and this is the one thing I get so mad about. Human beings are human beings, and every group, it doesn't matter what race or creed, has had their atrocities.
Absolutely.
And if you ignore that fact, then you're not making, they want to pretend like, oh, this one was good. Oh, this one's not. This one was a victim. This wasn't. I'm like, look, even the, when I was in Iraq and Afghanistan, they did not like the Taliban when I was in Afghanistan. They said those were crazy religious nuts. And these were devout Islamists, and people forget about that. I said it's the 2% of psychopaths that make everything bad. And that's the problem that we have with Twitter, is to encourage these psychopaths to go out, and people cater to them. They don't buy your products. That's the most important thing. Don't listen to people that don't buy your products.
Well, the other problem with Twitter is... Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Uh-oh.
Well, the modern radical, especially on the left, they're completely insane. No, am I cutting out?
No,
yep, you were definitely cutting out.
Yeah, you're good now.
Oh, okay. It kind of looks like I'm cutting out. Oh.
You're here.
Is it good now?
Yes, you're good. You're good. Yeah.
Okay, good. What I was saying was, I mean, you look at Twitter, the majority of these radicals, on a little bit on both sides, but mostly on the left, they're completely insane. You'll see them say things like, oh, the Romanovs deserve to get shot in that bunker. Every single royal leader or rich person ever, we should just go out there with our guns and we should kill them all. Then you ask them, do you own any guns? No, why? Because I would shoot myself if I had one. These are the kind of people leading these leftist movements, leading most radical movements with us.
How old is actual democracy?
Modern democracies?
Modern democracy is probably about the U.S. in the 17.
Yeah. So most of human history has a ruler, has a hierarchy, has, whether it's a caste system or it's an actual hierarchy of authority. That's just, no matter how much we can sit here and say we love freedom, we want freedom, and I do believe that hopefully the future includes more freedom. We're a hierarchical species. So, I'd kill him because he's the ruler. Well, that's the quick way out, I guess. That's the quick way. But look,
and then who replaces him?
Exactly. What happens when you take out the ruler? What happens when what happens when Putin's gone? Is it going to be better or worse? You never know. It's a coin flip.
Almost certainly worse.
Medvedev, who was the one between the have you looked at his tweets? Holy crap! It's like, so you want to take out Putin and you want to put Medvedev back in there? Have you read his tweets?
Yeah, well, see, now that's the thing about Twitter that's funny to me is, one of the things that I think that happened with us growing up, Ohm and Owl, is that we were forced to go outside. I don't know if you're a latchkey kid or not.
No.
Okay, I was definitely, my entire neighborhood, it wasn't just me. We were all latchkey kids. And then the other part was, when the parents did come home, get your butt outside and play. But I want to watch Transform. Get your ass outside and play. And come back in when the streetlights are on. You had to socialize. You had to feel. Look, I was a very bullied kid because I went to Lutheran school. I was the only one that did in my neighborhood. Now I still had my friend. When it was just me and one other person, we got along great. Yeah. But when there's 3 or 4 people, I was the butt of every joke. I was the smear the queer, whatever, all that nonsense, right? Fine. But you learn that social dynamic, for good, bad, or otherwise. They've taken so much of that out now with Twitter because you can just find the echo chamber. You don't have to learn how to socialize, number one. And all that bullying stuff, as much as I don't think that anybody should have to go through it, I also kind of see it as just human nature. You learn from it. And I think it made me a stronger person because of it.
Oh, it made me a stronger person because of it. Now, I'm not saying that to the same extremes for stuff. I mean, but, it's like, look, some of it is that when you see these people, and one is, a lot of them are psychopaths, and I hate saying a lot of them or women psychopaths, and you know. But I've seen that. But they have no repercussions. And I hate saying this. Is why am I going to listen to someone whose life is crap? I mean, I hate saying this. I always wanted like you know, when we were growing up, and I don't know how you were. When I was playing a role-playing game, I wanted to create my characters that I wanted to aspire to.
Exactly.
And nowadays, they want people that represent them. And I said, no offense.
I mean, I was pretty eclectic about my characters. Like one character might be like a jerk, another one would be like the best, you know, Superman, you know, whatever. You know, like I like to do different things. But you're right; they were all aspirational in some degree, even if it was just to explore a different side. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, to give you an example is like, you know, they want I know we all joke about the combat wheelchair, but my point is that, like, if I had a character and I said, you know what, I lost a hand, I want a hook as a hand. I don't want the hook to be more powerful than having a normal hand.
Exactly. Look, my Earth Dawn game that we talk about all the time, the guy who played the Lizard Man, Swordmaster, he was a Swordmaster, lost his arm. It was the only character, this is the only character in all the games we played that this guy played well. But he played it wonderfully. He's like, oh, I lost my arm because he got it severed by a cave crab. Yeah. And it went snap, and he lost his arm. He's like, you know what's so awesome about this? Now when I beat people, I'm literally beating them with one arm. I'm like, that is the attitude of a sword master. Yes, go. And yeah, I gave him some penalties on occasions, depending on what he was doing. Like anything balance oriented is like, yeah, you're getting -2 steps because you don't have that other arm, but you can compensate, and that's not going to be, you know, it's not going to ruin the game. He got no benefit from it at all, except for the ego trip, which for me was experience points for him because it was good role playing that he got if he kicked somebody's butt. Like, I beat you with one arm. You know.
Well, did you ever look at? I think it's, you know, the one that's PAL, the one that was the Department of the Interior. He was a Civil War vet that had lost his arm, and he went down the Grand Canyon. He with his group, and the other people with him thought he was nuts, and he was known for climbing cliffs and stuff like that with one arm. And he's just like,
awesome.
And my point is that, you know, that's real life. Instead, these people want, well, you have to cater towards me. You shouldn't make it that hard. Just like I always joke about, as much as we have fun with the combat wheelchair, I said, all dungeons are wheelchairs are accessible. You just can't leave. You know, I said, and then I showed the Ric Flairs that he rolls someone off the stairs, you know.
The funny thing is about the combat wheelchair. Well, I don't like the combat wheelchair because it basically is like 3 character classes for one character.
Yeah.
But I have zero problems with somebody saying, I want to play a handicapped character. I want to play a character that's missing an arm. I want to play a character that has a peg leg. You know, I want to play a character that, you know, might be blind. The problem is they've been watching too many superhero shows, and I want my blind character to be able to see through the presence of essence or whatever. So I actually see better. It's like, no, you're blind.
Well, part of me is that's cool if you're playing a superhero game. But
I'm talking in a Dungeons and Dragons fantasy aspect, like I
agree with you, but part of it is the point is that you overcome things. You aren't overcoming things. Like I saw one of them, and this is just bad writing. They what was it? I Am Starfire. Just listening to people talk about it, I never read it, where they said she was bitter because she didn't get superpowers, and then she suddenly gets superpowers. Well, I deserve to get them. You didn't do anything to earn them. You know, whether you like Green Lantern or not. Green Lantern's ring was only given to those who were worthy, and you had to be worthy before you got the ring.
Yeah,
and that's the problem that a lot of these. Go ahead, sorry, Jack.
Oh no, you can finish that.
No, that's part of what came down to it. It's just like what made Superman such a. Not that I like him as a character, but what made him so good? It wasn't because he was super heroic. Let me first say, it wasn't because he had superpowers. It's because he had he was
aspirational.
Yeah, he was the moral. He had that strong moral core. That's like, I won't go that far. I won't do this. You know, you have those lines.
See, and I never understood that. I'm kind of a dick, I guess, because I preferred people like Batman or Spawn or whatever because I found them to be more realistic. I mean, my favorite character in Dragonlance until I grew up was Raistlin.
Well, don't get me wrong. I do too, but I'm saying, but if you look at what makes, you know, the people look at the powers and not the character.
Yeah, true. Yep.
And that's what I'm referring to is they ignore that fact. You know, it's just like I know that a nerd's nerd was making fun of Captain America just being a juicer. But you know,
that's good.
Well, no, that was great for it. But at the end of the day, the super serum was supposed to accentuate who your character, your moral character. And so, of course, his moral character did one thing, and then what was it, the Red Skull or whatever? It accelerated all of his bad features as well. So you get, that's where you get the dichotomy. But that makes interesting characters. The other part is as a kid, I wanted more black and white. As I got older, I liked those shades of gray, like you said.
See, I've never been in the black and white. So have you ever read Shannara?
I have not.
So I started reading the Shannara series, and this is back in the 90s. Because people are like, oh my God, you read Dragonlance, you read, Forgotten, you read all, these different series, Tad Williams, so on and so forth. Oh, you'll love Shannara. And I finally was like, all right, fine. I'll read Shannara. Man, I got I don't know, maybe a quarter way through the book before I was finally I cannot read this anymore, because I really felt that all the good guys were like, oh, look at me, I do everything correct. All the evil guys like, twisting my mustache here. And then you had, was it Alanon or whatever his name was, as kind of like the moderator in the middle. I was like, no, I don't want to read a book that's just black and white. And I really felt that it was black and white. I couldn't do it.
No. But I've been as when I was young, I liked a lot of black and white. And as I got older, I liked, especially once I hit, the teenage years. And then that's actually part of the reason I liked Vampire the Masquerade, but people overdid it. It's that
yeah, absolutely.
I think there's a place for both.
Yeah,
because you can't have it be fully black and white, but there's a certain point where if you make it too gray, it gets pretentious and obnoxious.
Well, yeah, moral relativism is, well, from my perspective, no, I'm sorry, and I have no issue saying this, but there is a right and a wrong. That's your right. And no, there is actually a societal and a humanistic, and there's always a right and wrong. Orcs are evil. Why? Because they act evil ways. Well, from the orcs' point of view, it's still evil. Okay.
Well, yeah. And I think people forget, and this is where 5th edition has gone so far away. This is why as a kid, I remember looking at the Palladium and saying, oh, the alignment system says, that alignment system was representing who you are as a character. If you look at the alignment system in D&D, you were picking a side in the cosmic battle for the material plane. That's what.
The Palladium ones were apparently, because Sean mentioned this, and then Kevin, I think, concurred to it, was it's actually based on psychology.
Yes. Yeah. Well, but I loved the Palladium system when I went in because I could play those other characters. But D&D is a cosmological battle, and that's what people forget about. It was good and evil. It was chaos versus law. And people forget there was a reason that he did the 9 and they were diametrically opposed and stuff like that. And people forget about that. I said, you've lost that whole aspect because most of you have never read the Appendix N, which that's one thing I do have to give credit for to Goodman Games, is they are not poo-pooing on all of the old writers that inspired most of the, D&D and the role-playing games. They embrace it. I know that Jack, your father loves Zelazny, and they went over ode to Zelazny, ode to Burroughs, ode to Howard. Instead of trying to
you'd be saddened to hear how few of those books I've actually read.
well, I have never read the Embassy, but my point is that they're going back. They're not trying to destroy all of these old writers for their writings. I disagree with you. Yeah, and I'll be honest. This is what pissed me off about Evil Hat. Oh, we hate, we disavow everything.
Oh my God, that Lovecraft nonsense! If you hate him so much, how about this? Don't promote his game and don't work for his game. Why you say? I can't imagine them sitting there like, I hate this so much, but we're gonna do Lovecraft right. I hate this so much. We're just gonna do it though. What kind of weird world do you sit in? That's like sitting in a pile of shit, but drinking Chardonnay and acting like we're gonna make this right.
It is some of the most retarded stuff I've ever seen. Constantly bashed, oh, he was a racist. Oh, he was this. I hate it.
Then drop the IP, dicks.
It is genuinely disgusting how much they bash him for stuff that, one, was completely normal at the time. Two, if you actually read into anything about him, you'll realize that he had, the stuff they say about him is ridiculous, and then they still go on to use his IP and make money off
He
of
also
his
changed
work.
as a person, and I'm not a big, Lovecraft historian, but we did a deep dive into this a couple of years ago because Heathen Dog loves Call of Cthulhu, and we were talking about this. This is back when I still ranted for the segment twos,
Sure.
and it's like it was funny because over the years he I don't know how much he changed. I don't know the man, of course, but he married a they're like, oh, he's anti-Semitic. Well, that's funny because he had a Jewish wife.
Speaking of which, I'm going to bring this up. And and I try listening. A lot of times I listen to your stuff at 2x speed at an hour after you guys start. I just find it easier to get stuff in instead of spending like the 2 hours. It's just easier for me to get things all at once. I like what you've done on the Sunday thing. I like a lot more of going in those deep dives on Sundays and the New Year. And to be fair, I haven't gone through all of the act stuff while Mercus did that you did on Friday, but I really do like that. And I missed the whole one where everyone's complaining about the other two people you brought in. And I was like, okay, yeah. But it's like, look, Friday, not usually my kind of thing because I'm playing games and going out swimming. So there's that aspect. But I like the fact that, you know what, I can go listen to whatever you're going. But your Sunday stuff is really, I found much more enjoyable.
Have you filled out the form for the 2024? I think I have to add something about those forums on Discord. People don't see them, so I think I need to do a shout out and add everyone. I don't want to spam people all the time, but because I have a survey out there for what people want us to do in 2024, and Heathen Dog and I have talked. He wants to start doing some of the deep dives, and but the thing is most of the deep dives he wants to do are first edition Shadowrun games that people don't play. I'm like, dude, we've got to do modern games or more current games. So he actually is on board with that now. And I don't know what games he's going to pick, but we kind of want to. I guess we're going to swap between deep dives or whatever and overviews and who's doing what. But the how-tos, that's the big one for me. Is people keep saying, you guys got to do some how-to videos. You keep talking about how easy this is. Do a how-to video on it. But we can't find a way of doing that on a stream that isn't just crazy work. It's like it would just be better to go direct to video, and then we just don't have time for direct to video.
So I mean, the stuff that you're doing, talking about going through the rules step by step, and I understand you skip some things. Whether it was Conan, I actually picked stuff up from listening to that, even though I have the books and read it.
Still feel like we didn't do you justice on that Conan one. I know you said that it was all fine, but
well, you know what though, is I was really expecting you to rant more and just rip into it, and I felt disappointed in that aspect. Well, part of it is that even when you were going through it, because I don't mind, because I know I can misinterpret rules. You guys have cleared up a lot of stuff just by going over things and explaining stuff. Not that you have to go through every little detail. But the fact that you do that, and I know I mentioned this earlier, having Sean just reformat some of the stuff and try making things clearer and working through Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I think will be a giant plus for whatever future game system they do as well. Well, I say future, but you know what I mean.
So you watched the 24-hour stream. So one of the things that my tired body was trying to instill in him. We've said it a couple of times, and I know he's receptive to it, and I don't want to beat him up over it. But again, I'm not a Palladium shill. Look at the games that we've looked at, and we were just lit into. Like we told Sean something. I forget which one it was, but this game's garbage. So we're not Palladium shills, but it all comes from a place of passion. We love the Palladium system. So when I hear people like, "Oh, Palladium sucks," I always ask, "Well, what sucks?" It just doesn't work. Well, that's not true because it's been around for 40 years and it's only in a second edition. So I think it works pretty well. Tell me specifically. And when I did that, I think I had one legit complaint that I was like,
It was me that they said, well, okay, yeah, that one. Okay, that one. I think it was the one that really put things up there because everyone was shilling for it. I said, look, I have very specific problems with it, and I can say what's wrong. But what I'm really saying in this part is if he can clean up a lot of it, and I know he said, well, that's not a valid complaint. I said, if he cleans up a lot of it, that will help bring in new players to it.
Well, that and one comment that I said that I think they need to put, and I don't know what verbiage they'd want to use, but it's supposed to be a cinematic game. It's not supposed to be a game that has a rule for everything. Game masters have. Uh-oh.
Oh no, I hear you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm showing that my audio is still good. So, but the point is that the game, they need to say something like, hey, this is a cinematic game. We're not going to cover every nuance. Game masters are supposed to come up because Sean said, yeah, people have been like, why didn't you put that it should be that it could be 20, plus 25% or minus 10% if we do these things? And apparently Kevin's response was like, then just do it. Like you shouldn't have to be told to do that. But apparently the modern gamer has to be told that you're allowed to say that 60%, that's the base number, and add modifiers. If players are putting extra work into it, add modifiers. And if they're being rushed or if they're in a under duress, add negative modifiers. But apparently they have to be told that now.
Well, see, here's what gets me. And to be fair, I actually like having that spelled out in books, which is because I had some of that problem when I was young. A lot of it is, it's hard for us looking back at things after having 30 years. I have to go back and like, how was I when I was 14 or 15? I mean, I do have to do some of that. But I saw that with the Warhammer stuff. But I also like, and again, if you're ever going to do this, I like little sidebars recommending, hey, if you don't like this, do this. And actually, to be fair, and my problem with MDC was they do that with just ignore MDC and make that SDC. As well, it doesn't work as well because 250 SDC on a battle robot doesn't seem to make sense. That's why I said if I was going to change it, personal opinion is I would just say, look, if it's going to do this, MDC just does 10 times the amount of damage to SDC structures and stuff, which means that a character can survive because, we all watched enough Robotech and things where people do get shot by the laser gun and it does wound them, but doesn't instantly vaporize them and kill them, even though it does the D4 MDC damage, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I for me that's just too pedantic, so I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned about that. Now the way I've got it worked in my again homage game is I'm not even doing that. Now my game's gonna have many more charts because of this, because I have to compare your armor to the weapon being used, and it's actually a different system. It merges together, so you won't have to go, oh my god, all these subsystems. But it's a different system between personal combat, vehicle combat, aerospace combat, and capital ship combat. And the only things that have the equivalent of MDC or in my game are capital ships, certain battle walkers, so mechs, and certain supreme heavy tanks. And I have it built and baked into the setting as both lore and as a mechanic that only the most powerful militaries have this, and they see it as illegal for anybody else to have it. So even if you're an opposing military, no, only we're allowed to have it. You're not allowed to have the nukes. Only we're allowed to have the nukes. So if you have a nuke, you're a war criminal. So they use these things very sparingly.
No. I mean, don't get me wrong. That's what I, that's why I said Rifts turned me off. That's why I said I was more interested in looking at Palladium Fantasy. But like some of it's like, okay, it's this. And I understand, some of it coming into there. I'm not against a lot of it. But if he can get it, like you were saying, is I like having little optional roles on the sides. It's like, hey, if it's doing this, we suggest doing this. It's like, and to be fair, I can ignore those, or I don't have to.
Well, he did a pretty good job of that in the Rift's Ultimate book. I mean, there are a lot.
Rift's Ultimate book. I mean, the last time I bought a Rift's book was probably 1991.
Well, I would tell you that the first Rift's book is better than the Rift's Ultimate book, because the Rift's Ultimate book becomes so convoluted. It's like, why? But there are a lot of really good notes that Kevin put in there. Specifically, the ones I love the most are the ones, because I remember people playing Juicers and Crazies and not caring that they were Juicers and Crazies. Yes. And he's got these blurbs in there. A Juicer doesn't have to all be this way, but a Juicer is oftentimes suicidal. He knows he's living on a clock. He knows he's got 5 to 10 years of life, and that's it. So imagine playing that character that's basically, I know I'm dying, so let's get this taken care of. A crazy, on the flip side, is somebody who underwent an operation because he wanted more, and he knows he's going to go nuts, but he's going to embrace it.
Part of the thing is, and I'm going to say this as my young 14, well, I guess it was 17 at the time, whenever Rifts came out, part of me that went into it was, Juicer, 5 years, that's forever. And I know you've had longer games, but as I get older, I'm beginning to realize, yes, that's because a lot of times we didn't play downtime. And I've noticed a lot of people playing D&D do that too. If you put that downtime in there, that clock really becomes important in the juice.
100% agree, and that is one thing that I think most of my groups have been pretty good about was downtime. But yeah, I've never understood the level 20 character. You know, I'm age 20, level 20. Like how? like
well, and part of that was my fault. Well, part of it is as DM was my fault too. Is you don't realize that, hey, look, if I spread this out, like I was telling your father, I said if I was going to run him through stuff, I said you're only going to go through one adventure. Probably every season or maybe every 6 months. And at that point, then it feels like, okay, you got up to 5th level, but it took you 5 to 10 years, and it doesn't feel like it's and you can rush characters a bit faster that way without it feeling like though I agree with you, if you're playing a magic user or whatever you're doing, you should know your character in and out. And that's the other problem that my friend has with 5e. He says, I'm getting new powers before I even have time to learn my character.
I am a huge fan of slow leveling. I know there are people out there argue with me tooth and nail, and I get it. I am one of those people that, look, I'm expecting to run this game for the rest of my life. Now, of course, that hasn't happened yet, mostly because I was in the military at the time. So, a couple of years is about all I could get. But my goal is I want to run whatever I'm doing. I want to run it for the rest of my life. So I don't need to elevate you up. Was it Professor Dungeon Master? I know people have got some consternation with him as well, but hasn't he been running his for like 20 years or something? They're like level 6, and I know people like, I would never play in that game. I am just enjoying playing the character. You could tell me that you're going to run a Traveler game, and hey, by the way, I'm running Traveler, and since you don't really get skills in Traveler, we're just going to be these characters. You're going to have to find a different way of motivating yourself, like money and a better ship and contacts and so forth. I'm in, dude. I am totally in. I don't need that. What's my next power? What's my next power? Give me my next power. No, just let me play the character and know that whatever I'm doing, there is growth, character growth, monetary growth, reputation growth, maybe even, hey, I now own a corporation or something, but as long as there's some sort of growth there, like life, that's all that matters. I don't have to level up and get new spells.
Well, we don't take sorry guys. We don't keep track of that sort of thing in the real world. We don't monitor our own, real life character sheet, that's
Damn it, I do. I have to do that for my, I have to. No, as a young engineer, absolutely, I did. Absolutely. I said, I have to get these certain skills. Now, as I get older, it's like, I have to, now I'm starting to branch out. Like, what do you mean I have to know law? What do you mean I have to know contracting? That's one of the big things. I know, Max, I don't know if you've been a COR. Oh, my God.
Yes, I have been a COR.
Yeah, well, what gets me about it is all these people complaining, in the government. I said, have you contacted the contracting officer representative?
Yeah, contact your KO. Dude, I've been a COR and a QASP, so yeah, it's
but whenever I hear about barracks and stuff, I said, and to be fair, this is what happens when you have 15 years of experience with the government. Where's the COR? Let me go find out what that contract actually says. And I'll what do you mean? I'm not playing games with them, and if need be. If there's
so here's a fun one. Being a COR, going back to real world talk for a moment here. This one's so we have a new contractor here, and I now just so you know, I was a contractor for 13 years. I've been a government civilian for 7, 8, whatever, and I was active duty. So I've been all of them, right?
Yeah.
This contractor was brought in for a certain task, and we'll just say that his job is to work one aspect of video conferencing. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I was like, what I want to do is I want to see your contract. And the reason is because there's this weird thing in the government where if he's a contractor, I literally cannot do it because I'm a government civilian. The workaround to that is you can have a military member do it, but only if the contractor is unavailable and capable, whatever. But as a government civilian, I am not allowed to do his job because of the type of contract that it is. So I have to know where to draw that line. Now, nobody ever enforces that, but I'm just saying that's what the rules are. Well, I look and I'm like, can you send me your PWS and your statement of work?
Yeah.
And he sends it to me. And I was like, whose job is this? He's like, man, that's the contract I'm under. It's like, it literally says nothing, not a single word in here about what we do. Like nothing. He's like, yeah, I think it's just a universal draft. I'm like, no, you don't understand. This is nothing to do. Your company can get in trouble. The colonel that he works for can get in trouble. I can get in trouble if one person just decides to get persnickety on this. Again, it very rarely happens, but it can happen. I'm like,
yeah.
This is your contract, I don't remember what it says, but it's just used for, I work in video conferencing, right? So he should be working in conference rooms or whatever. It basically says that he does avionics testing.
Oh no, you can't do that because you and I know that if it's outside the contract, they have to get reimbursed for that aspect.
Right. But now construction contracts are even more pedantic than this isn't a personal service. I forget what it's called. Term type of contract. But it doesn't. I don't even think it says like IT support in there. It's like, what the hell? I'm like, dude, I can't do anything with this. And they're like, yeah, well, luckily I'm not a QASP, a COR, or the KO for this, so it doesn't matter to me. I just want to make sure that I'm not getting anybody in trouble. But he's like, yeah, this is the contract. It's just kind of a general one that they whipped up. And
see, I mean, I had to go through well, I know you did too. I had to go through the COR training. They sent me and part of it is, it's like, well, first off, if the government benefits it, we have to pay them accordingly. Number one. Number two is, you're right. If it's not in the contract. Now, when I did work, they would have certain ones in there, but like, especially when I was in Iraq, my God, people were just ignoring the contract. And I said, you can't do that, because they put me in contract administration after like 3 months, and we're like, you can't do this. This is illegal. You can't. And
we just need to get it done, man. We just need to get it done.
Well, it wasn't just getting it done. They weren't reading the contract on what they had to do. And to be fair, it was AECOM doing more than they should. And we're like, you can't do that. But then there were other parts too, which said, oh, well, we're going to give them individual bunks. They said, that's not what the contract says. It says that there'll be 2 per room. You have to have 2 per room. Otherwise, we have to modify the contract and say, hey, look, you get more than what we said you would, so you have to give us consideration. And people just didn't want to hear that. I said, you can't treat them like you do soldiers.
The one that always got me when I was a contractor is almost every contract has GFE written into government funded equipment for folks. So the government has to buy me pencils, has to buy me notebooks, has to buy, and they'll be like, you're a contractor, you go buy it. This is for government people. Like, no, you don't understand. It doesn't just mean that you give me the computer in front of me that I use to do my work on. This means everything I do for my job comes from you. I'm not going to Staples in the middle of Afghanistan or Kuwait for me, to buy stuff. Give me what I'm supposed to have to do the job. And they're like, well, you're a contractor. This is for government people. Like GFE, asshole.
So Max, could you imagine us playing Coalition and telling them, by the way, you're not allowed to enter combat because you are, and I'll use this because this happened to me with Afghanistan, which I'm not complaining at all. No, you're not allowed to send a civilian into combat. Only military is allowed to be sent into combat. Now, I can get into combat if it's incidental, but you can't send me off whether there's like actual fighting, knowing that I'll get into a firefight. And could you imagine that? It's like, nope, you got to turn them around.
That would be fun to role play in terms of the Coalition, because I know Heathen Dog, Heathen Dog actually understands that the Coalition are the bad guys, but one, he plays it up, but two, the big thing is like he's so pro-human in every game ever that he actually does to some degree see that, hey, they might not let people read and they might be jerks about it, but you know what? They're saving my butt, so I don't care. But it would be fun to see that an organization like that have that issue, because most people, again, most gamers are just hand wave it, and you can easily say, okay, that's getting too into the weeds, it's too simulationist. But I think it would be fun to be like, sorry, I don't, was it Emperor Prozac? Yeah, sorry, Emperor, but my contract only states that I'm not allowed to go within 5 kilometers of a red zone, and you guys are going into the red zone right now. It's like, I can't go. And see what the result of that would be.
No. Yeah. No. It gets better than that, Shadow. Because they did do some of this.
Oh wow!
Imagine if you said you're only allowed to fire 12 mini missiles, and anything else has to come out of your own pay. And no, you think that's joking, but the U.S. military is like, when they give one of them, like the guys that lay the bridges, so they come over with their bridge, they'll lay it out to let a certain number of tanks on. And they can't leave it behind. And so they have to go pick it back up. And so you're like, well, this is stupid. So like when I was in Afghanistan, literally every time, because we worked a lot with the Air Force there, every time that they would come in, a new unit had to bring in all of their air traffic control equipment instead of just which the smart thing would be, hey guys, why don't you just leave the air traffic control equipment there and we'll buy a new one.
Yeah.
Because of all the paperwork that would have to happen to transfer it in order for you to get your budget for the next year.
Well, what gets me about it is instead they would have to fly it there, and then they'd have to pick it up and move it about. And like, do you know how expensive this is every time? Oh, but could you imagine doing that? And then your characters, you know, I know you like Mech Warrior for this, but if you had your commander, like, okay, here's your budget, and this is how much mini missiles cost, and this is how much your ammo cost, and it's like, nope, you've exceeded your budget for the year. You can't get any more.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave, and Shadow is gonna turn off the. You guys can stay after the live stream is over. It just wants to save hours.
I think we both need to get to bed. To be fair, you know,
well, can we hang out for like 5 more minutes? And here's why. I think I just realized why my audio hasn't been crashing.
Oh, okay.
And I need to test that, so I'm gonna turn something on.
And I think that you can log us off, or whatever.
Yeah, you can end the stream. We can do the after show. I don't care.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm also just gonna leave right now.
Okay, we'll see you later, Jack.
Have a good night.
But take care, guys.
I think we were supposed to let him talk.
Yep.
And still, and everybody else still sticking around. Thanks. There's still 7 of you maniacs in the chat. I wish I could have got a chance to meet GM Cody. I've heard nothing but good things about him, but I've never got a chance.
I want to get him on the Friday show also. He's good people.
That's what I hear. But there's so many of us out there now. It's just, there's going to be people I've never met, like that one guy who we're not going to talk about. Never met him, but if he's crapping on friends of mine, I got to stick with the people I know. And that includes almost, as far as I know, everybody in the eyeballs that are watching. We just got another eyeball as we're getting ready to. I'm sorry, guys, but it's been a long day. I hit 7 stores and the post office. Was on my feet like 10 hours today, and I need some sleep. So thanks, and everybody have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Happy holidays.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Take care.
I have to get to speak with you again, Max. I know Jack was having a blast.
Yeah, we probably should have let him talk more, but
Yeah. Well,
he's a little, not shy, just doesn't want to,
No, but I think we were talking about things that really didn't interest him. I'm kind of surprised he even hung out.
Well,
he was doing his old man a solid, and he needs the practice, and we'll be back here next week. If you're not busy, you're always welcome, Max. I don't know about you, Omen. I'm up to here.
Normally, I'm in bed at this time. I'm frustrated. My computer's not working. So
yeah, we're testing it, but no, it's good time.
We're gonna hang out tomorrow, Omen.
Sure.
So I will see you guys all later. Have a great evening and happy trails.
Have a good night.